The Cowboy's Romantic Christmas, The Cowboys at Christmas Tree Ranch, Book 4, by Danae Little. 1. The letter in her hand crinkled as she clutched it, but she quickly smoothed it and pressed it against her chest as she raced down the dorm hall to her room. Rachel Johnson had been living in a world of romantic fantasy ever since Christmas. Almost 5 months later, the feeling of floating on air still swept her off her feet with every letter Drew Weston sent. Meeting Drew had been one of those magical love-at-first-sight moments. At least she hoped it was love. He had come to her grandparents' Christmas Tree Ranch on Christmas Day. Tanner, her cousin, had invited Drew and his sisters for Christmas lunch and a tour around the ranch. The moment Drew stepped out of his truck, he mesmerized her, and she still felt under his spell, even after being away at college for the entire spring semester. Bursting into the dorm room, her roommates looked up from studying for the finals coming next week. Their eyes instantly focused on the letter in her hands. Textbooks forgotten, they squealed and raced her to her bed. "Another one already?" Tori asked, reaching to take it from her. "Get your sticky paws back." Rachel pulled it out of her roommate's reach. A smile full of pride warmed her from her belly to her toes. "She has to read it first," Nadine said, though she bounced on the bed, her eyes eager. "It's only fair. If your boyfriend wrote to you, that's what you would want, wouldn't you?" Tori rolled her eyes. "No one writes letters anymore. They text. Besides, Davis only cares about football. I'm lucky I get to see him once a week." "You're lucky you get to see him," Rachel said, the longing to feel Drew's arms so strong that she almost fell back onto the bed. In truth, she had never felt them. Well, nothing more than the quick, sweet hug Drew gave her before he left Christmas Tree Ranch. It was so long ago, and for a fleeting moment, she wondered if all this excitement would disappear if she had visited him. "You're the silly one who traveled 3 states away to go to college." "It's not my fault," Tori huffed, never taking her eyes off the letter. "If I had a guy like that, I never would have left." "Well, that's because you aren't focused like Rachel. She's a straight A student. School is important to her." Nadine folded her arms and turned up her nose. Rachel pressed her lips together as she met Tori's eyes. They both knew how little school meant to Rachel, but succeeding at whatever she was doing was important. She drew in a deep breath to distract her from the fear of finals that crept up her spine at that thought. "Go on," Tori said. "Don't you know we're living vicariously through you?" "Well," Nadine said, releasing her held breath in a rush. "She's right. We are." "I'm going to miss these letters," Tori sighed. Rachel smiled at her roommates, who had become dear friends over the last 4 years. In less than 2 weeks, she'd be graduating and on her way home, for good. That wasn't a thought she wanted to ponder, so she slipped a finger under the opening of the envelope and carefully tore it open. It may have been her imagination, but she swore she smelled the fresh tang of pine and sweet scent of hay as she pulled the carefully folded letter out, just as she did every time. Maybe it was only the longing filling her that overwhelmed her senses with the mountains. Both her friends leaned in as she unfolded the letter, but she turned slightly, keeping her first reading private. Those first words were a precious moment that she always treasured. "Well, come on. At least read us the opening. Then you can continue in silence while we swoon." Tori tugged on her shirt sleeve. Rachel sighed. "Fine," he said, "my sweetest songbird." She paused reading while the other two sighed and fell back on the bed. "Your last letter was as refreshing as the spring that has hit Juniper. Now let me finish." She stood from the bed and walked to the far edge of the room where her desk sat and eased down into the chair, reading the entire way. Everything Drew wrote was poetic and emotion-filled. If she had never met him, she would think he was the type she saw in the library, the guys who pushed up their glasses, barely looking up from their books as they passed. That wasn't Drew, though. Her friends hadn't believed her when she told them he was a cowboy with rough hands, sun-kissed skin, and tight Wranglers. She'd actually asked Drew to send her a picture, just so she could prove to them she wasn't lying. Well, maybe that wasn't the only reason. Rachel probably looked at the picture of Drew 10 times a day. The slightly angled photo, and the cropped top of his cowboy hat made her think one of his little sisters took the photo. The picture was perfect, though. Drew stood, thumbs hooked in his belt loops, his red flannel bright against the haystack behind him, his cowboy hat slightly tipped back, showing a mop of curly dark hair, but it was his eyes that always called to her. Dark chocolate eyes that melted her into putty. Of course, his sexy half-grin hurt nothing. In fact, that grin seemed to hold promise, like a surprise waiting to be unwrapped and him knowing she'd love what was inside. Had he been thinking of her when he posed for the picture? She reread the letter, his eloquent words expressing his hope for her return to the state, and his determination to make the 3-hour trip to see her. 3 hours, sure, that was better than 3 days, but it still seemed so far away. He told her about his sister's funny antics, until each one seemed like her sister. Then he said that his mom's latest book would be out by the time she returned home, and he asked for her address to send it to her. As always, his romantic farewell had her leaning back into her chair, the letter again pressed to her chest. Did he end it like he has the last few letters? Tori was at her side, reaching for the letter. Until my little sparrow comes home, you will forever be in my heart. Love always, Drew, Nadine sighed, her eyes glistening. With Rachel distracted by Nadine, Tori slipped the letter out of her grasp and ran to stand on her bed, holding it like a prize. I got it. Read it. Read it. Nadine stood up on Rachel's bed and bounced like a silly little girl. Rachel rolled her eyes, but she smiled while pulling Nadine off her bed and pushing her towards her own. She lay down, clutching a pillow to her chest to listen to Tori's excellent narrative of the letter. In the end, they all sighed. He writes so beautifully, Nadine said wistfully. Rachel rolled over on her side to look at her. He really does, doesn't he? Maybe he should write instead of ranch. I thought he was a Christmas tree salesman. Nadine said. He does a bit of it all, but he takes care of his family's ranch since his dad prefers selling cars to taking on the family's legacy. I can't see you as a rancher's wife, Tori said. Oh, I can. Nadine sat up. I see Rachel with a passel of little cowboys and cowgirls, always asking for cookies. Rachel laughed, thinking Nadine hit her dream on the head. Do you really think that he actually writes these letters? Tori asked, her eyes flitting across the words again. I mean, his mom's a romance author. Maybe he has her write them for him. The burn within Rachel's chest wasn't anything new, just like it wasn't the first time that Tori's jealousy made her say awful things. She shook her head. It's been over 5 months since I've seen him, but he talks a lot like he writes, with me at least. He speaks guy talk too. Well, that's good. Nadine snorted. The way you paint your cousins, I can't imagine him getting along with them if he spoke in poems while talking ranch talk. The thought made Rachel laugh. Thou eyes are large like the cows as they graze across the tree-lined plains. The room broke into giggles, and as they drew in a collective breath, Nadine said, I'm going to miss you gals. Yeah, Tori said, pulling her legs under her while sitting on her bed. It's crazy to think that in 2 weeks, they'll release us into the real world. We're going to have to get jobs, Nadine lamented. Or get married, Rachel said with such hope she almost felt guilty. You really think your knight in shining armor is going to drive to your parents' place and propose right away? Tori rolled her eyes. I'm not expecting Davis to do it until I force him to. He's not ready to be an adult. Maybe he'll surprise you. Nadine said, her eyes twinkling. At least you have a chance. I don't even have a steady guy. You will, Rachel said, walking over and gently taking her letter back from Tori. It's going to work out for all of us. She smiled at Tori. You'll see. Tori rolled her eyes and slumped her way back to her desk. Right now, I've just got to get past these finals. Maybe I'll get my master's. Nadine thought out loud as she also returned to her books. Rachel stared down at the letter, doubt filling her for a slight moment. Reality crashed down on her quickly. Nadine was right, she'd have to get a job. Tori was also correct. Drew wouldn't be waiting for her with a ring to start a new life together. They only knew each other through letters, not in real life. Then why did she feel like they did? Did you have to spend time in person together to really get to know someone? She poured her heart out in her letters, and to her it felt like he did the same. After reading his beautifully scrawled letters, she always sensed a deeper side of him: the caring older brother, the supportive son, the focused rancher, and yes, the romantic cowboy. Would reality disappoint her when they saw each other again? She chewed on her bottom lip as she thought of where her life would go after graduation, after she returned to the real world. Drew tossed another hay bale onto the stack, pausing as a sparrow flew out, and his heart skipped a beat. That flighty, delicate bird with a beautiful song always on its beak reminded him so strongly of Rachel that he had to stop to catch his breath. Heat crawled up his neck even though no one was around to see it, much less who could read his mind. Ever since he started reading his mom's books, he fantasized writing love letters to a girl. The last 6 months had met that fantasy and extended it beyond what he ever thought possible. His sisters teased him. His dad just grunted about a waste of time. Even his mom had raised her eyebrows a few times when his excitement at sending or receiving a letter got away from him. What's so interesting in that, hey? His mom's voice pulled him from his thoughts, increasing the heat scorching his cheeks. He kept his back to her, fidgeting with the bales, making them align perfectly, while giving time to compose his emotions and the telltale signs in his face. Just thinking about that girl again. His mom walked around so she could see him, handing him a lunch like she did every day he worked on the ranch. "Thanks," he said, jumping onto the nearest bale to open the cooler. "Bacon?" He smiled, his mouth watering with the remembrance of the morning's breakfast. "Yep," she said, leaning against the bales. "So?" She lifted her brows in a way that meant she would wait until the sun went down and the moon was high for him to spill the beans. "She's special, Mama." He took a bite, delaying any other response, groaning in appreciation for the food. "Well, I hope she cooks as good as she writes because you eat as much as a horse." She smiled to buffer her words. "I just worry, honey." "I know." He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "That's a mother's job, as you keep telling me." "Do you remember everything I say?" She rolled her eyes and wiped her hands down her apron. "I try. You give the best advice." He went back to attacking the sandwich. "Huh," she said as she handed him a thermos. The ice and liquid sloshed in it, instantly making Drew thirsty. He set down his sandwich and took the thermos she offered. Cold, tangy, sweet lemonade soothed his parched throat and cooled his cheeks and neck. "You'll like her. Just wait. I have been waiting for 6 months." She crossed her arms. "Well, it's not her fault that she's been away at college, is it?" He stuffed the last bit of sandwich in his mouth. "So, she'll be a career woman." The statement had Drew choking. He swallowed, coughed, and cleared his throat. "Do you see yourself as a career woman?" She shrugged. "You know what I mean. You said college was a good backup plan for you, and look at what you've done with it." He squeezed her shoulder. "You're a famous romance author." Her soft smile touched him, but she sighed. "I wouldn't say famous, honey, but it helps to pay the bills." "It's more than that, Mama, and you do it while raising us, including Dad, and managing a lot of this ranch." His eyes traveled across the land that he loved, rolling hills that ended in a line of forest. It wasn't as picturesque as Christmas Tree Ranch, where his buddy Tanner lived and worked. That was upcountry. Juniper would get a dusting of snow several times a year, but never enough that he had to shovel or couldn't travel anywhere. A lot of trees in his forest were oak and cottonwood, but he definitely had pine, just not enough to supply his Christmas tree lot during the holiday season. Thank goodness for that. His ranch's shortcoming was what eventually led him to Rachel. If he hadn't needed Tanner to supply him with Christmas trees, and if Tanner hadn't persisted in inviting him and his little sisters up to visit Christmas Tree Ranch, he would have never met his little songbird. He drew in the thought of her like the air he breathed, just as vital. "You're opening yourself for a massive heartbreak," his mom said, pulling him from his thoughts again. He dug into the cooler, pulled out the apple, and handed the cooler back to her. "Thanks for lunch, Mama." He leaned in to kiss her cheek and took a bite of the crisp apple before standing up again. You know, she started, hesitated, and started again. The books I write, honey, they aren't realistic, I know. He walked with her back to the path to the house. Rachel and I, well, we haven't really hit reality yet, Mama. She let out a breath as if her fear dispelled all at once. I'm so glad you realize that. The letters have been fun. Don't get me wrong, I'm falling for her. He gulped, realizing how deep those feelings went. But it's one thing to love from afar, it's another to do it in the everyday. His mom looked at him with that expression only moms could give their sons. I'm proud of the man you've become. Thanks? He stared at the apple for a moment, but continued before taking another bite. I'll bring her for a visit, Mama. You'll see why I'm hoping that this turns into the everyday sort of love. I'm hopeful for you, honey. She squeezed his arm and gave him a little side hug. Though I'm not sure anyone can meet my expectations of what you deserve. Drew laughed as she walked away with a wave. What would he do without his mom's constant love? Thank goodness she was still so full of life and health. He needed her, and his little sisters needed her. Running a hand down his face to rid his imagination of a future he never wanted to come, he looked back into the rafters of the barn for the tiny sparrows that kept him company. He had said what he said to his mom for her sake, hoping to dispel her worry. Yet as the words settled on him, he realized he was right. Everyday life differed from the fantasy of love letters. What if Rachel didn't like the daily side of him? His gaze settled again on the land. The ranch was his legacy. His dad didn't want it, neither did his aunts or uncles. It would be his one day. Maybe one of his sisters would stick around with her future husband. He had already scoped out the perfect place for his house. Though his dad talked about moving into town, his mom was resistant while the girls were at home. With Nellie at only 9, they had some years still. As much as he loved his family, the ranch house felt cramped and the bunkhouse too rustic, especially if he wanted to get married. Man, did he want to get married, and to his little songbird. A slight nagging tugged at his heart and sank to his stomach, but he wouldn't think about that right now. First, he needed to ensure Rachel loved it here as much as he did, and that she could see herself as a rancher's wife. She talked about loving kids. He had watched her with her cousin's kids. In fact, he thought the moment he started falling for her was when little Nellie fell and scraped her hands on the sharply frozen snow. Rachel had come running over to nurse her, wiping away her tears, and telling her funny stories to distract her while cleaning her wounds. By the time Rachel finished, Nellie was all smiles. Before sending her off to play with the other kids, Rachel had repinned his sister's hair and given her a hug. Drew hadn't been able to take his eyes off her the rest of that day. He still remembered the internal shaking that filled him when he asked for her number before he left. As out of character being so forward was for him, he knew he couldn't let the little sparrow of a gal free without some way to call her back again. He focused back on his work for the day, loading the spring harvest of hay into the barn to keep for the winter months. While he worked, he whistled and planned the letter he would start writing that night. He assumed his way with words was genetic. Though he stole bits and pieces from his mom's books, the intent and weaving of them together was his alone. It helped that he had time during mindless work to construct poetic scenes that he imagined had her swooning for him, at least he hoped. Could he paint his land and way of life so romantically that she could visualize herself here with him, being treated with the love and care a woman should? He came in for dinner, with the letter entirely constructed in his mind. After washing his hands, he stole into the living room where his sisters were busy reading, drawing, and doing other silent activities. He gave them all kisses on the cheeks, his 2 oldest ones grimacing and pushing him away, but the younger 2 wrapped their arms around him. What did you see today, Drew? Nellie asked, sitting beside him, eager to listen to his stories like every night. Tonight, though, he had that letter to get out before he forgot how the words perfectly strung together. I'll share in a few minutes, Nellie. Right now, I need to write something down. May I borrow a piece of paper, Jenny? You mean have? Jenny said, rolling her eyes as she took a paper from under the one she drew on. Borrow is when you give it back. He won't be giving it back. Shelley sat forward. It's for that girl, isn't it? The one from the Christmas tree farm. When are we gonna see her again, Drew? Carrie asked. She's in college, Carrie, Jenny said, turning up her nose slightly. I'm going to college too, Carrie said. I'm tired of school myself. Shelley set aside her algebra book and focused on Drew. So, is she the one? You know, like your forever girl. Drew smiled. He didn't mind his sister's teasing. They had met Rachel, they knew how special she was. At least, he assumed they did. Let's just say I'm hoping so, but these things you can't rush into. He patted Shelley's arm, knowing she was in a boy-crazy stage, like most 18-year-old girls thinking about their future. He didn't want to give her the wrong impression. Being so much older than his sisters gave him a different perspective, a more protective role than if he had been closer to their age. Sometimes he longed for what his sisters had, that close bond of age, but he knew why his parents had waited. The reminder made him swallow, pushing the thought back into the sinking sensation in his stomach. It was better not to think of that just now. He would write the letter he had spent all afternoon working and reworking in his mind. He would woo his little songbird here, then once he knew for sure she could handle the everyday kind of love, then he would open that past up. But not before, no, he had to make sure first. 2. Rachel stood with the rest of her classmates as the master of ceremonies announced them as graduates. She flipped over her tassel, declining to throw her hat in the air like so many around her. It had taken too long to pin it in just the right place. She smiled at her friends around her, then glanced up in the stands to see her parents waving down at her. They had traveled all the way out just to see her graduate, well, that and move her back home. Amidst the celebratory roar around her, the chime of her phone barely registered. After hugging a friend, she pulled it out to see if it was necessary to answer. Drew hardly ever texted, but she thought today he might, to wish her a happy graduation. The text wasn't from Drew. It was from Grams. She almost slipped it back into her pocket without reading all of it, but a word caught her attention. A single word, come. She scanned it quickly, then reread it to make sure. When she was sure that Grams was asking her to come help with the kids to prepare for Tilly's wedding, she gave a little whoop. Her cry of celebration was lost amongst all the other excited cheers. For a lot of them, today marked the day of no more school. Of course, it also marked the transition to complete adulthood. With the new direction Grams gave her, she felt a little more optimistic about her newfound independence. By the time they made it back to her dorm room, there wasn't a dry eye amongst the three of them. Rachel, Nadine, and even Tori wept as they said their farewells, full of promises to visit each other. She hoped it would happen, but she had seen the passing of friendships like this before, and wondered if she would ever see these two friends again. I'm so glad you get to go back to your grandparents' ranch, Nadine said, grabbing her hands. You'll be close to Drew. I know I said some mean things, Tori cleared her throat, but I really do hope that he's as swoony in real life as he is in his letters. Do you think he'll still write those letters if he gets to see you? Nadine let go of Rachel's hand to wring hers. Rachel shrugged. I don't know, but I'll always have these to look at if not. She picked up the last box on the bare mattress that had been her bed and glanced around. I can't believe this is it. Me neither. Nadine sniffled. I wish I was going to a small-town wedding too. Maybe I'd meet a cowboy myself. Rachel laughed. You'd be welcome if you can make it. Rachel's parents knocked, already back from taking the latest load to the car. Ready, sweetie? Her mom asked, and her dad scanned the room. Glad you don't have furniture. This would have been a long drive in the truck. He nodded at Tori and Nadine. It was nice to meet you gals. He turned to Rachel. Time to hit the road, honeybee. Rachel's heart warmed. Her dad hadn't called her that for what felt like years, and a small part of her wished she wasn't going straight to her grandparents' ranch. The other part flitted with the urgency to arrive. She gave her friends one last hug, and then with tear-filled eyes, she left her dorm, her college, and the last remnants of her childhood behind. By the time she made it to Christmas Tree Ranch, she would be a full-blown adult, and ready to begin the rest of her life. The drive back to the California mountains, which nestled the ranch, took a long time. The first day of the trip, her parents caught her up on their hometown gossip and what her nieces and nephews were up to. She missed them too, but they'd be up to visit her soon. Her sister promised. Grams needed her. Tilly was getting married, and while she was on her honeymoon, Grams needed her to help at the ranch. Summers were becoming almost as popular as Christmas, with destination weddings, horseback riding, and other activities Tanner kept coming up with. She had received a text from Drew on graduation day after all, but she didn't have the time or space to return it more than a quick thanks, until finally, on the second day of driving, her dad had tired of the chatter and turned up his country music. Rachel took that time to text Drew the good news. She drew in a breath and stuck her tongue into the corner of her mouth as she tried to come up with what to say. "Thanks again for your congratulations. I'm with my parents on my way back." She waited for several minutes before finally giving up on a return response. It was Monday. He was probably hard at work on the ranch. A glance at the time gave her a slight bit of hope that he might check his phone when he stopped to eat lunch. Sure enough, almost at noon on the dot it came. "That news is nearly as beautiful as you." Despite herself, she smiled. She glanced up and caught her dad's eyes in the rearview mirror, and the heat in her cheeks had her ducking her head as she typed out a response. "I'm not going home, though." The three little dots that signified him typing rolled and rolled and rolled before his response finally came through, and she wondered if he was trying to find a poetic way of answering and coming up with nothing. His simple, "Where are you going?" along with a few emojis with wide eyes made her think she was right. Christmas Tree Ranch. She added a little present emoji. A gift is right. He included a celebration emoji. "I'm helping with Tilly and Logan's wedding, and while they're gone on their honeymoon." She started typing more and stopped, not wanting to be too forward. She didn't have to worry though, because Drew had no problem being forward. "Does that mean I'll see you soon?" Rachel sucked in her lower lip and stared out at the landscape speeding by. Today they traveled mainly in Nevada, one of the most boring states to drive across. The mountain that broke up the monotonous flat land she had seen an hour ago didn't look any closer. Her dad cleared his throat and met her eyes in the rearview mirror. They crinkled at the corners as he smiled at her. He shifted his gaze briefly to her mom before focusing on the straight road in front of them. Her mom had smiled and reached for his hand. Rachel wanted that kind of love, long-lasting, steadfast, and full of experiences. She picked up her phone and typed out, "Hoping so." She wondered if the heart emoji was too much, but hit the send icon before she could second-guess herself. "Woohoo! You tell me when and where and I'll be there." Rachel's heart sped up at the thought of seeing Drew again, in person. She had only met him once. What if Tori was right? What if the spark she had felt on Christmas Day was no longer there for her, or worse, for him? The music lowered, and she looked up, meeting her dad's eyes in the mirror again. "You okay, honeybee?" "Huh? Yeah. Yeah, of course." She pushed a smile to her lips and reached up to squeeze his shoulder. "You don't have to go to Grams if you don't want to, sweetie." Was that hope in Mama's voice? She didn't enjoy letting her mom down, but a stay at the Christmas Tree Ranch would keep her busy watching the twins and other kiddos. Which was what she needed. "Oh, it's not that," she said. "I enjoy helping at the ranch, and they need all the help they can get with Cooper and Claire. They're walking now, and Charlotte is running. At least that's what Tilla tells me. I don't know where that twin gene came from, but I'm sure glad it passed up this side of the family." Her mom shook her head. "I loved raising you and your sister, but to have two babies at the same time." Her mom blew out a breath. "I don't know," Rachel said, looking back at the mountain that finally looked like it might be getting more prominent on the horizon. "I like the idea. Those two will always have each other, you know?" You have your sister and you aren't twins, her dad, always a voice of reason, said. Oh, I know that, and I love Rihanna, but I don't know. I've seen Ember and her sister, and the boys, of course. She shrugged. I'm not ungrateful. I just don't think it would be too bad to have twins. Well, you don't really know until you've experienced motherhood, sweetie. Nothing can prepare you for that. Her mom turned slightly to meet her eyes with a pointed look. Not even a degree in child development? Rachel raised an eyebrow, sure that would get her mom. Her mom just shook her head. Not even that. Don't scare the girl, dear. She'll find out soon enough, and just like you, she'll manage beautifully. Her dad patted her mom's leg and smiled back at Rachel. Hopefully not too soon, her mom sighed and turned around. I'm already older than Rihanna when she had her first. Rachel sat back in her seat, wondering what had gotten into her mom. And she didn't know what she was getting into either, her mom lamented. Dear, she doesn't even have a special man yet. Let her be. But I do, Rachel whispered, glancing at her phone. Her voice was so quiet that the noise of the car covered it. Right? Her dad glanced into the mirror again, lifting his eyebrow in question. Rachel couldn't stop the smile. She lifted a single shoulder and purposefully turned toward the window, acting as if the stark beauty of the flat desert that whirred past captured her interest. Why open herself up to that conversation until she knew for sure that Drew was for real? It would happen soon enough. She hoped she had a special man, but she didn't want to expose her wish, only to have an audience to witness her devastation if Drew turned out to enjoy writing romantic letters more than actually being around her. The letters had gotten her through her last, difficult semester of college. They had given her something to look forward to, and a hope for the future. That didn't mean it was a sure thing. She felt herself holding back, leaving doors open on possibilities she really wasn't flexible about. What if Drew wanted a career woman, rather than a stay-at-home mom for a wife? What if he didn't want kids? That last question left an unsettling feeling in her stomach. All she wanted was to be a mother, but what if she fell for a man who didn't have that same goal? Drew stared at the phone in his hand, his finger hesitating over the number. Dinner was over. He had even helped his mom clean up and played a game with his sisters. Now he was back in the bunkhouse, as he called his little studio next to the barn, staring at his phone in trepidation. It wasn't even Rachel, though he should call her, knew he should and wanted to, but it scared him even more than calling Tanner out of nowhere. And why? Was he really trying to get himself invited to a wedding? That was brazen even for him, but at the thought of not doing it, his thumb closed down and pressed the call button next to Tanner's name. He answered on the second ring. Drew, my friend. What's up, man? Tanner said. It's not even Christmas. Drew chuckled, and he feared Tanner could hear the nervous wavering within it. Never too early to prepare, right? Well, June is early even for you. Tanner's voice held a question. You guys keep busy even in the summer, don't you? Drew searched for something to latch onto, some way to get in to talk about the wedding. Yeah, busier every year. Right now, things are in chaos with Tilly's wedding coming this next weekend. That's right, Tanner said, pacing the front room, thinking he got his way in. She's marrying your best friend, right? Yeah, that lout. I still can't believe it. The growl in his tone was much tamer than it had been on Christmas, when he had told Drew about the entire fiasco. I think it's cool, he said, realizing that him wanting to date Rachel, Tanner's cousin, wasn't far from that exact scenario. Maybe he should just be upfront with Tanner from the get-go. That's why Tanner had a contention about his sister and her fiancé in the first place. He was the last to know. You do, huh? Tanner paused for a second. How would you feel if your best friend was dating your little sister behind your back? Well, it's a little different. Drew took a moment to pick his words wisely. You and Tilly are only 2 years apart. My oldest sister is 7 years younger than me, so needless to say, I'd be infuriated, but I see your point. That would make more of a difference. The phone crackled, and Drew wondered if Tanner ran a hand down his face, one of his telltale signs. I think I would have been okay with it if he had just said something first, you know? Oh, you mean if he said, "Hey bro, your little sister kissed me and I kinda liked it, so you good if we start seeing each other?" Drew tried to mimic Tanner's friend's deep voice. The guy, Logan, was actually really cool. He thought about how in love Logan and Tilly looked when they had dropped off the Christmas trees last season. Surely, seeing that love, Tanner had to have relented. Wait, you knew before me too, didn't you? Tanner's slight growl was back with a note of frustration. Why doesn't anyone just come out and tell me anything? Drew cleared his throat, opened his mouth to speak, then shut it. Maybe they aren't sure how you'll react. His voice squeaked slightly, and Drew stepped outside to ease his flush in the cool evening air. What's that supposed to mean? It's not like I go off on people. Tanner's voice faded and he cleared his throat. You might have a point. Drew tried to say something, but his throat closed off and he barely made a sound. So what's going on with you? Tanner asked with a sigh of resignation. You bored? Looking for something to do? The opening Tanner gave him eased the constriction in his throat, and he coughed to clear it. Yeah, sure. What are you thinking? Well, I could use an extra hand to help set up for my sister's wedding. Tanner's tone changed slightly as he covered the phone and murmured something. And Joy wants me to tell you that Rachel is here helping too. Oh, really? Drew pushed out the words. Not sure why she wanted me to tell you about Rachel. Tanner's breath quickened, and Drew could hear his boots scrunching on the gravel. Women? Well? Drew swallowed, thinking he should listen to his own advice from time to time. Sometimes women see things that a lot of men don't. What's that supposed to mean? You sure are philosophical today, Drew. It means? Drew drew in a deep breath. I knew Rachel was there, we've been talking. You see? You've got the hots for my cousin? Tanner's boots seemed to skid to a halt. Is that what this call is all about? You wanted to make sure I was okay with you pursuing my little cousin? Drew rubbed his head and blew out a breath. Yeah. Actually Tanner, I've been writing to her. So you guys are already a thing? Tanner's voice held a slight edge. Not upset but wary. Well, no. Drew cleared his throat again. I mean nothing more than letters, but I am interested in seeing, if. Got it, Tanner said. So I'm the last one to know about this too. Oh well, I have told no one, besides my family, but that's because they're nosy and kept sneaking peeks at my letters. Drew's face flushed as he realized that Rachel may have shared the letters with the women at Christmas Tree Ranch. I don't know what Rachel has said. Well, she hasn't told me anything. Tanner muttered. So I'm guessing you want to come to the wedding to see her? If you need help, I'd love to help. And I have to ask, what are your intentions? Tanner asked. I'm not the kind to be taking advantage of women, Tanner. Especially not sweet, innocent ones like Rachel. Drew felt a rise of indignation. We had good chemistry when we met last Christmas, and in our letters. I want to see if that, I got it, Tanner sighed. Well, I know she's hungry to settle down. Just don't lead her on until you know how you feel for sure. Yes, sir, Drew said, the tightness in his chest easing a bit. Man, I don't know what's going on. Next thing preschoolers will hound me about Ember's little girl. Oh, you're not worried about Caden? Or your brothers? Nah, they're guys. They can handle their own. The girls, though, are my responsibility. It's just how it is. Oh, I get it. My eldest sister is all boy crazy right now. I'll be chaperoning her on the dates, so any big brother tips you have, I'd love to hear them. Tanner laughed, and the sound eased the remaining tightness within Drew. You might wish you hadn't asked for that, and I know for sure your sisters will. It'll be good for them. Look how well yours turned out. Drew leaned against the outside of the bunkhouse, watching the stars twinkle overhead, thinking about how great it would be to hold Rachel in his arms while dancing under the stars. Yeah, Tanner's voice dropped. Too late, Drew thought about Tanner's sister who had passed away. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean. No, it's fine, Tanner said and rushed to continue. So, if you want to help, we're having everyone here the day before to set up. I'll ask Grams if you can stay in a bunkhouse. That way you'll be here for the wedding. Thanks, Drew said, pushing off the wall and rubbing a hand down his face, feeling like a lout himself. Let me know if there's more I can do than just help to set up. No worries. That's the hard part. Tanner paused, but it was a heavy silence, so Drew held his words for once. And I don't want to stop anyone's chance at happiness. So if you want to see if things work between you and Cuz, go for it. Just try not to break her heart. That's the last thing I'd want to do, Tanner. Thank you. I'll see you Friday, bright and early. After Drew ended the call, he stayed outside. There was too much going on in his head to be cooped up in his tiny house. A peal of giggles echoed from the big house. He glanced up to see the bedroom lights on. The smile came unbidden as he pictured the girls having fun and giggling as they got ready for bed. He wanted a house full of laughter from his own kids, and the thought made his heart drop. Some things were out of his control. Yet a small flame of hope kept him going. His boots crunched the gravel as he closed the distance to the barn. A person could hope, plan, and try, but the truth was, no one could fully control how many children they would have. The only certainty lay in prevention, not in guarantee in how many successes. That went for everyone. So why not just give it up for what it was, out of his control, and leave it with the intention that if it was meant to be, it would happen? He slipped into the barn, greeted by the warm, sweet tang of horse and a friendly nicker. His paint eased his head out of the stall to eye him. Drew had already fed them, so Ranger was probably looking to see if he had brought him a special treat. He paused by the scrap bucket, picked out a carrot, and brought it to the horse. The soft nuzzle of Ranger's lips on his hand soothed him. Once the carrot was gone, he smoothed his hand down the muscular neck. You and I are going for a ride tomorrow. Would you like that? Ranger rubbed against him, positioning his head so Drew would scratch behind his ears. The fence lines had to be checked, and besides, it was time to check out the western pasture, the place he wanted to build his home. If this Christmas was as successful as the last one, he'd have enough for the house he wanted. At least it will be a start, he said aloud to his horse. A start in the right direction. I think I better leave all the details up to the big guy, because there are just too many questions I can't answer. Ranger snorted and nosed him again, until his hand reached around his ears once more. That's always the best way to do it, son. His dad's voice startled him. Drew flinched, scaring Ranger, and the horse stepped back, nodding his head and rolling his eyes. Shush, it's okay, boy. I'm sorry. Guess you didn't hear me come in, his dad chuckled and leaned against the wall. I swear you walk like a mountain lion. Never will understand why you want to sell cars all day when you have skills like that. Drew turned to meet his dad, letting a smile play on his lips. His dad shrugged. I like it okay out here. He nodded toward the pastures beyond the barn. I like the idea of it better than the hard work in the heat and cold, though. He stretched his hands, rubbing his swollen knuckles, as if just the thought of the cold made his arthritis act up. I'm glad you enjoy the work, son. It allows us to keep the ranch, and your mom loves this place. I do too. Drew's gaze glistened as he visualized the pasture where he wanted to build his house. You got it right. Huh? Drew blinked and focused on his dad again. You got it right, putting your trust in God to work out the details. He always does. His dad let go of his hands and hooked them on his belt loops. He may no longer work on the ranch, but he'd always be a cowboy. He walked like one, talked like one, and dressed like one. Well, you can't control the things you can't, you know, Drew said lamely. Believe me, I know. His dad pushed off the wall and walked over to lean on the gate that looked into the stall with a mother cow and calf. I tried to plan and lay out all the details, but we can't control other people. I mean, we can't always control ourselves, for that matter. That's true, Drew said. I finally gave up after you were born. He glanced at him quickly. I resigned to working this ranch, and scraping what small living I could to keep your mom and you fed and happy. But you weren't happy, Drew said, turning to face him directly. I was in many ways, but when you got sick. His dad cleared his throat and turned slightly away from him. Well, it was the scariest time of my life. All plans flew out the window. I can't imagine, Drew said. A tightness filled his chest at the thought of his own future child being diagnosed with cancer. The good Lord, though, uses those times to bring us closer to Him, and He sneaks in blessings. If you hadn't gotten sick, your uncle wouldn't have come to the ranch to help. Drew thought about his uncle and realized he missed his joking, gruff nature. He had moved away right before Drew had turned 18, saying that they didn't need him anymore, even though Drew had thought the opposite was true. Having Uncle Joe here gave you the ability to take the job at the dealership, Drew realized finally. His dad nodded. Without that job, we wouldn't have been able to afford your treatments. It provided what we needed, and I realized I loved the work. So Uncle Joe stayed on, so you could keep the ranch and continue working. Drew wondered why he had never put it all together. And when you turned of age and showed an interest in ranch work, he trained you. And then promptly left, a little too soon if I get an opinion. His dad laughed. Nothing like a trial by fire, son. He stood and slapped him on the back. You've done well. Just like I knew you would. And your uncle, well, he had his eye on that widow for some time. You taking on the ranch gave him the freedom to make a move. That widow is now my Aunt Dad, Drew said, raising an eyebrow. So she is, and that means she's my sister-in-law. He shook his head. Love is blind, they say. She's kind, Drew said, thinking of the homely older woman. She must be a good decade older than his uncle, but Drew had always seen her eyes shine with gratitude for him. If it wasn't the true love that Drew longed for, it was still mutual respect, gratitude, and kindness. Marriages had been started on less. Anyway, my point is, don't dwell on the details. God has a way of using even the worst circumstances to pave the way to greatness. His hand squeezed his shoulder. Now, let's go have some hot chocolate on the porch, and you can tell me more about this gal you're going to bring over. Drew rolled his eyes. Mom's been talking again. Actually, it was your sisters that brought her up, but your mother's eyes told me how serious it was. His dad led the way to the porch, as Drew resigned himself to the father-son talk he knew was coming. Would his dad advise the same as his mom? Or would he understand the need to check the depth of his feelings before bearing his darkest secret? 3. Rachel's hands shook as she attempted yet again to put her hair up. Who was she kidding? She didn't belong in a wedding. She was a sidelines gal, not someone to be up front and center. Let me help, Tilly said, her dress pleasantly swooshing as she crossed the room to stand before Rachel. It's your day. You shouldn't be helping me, Rachel said, clasping her fluttering hands tightly. You already helped me. There's nothing more to do until they're ready out there anyway. Come here. Tilly took Rachel by the shoulders and turned her toward her as easily as if she were a wayward child. You might as well listen to her, Ember said as she put on a final coat of lipstick. She's as stubborn as they come. Her brilliant smile cushioned her words. I'll take that as a compliment, thank you, Tilly said, grinning, and she twisted Rachel's hair above her head. You should, Joy said, bouncing Cooper in her arms. The twins had grown so much over the last 6 months that Joy could no longer hold them both at the same time. Thankfully, they were taking turns being fussy this afternoon. A wash of guilt flooded Rachel and heat filled her cheeks. She was here to help with the kids, not get all gussied up and be a part of the wedding. You stop that, Tilly said, dropping her hands to stare at Rachel. Stop what? Rachel's cheeks seared now as she felt all eyes on her. You know what? Tilly had her hands on her hips and fire in her eyes. Rachel glanced at the other gals for help. We can read your face like an open book, honey, Ember said gently. You're as much part of this family as anyone else, Joy said as she nuzzled her sleeping bundle. That's right, you're doing me a favor. I'd want you in the wedding anyway, but because my friend is sick, you're absolutely needed. Tilly forcibly turned Rachel back toward her again. Now stop looking guiltily at the babies. They're fine. Close your eyes. I'm putting some color on you, and not the kind that fills your cheeks. Rachel did as she was told, her cheeks still flaming, but soon under Tilly's tutelage, her breathing eased and her face finally cooled. Thank you, cousin. Well, you might not be thanking me when it comes time for the wedding party dance, Tilly said, thinning her lips. You just hold your boundaries, cuz. What do you mean? That was the first Rachel heard of anything negative. She knew she was taking Tilly's friend's place and walking with Logan's cousin, but she had heard nothing about a wedding party dance or what in the world was wrong with the guy. You're scaring her, Joy said, playfully pushing Tilly aside. Don't worry. Ray isn't a bad guy. He's just a player, but he'll respect you. Well, I have a feeling if he doesn't, we're going to have another entertaining wedding since you know who is here. Ember waggled her perfectly shaped red eyebrows. Rachel watched on with wide eyes, her heart fluttering a million miles a minute. She knew who Ember meant by you-know-who. All the gals had given offhanded comments about Drew over the last day. He had arrived yesterday to help, but beyond a quick hug full of all the sparks she hoped for, their tasks had kept them busy in different areas of the ranch. Even at dinner, they hadn't really had the chance to talk, and after dinner, the guys dragged him away for the bachelor party, ruining her hopes of getting him alone at all. The girls had their bachelorette party at Ember's house. It was pretty low-key compared to the stories she had heard in college. They had some women come and give them pedicures and manicures, played a few silly games, and went home before their babies missed them too awfully. Hello. Tilly waved a hand in front of Rachel's eyes. She went all dreamy-eyed as soon as you mentioned him. The women giggled. She's got it bad, Joy said, her voice full of love. He's a sweet guy, Rach. He really is, Tilly said. A true romantic. Rachel felt the heat crawl up into her cheeks again. He is pretty romantic. Don't worry about Ray, Joy said, patting her shoulder. It's one dance, and anyone who sees how you look at Drew will know your heart is already taken. Is it that obvious? Rachel covered her mouth, hating that her hands still shook. Ember scoffed. Only as obvious as how deep he's in. Don't worry. You two have it bad for each other, that's a good thing. Better that everyone else knows it too. Tilly gave an affirmative nod. A soft knock startled Rachel before Gramps cleared his throat and opened the door a crack. Are you girls decent? Yes, Gramps, come in. Joy opened the door, letting in not only Gramps, but Grams and Tilly's parents. Here, Mom. You can have this one. She handed Cooper off, shaking her hands out after she did. They're getting heavy. I'll take this one, Graham said as she picked up Claire. What about me? Caden asked. Should I get Charlotte? Oh, she's with Aunt Sparky, sweetie, Ember said, smoothing down the boy's hair. You're getting so big. Caden stood taller and rolled his shoulders back, then opened his eyes wide. Not too big to be the ring bearer, though, right? Definitely not, Tilly said, bringing the boy into her arms. It's an important job. I wouldn't trust anyone else. Caden beamed, smiling up at everyone. When he did that, Rachel always had to catch her breath because he looked so much like Tammy that it broke her heart all over again. She still couldn't believe that her full-of-life cousin was no longer with them. How fitting, though, that her son was being raised by her twin brother and best friend. Rachel blinked back the tears and gathered Tilly's dress train as they all made their way out the door and down the stairs. She had a job to do. Grief, nervousness, and eagerness to talk with Drew, and everything else had to be put aside until her cousin was happily married. After that, she could focus on how Drew made her heart flutter and hope that he felt the same way. The moment that the groomsmen came in, she realized what the women had meant about Ray. His smooth-talking, movie star grin would have swept her off her feet if she had met him the summer before. Today, he only amused her. Even the silky words of praise that slipped off his tongue had nothing on Drew's romantic adoration. Save your breath, Ray, Tilly teased. That girl's feet aren't touching the ground, and it's not because of you. The other men laughed and razzed him, shoving him around. Rachel's cheeks burned, but Tilly had set the boundaries for her, and she appreciated that. Well, no wonder she looked so radiant. There's nothing more attractive than a woman in love. Ray gave her a little bow, then held out his arm. Hopefully, he's not a jealous man. Rachel took his arm, her tiny hand disappearing into the crook of his elbow. The statement had her lost in thought because she realized she did not know if Drew was a jealous man, but somehow he seemed too confident to hold on to such a low emotion. "Ready?" Ray asked before stepping out the door. The guy was full of charm and charisma. There were many longing glances from the ladies in the crowd, and he knew it. She wished him luck that night. Maybe he'd find the woman who could tame him. Rachel tried to keep her eyes focused ahead, but straight ahead was Logan, Tilly's soon-to-be husband, and a guy she had blatantly crushed on before Tilly unearthed the secret that they were dating. Rachel hadn't gotten over her embarrassment whenever she saw him. Tilly told her it wasn't a big deal, that no one even remembered that she had a crush on Logan. Things like that were left in the past. She appreciated her cousin trying to make her feel better, but it didn't change the fact that heat filled her cheeks every time she met Logan's eyes. That's how she found Drew. His dark chocolate eyes pulled her at the moment they touched her gaze. Then her cheeks really flared. "So that's the lucky guy, huh?" Ray asked, squeezing her closer to him. "He better hold on to you tight, because he's not the only one looking at you like that." Rachel did her best to ignore the smooth-talking man strolling her down the aisle, which wasn't hard since the moment she met Drew's gaze, nothing else could fill her mind. She could feel his attention on her during the entire ceremony, teasing her out of her focus. She had to push herself to pay attention to the lay of Tilly's dress, to make sure it lay perfectly for the pictures that kept flashing around them. Her cousin sure looked beautiful, especially now as her eyes glistened as she spoke her vows. The love shining from Logan's eyes made Rachel's throat swell and ache. Would Drew look at her that way someday? She snuck a quick peek over her shoulder, and Drew's sweet smile rewarded her effort. His eyes held something for sure. Maybe it was the spark of love. The pastor spoke of love and commitment, of honesty and loyalty. Rachel soaked in the words, praying that she could feel that for Drew and Drew for her. She lost herself in a daydream that next summer it might be her and Drew standing in front of the audience. When the pastor announced them man and wife, Tanner leaned forward and held up a sprig of mistletoe over the newlyweds. The crowd roared with laughter, especially from those who knew the story behind Tilly and Logan. Tilly only smirked. Logan shrugged. Then he took Tilly into his arms with purpose, twirled her into a dip, and kissed her, much to the delight of their family and friends. The cheers continued as the music started, and they walked back down the aisle. Rachel dabbed at her eyes, highly aware of the makeup Tilly had applied, as she took Ray's arm for the last march. "Great ceremony, huh?" Ray leaned down to whisper in her ear. She nodded, still overcome with emotion. "So will yours be next?" "Huh?" Rachel asked, blinking and trying to focus on the whispered words. "Will you and your man have your wedding here too?" Ray asked, nodding his head to where she still felt Drew watching her. We aren't engaged." She stuttered the words, feeling her confidence slip. "So you're still fair game," Ray said as they finished the walk, then twirled her around. "Then I look forward to our dance, my lady." He kissed her hand with a bow, before fading into the crowd. Unconsciously, she wiped the back of her hand on her dress, and stared after the guy in a mixture of bewilderment and dismay. The crowd moved around her before she finally noticed, and made her way to the edge of the throng when she felt a hand grasp hers. Startled, she withdrew it, but the other hand didn't let go, and she drew Drew to her. "Oh, it's you." The words felt dumb on her numb lips. The crowd faded to the background, and others pushed him against her. "It's me," he said simply, his eyes searching hers. "Were you hoping for someone else?" Her numb lips twitched into what she hoped looked like a smile. "Most definitely not." "Good," Drew said. "I feared I had waited too long to make a claim." "A claim?" Rachel's mouth fell open. "For the first dance," Drew said quickly. "Oh." Rachel pressed her shaking hand to her chest. "Well, After the mandatory wedding party dance, I would really like that. They're having a wedding party dance? Drew's face fell slightly before he pushed a confident grin back into place. I'll try to be patient. The crowd had passed them, leaving them alone, and the ease of loud chatter surrounding them left her feeling disoriented, as if she floated on a boat surrounded by mist. I'm not a great dancer. I might step on his toes too many times, and he might release me early. Drew burst into laughter, not bothering to cover his mouth, but letting it ring through the spaciousness around them. That's awful thoughtful of you, my sweetest songbird. He squeezed her hand, letting his thumb caress her skin. I love that you would do that for me, but I can wait. No need to bruise toes. Rachel smiled up at him, pressing her lips together before she said something else silly. She hadn't meant to say that out loud, but seeing him laugh so unhindered was worth it. Rachel? Tilly called over the crowd, waving her over. Pictures? Come on. Duty calls, Rachel said, though letting go of his hand was the last thing she wanted to do. So it does. Until our dance then. Drew leaned forward as if he were going to kiss her hand, but stopped halfway there and drew her into a hug instead, letting his lips plant on her cheek rather than her hand. Until then, she said, walking backwards until Tilly called her again, at which point she bit her lip and pulled her gaze off Drew to turn and run to where the rest of the wedding party waited for her with the photographer. Heat filled her cheeks, though she didn't know if it was more from embarrassment or pleasure. It just didn't matter. That moment together had answered her most profound question. Yes, Drew still made her heart flutter and skin tingle, and from the look in his eyes and the possessive grasp of his work-worn hand, he felt the same. Now, all she had to do was not mess it up. Drew could still feel the tiny hand in his, and he clasped his fingers tightly to keep the sensation with him for as long as possible. If he didn't keep busy, others would label him as a watchdog, monitoring Rachel like a hawk as she took picture after picture. Did he fear the smooth guy who walked her down the aisle? No, fear wasn't the right word. Neither was jealousy. He just didn't like the idea of the man's slimy fingers holding his little songbird's fragile hands. A clatter had him turning toward the dance floor. Some guys who had helped set up and weren't part of the wedding party were taking chairs from the wedding area and moving them around the dance area. Drew rolled up his sleeves as he walked toward them, ready to keep himself distracted. In fact, it might be best to keep busy until after the wedding party dance. He hauled some chairs, the strain of his muscles bringing his mind back under rein. No. He would keep an eye on Rachel, just in case the guy overstepped. He could be the big guy to protect his little songbird. Hey, one guy called to Drew as they finished setting things up. You know that tiny gal in the wedding party, right? Is she the bride's cousin? That's right, Drew said amiably, though internally he cautioned himself. You two a thing? The guys all stopped to watch him. He swallowed, considering the dangerous territory he was in. Say no or not yet, and they'd see her open to making their own move. Say yes, and she may deny it or worse feel like he had overstepped, which would put an obstacle between them before their path even really began. He smiled as nonchalantly as possible. There are plenty of single women here, guys. He nodded to a group of young ladies standing in a circle on the other side of the platform, sneaking glances toward them. No need to set your eyes on mine. Was he playing a fine line? Yes, but if things went according to his plan, after tonight, there would be no doubt that he and Rachel were a thing. Yet as he slapped their shoulders and left the group, he felt a stern glare from an older gentleman. He didn't know who the man was, but when a tiny woman leaned her head against the man's chest, Drew knew precisely who he was. Had his words reached that far? He hoped not, for he knew the look of a father who felt betrayed. There was no doubt in Drew's mind that the man glaring at him was anyone but Rachel's dad. He tried to smile and give the man a nod, but the scowl only increased. Drew decided it might be best to hide until Tanner was free of the wedding pictures. Tanner was the only guy who could give him advice on how to tread around such a determined dad. He didn't have to wait long. By the time he arrived at the location where the wedding pictures were being taken, the men were coming his way. Tanner called to him, and relief poured off Drew. "Did you survive?" Drew asked. "I think my smile is frozen in place." Tanner laughed. "Still, better than when it was me as the groom. Look at the poor guy." He laughed harder as he turned and hollered at his best friend. Logan waved him off with a semi-rude gesture. "The girls will still be a few minutes," Tanner said, turning back around and laying a conspiratory arm across Drew's shoulders. "So? How goes it with my little cousin?" "Good, I think. I mean, man, is it normal to feel all?" Drew's face contorted as he realized he, of all people, was out of words. "Oh man." Tanner laughed again and dropped his arm. "Okay, you've got my support." "Good," Drew cleared his throat, "because I'm pretty sure the man that's been dogging me since the ceremony was over is her dad." "Uncle Roger?" Tanner lifted his eyebrows. Well, Rachel is his youngest. Fathers don't enjoy giving up their little girls." "Oh, was that how it was with your wife?" Drew asked. "Joy? No, actually." Tanner yanked at the tight collar of his tux. "Joy's parents are, well, let's just say they didn't even show up at the wedding." "Oh, that's right. She lived with your family for a while, huh?" Drew went back through his memory of the first time he had met Tanner, and how torn he was about Joy returning to the ranch. "This isn't about me." Tanner motioned, and to Drew's horror, he saw his friend wave the stern-looking man toward him. "My uncle is a lot like my dad. He looks all tough, but really they're just hiding soft centers. Just be yourself. Eventually, he'll see that his daughter will be in good hands." Drew rolled down his sleeves, his fingers shaking as he tried to fasten his buttons, hoping that Tanner was right. The man looked a lot tougher than someone with the soft center. He looked hard all the way through. "Uncle Roger," Tanner said, giving the man a hug, then turning to an older replica of Rachel. "Auntie?" "Tanner, it's so good to see you. You've done such a wonderful job with this place. I'm sure your grandparents are thrilled that someone wanted to continue their legacy." Rachel's mom's eyes flicked curiously at Drew, who smiled while trying to ignore the stern glare from the woman's husband. "Thanks, Auntie. I do love this place." Tanner scanned the land briefly, and Drew understood the pride that filled his friend's eyes. Then he turned to Drew. "This is my good friend Drew. He has a ranch down in Juniper." "Well, hello, Drew. It's always nice to meet one of Tanner's friends." She took his hand in a squeeze. Drew held out his hand to shake Rachel's dad's hand. The man gripped him hard, his calloused hand strong. Drew refused to get into a match of bravado, but he held his own, and saw a flicker of acknowledgement in the older man's eyes. "I see you are not only a friend of our nephew's." "Dear?" Rachel's mom's gaze flickered between them, until she elbowed her husband in the side. "He knows our Rachel too." "Oh?" Her eyes lit up, and she gave him a closer look. "How do you know our girl?" "I introduced them last Christmas," Tanner said, standing taller as if he had something to do with the match and was proud of it. "I see," Rachel's dad said. "Mom, Dad." Rachel's sweet voice broke through the tension like a knife through a wedding cake. She gave her parents hugs, leaving an arm wrapped around her dad, demonstrating just how much of a daddy's girl she was, and why he was as protective as he was. Drew understood the situation even better, and changed his game plan slightly. "I see you already met Drew," Rachel said, her voice tiny as she looked at him under her lashes. "Yes, we have," her mom said, looping a hand around Rachel's arm. "It seems you haven't filled us in on all the things going on in your life." "Mom," Rachel said as her cheeks bloomed into a beautiful shade of pink. "You've never been one to keep secrets, honeybee." Her dad's soft voice surprised Drew, but he also noted a hint of hurt in his tone. "No secrets, Dad," Rachel said, flicking her gaze at Drew. "We met here last Christmas." "Just the once, sir." Drew stepped forward, taking some of the weight off Rachel's shoulders. "Then today, well, yesterday, but we never really had the chance to talk." He searched her eyes, his shoulders relaxing when he saw relief in them. "Oh, you seemed awfully familiar with each other for just a single meeting." Her mom's voice held a note of disappointment. "Well, ma'am, I asked your daughter for permission to send her letters while she was at college. We got to know each other a little in that way." He smiled at Rachel, his heart filling with joy as he remembered the excitement that filled him with each letter's arrival. "Letters?" Her dad arched an eyebrow. "Like handwritten on paper? Not email or text?" "No, sir. I feel there's nothing like a good old-fashioned letter. I mean, we did text from time to time, but mostly it was letters." Drew met his eyes, tried to keep his gaze strong but open, honest. Her dad grunted. "A little antiquated. I think it's sweet." Her mom pulled Rachel closer to her, making an ah noise. Tanner cleared his throat. "Oh well, looks like it's time for the dance." "What about the food?" Rachel's dad pulled his eyes off Drew, relieving a weight that had held him down. Drew met Rachel's eyes as she mouthed sorry, and gave him a smile that would make him forgive her for just about anything. Tanner laughed and slapped his uncle's shoulder. "Is that all you think about?" Tilly wanted to get all the ceremonial things out of the way before she ate, something about her dress not fitting right after dinner. "Well, that's actually pretty smart," Tanner's aunt said as they walked toward the dancing area. Drew and Rachel held back. "You okay?" he asked, lightly touching her cheek. "I didn't share too much, did I?" "Not at all." She leaned closer. "I'm sorry I hadn't told them. I didn't want to deal with the 20 questions, especially not until we saw each other again." Drew let his fingers trail down until it wrapped around her hand. "And now? I'm thrilled you're here." She bit her lip and wrapped her fingers around his. "Me too." He glanced up to where the rest of the wedding party was standing. "And you feel comfortable with the dance?" "With you?" she asked, her eyes flicking across his. "No, I meant with him." "Oh, Ray's harmless, all inflated words with no substance." Her smile quirked sideways, and he got her meaning. She liked what Drew had to say a lot better. "I'm not so eloquent with the spoken word." He shrugged self-consciously. "Your eyes speak for you, and your written words have been seared on my heart." Drew paused his step, and she waited beside him, a sheepish grin playing on her lips. "What?" she asked. "I think you rubbed off on me." Her giggle was music to his ears, music he had waited months to hear. Tanner called to her, and she slipped her hand from his. "I'm saving the first actual dance for you," she said, her cheeks blooming as she did. "Don't worry about Dad." She lowered her voice, flicking her eyes toward her dad who was glowering at them. "He's really a teddy bear." "I'll be fine," he said, pushing a confident smile in place, though he doubted that her father's cuddly demeanor went past his love for his daughters. Regardless of his misgivings, Drew stood beside Rachel's parents during the dance. Finally, her father stopped glaring at him long enough to shoot daggers at the guy that Rachel danced with. Drew understood. He wasn't too keen on the way the guy's hand slipped a little lower, or how his eyes lingered on Rachel a little too long. "How long is this song going to last?" her father muttered. "Too long," Drew answered, seeing the man startle as if he had forgotten he stood there. "If Rachel hadn't told me the guy was harmless, I would have interrupted by now." Her dad regarded him with a look of interest rather than a glare, and Drew stood up to his full height. Drew was taller than him, but the older man had hands made from decades of hard work. Hands that Drew was slowly growing into. "I believe you would," he said finally and stood back, his arms crossing. Somehow in that moment, Drew felt as if he had gone from foe to reluctant partner. A shift he would take any day. Drew took it a step further. "She has promised me the first dance, sir, but if you would like it, I'll give it up as long as I get the second." Drew watched him stiffen out of the corner of his eye, then slowly relax. Rachel's mom had remained silent during the exchange, but he felt her intent observation as if she watched two mountain lions stalking each other, fearful of saying something that would instigate a fight. "That's gentlemanly of you. I'll take you on that offer." The older man gave him a slow nod, and as the song ended, charged toward his daughter, openly glaring at Ray. When Rachel's shocked expression turned his way, Drew gave her a slight nod with an encouraging smile. "I have a feeling my husband has met his match." Rachel's mom sidled up to him, her grin one of pure delight. Drew hoped he had made the right move. He knew he was playing the long game, but that meant he had many chances to make the wrong move. 4. Rachel looked from her dad to where Drew waited near her mom, feeling an uneasiness that planted her feet right back on the ground. Drew may have smiled at her, but she saw the tension in his jaw. They didn't know each other well enough yet for her to know if he was just nervous or upset. Her dad took her hand to lead her into the dance. "What did you say to him?" she asked, her tone not as calm as she intended it to come out. "Nothing unwarranted," he said, smiling down at her serenely. "I don't believe that," she muttered. "What? So your glare was warranted?" She narrowed her eyes, staring her father down. "I wasn't glaring." He tightened his hand that was holding hers. "Oh, really? What? A father doesn't have the right to intimidate a man interested in his daughter? That's an age-old privilege and responsibility." He turned to glare at Drew again. "Besides, I never heard you mention him, and yet he comes up to you, kisses you on the cheek, and holds you in his arms like you've been courting for months." "He did not." Rachel stiffened. "Besides, it's not his fault. I didn't mention him to you." Her dad opened his mouth and regarded her with narrowed eyes. "No, I guess it's not." Then he sighed. "You used to tell me everything." "Not about boys, Dad. Never about boys." She blew out her breath. "Why not?" She raised an eyebrow. "Really? You don't know." He shrugged. "I guess I can be a mite overprotective." "A mite?" She shook her head. "You scared any guy the first had even the slightest interest in. It's like you never want to see me married." "Is that a crime?" he muttered. "Yes, Dad, it is." She blinked back tears and lowered her voice. "Don't you think I deserve happiness? Children of my own? You know how much I want to be a mother. And yet, you scare off anyone who has even an inkling of interest." "He's still standing there," her dad said, his voice grave, yet with a tinge of something else she couldn't quite pinpoint, maybe reluctant admiration. "Yes, he is," Rachel said, turning to give Drew a radiant smile. "I don't think you'll scare him off, Dad. That's when all know he has a chance of deserving you." Her dad slowed as the song ended. "It's my duty as a father. You remember that, because whatever man you decide to marry will need to do the same for your daughters." Shock rippled through Rachel, and she clung to her dad when he hugged her. "You'll always be my honeybee." He kissed her on the forehead and pivoted away. As he passed Drew, who had come for his dance, her dad murmured something, but Drew's gaze didn't even flicker. He gave her dad a nod and continued toward her with a purpose that filled her heart. "You okay?" Drew asked as he came close. She nodded, blinking past the tears she knew must still be shining in her eyes. "I'm fine. I hope he wasn't too overbearing." "Nah." Drew lifted a shoulder as he reached out to her. "May I have this dance?" She answered by taking his hand. Her heart thrummed, but the ease with which she fit in his embrace made her feel like she was at home. It couldn't be this easy, could it? Did love happen like this? As simply as two bodies melting together in a dance? "It's his job," Drew said after a few spins around the dance floor. He leaned back to look at her. "You know? A father has to look after his daughter, even once she's old enough to do it herself." "Oh, and what makes you an expert?" She smiled at him with a wry grin. "Well, having 4 sisters and watching my dad has helped. Besides, I've watched it happen countless times. I like to observe people in this world." His gaze lifted off hers, rising to meet someone on the sidelines who he gave a slight nod to. "Big brothers are kind of like that too." "So you'll try to intimidate anyone who wants to date your little sisters?" "It's my responsibility to do so," he said with a contagious smile. "Men," she said with a shake of her head. His laughter rumbled through her as he drew her closer against him in the dance, as if it were as natural as breathing. She realized it all felt natural with Drew. Sure, her heart raced as if she rode a galloping horse, but her movements felt effortless and normal. "Does this all feel as surreal to you as it does to me?" she asked, then giggled self-consciously, realizing just how jumbled her words sounded. "Well, that's assuming I know how surreal it feels to you, but yes, it feels otherworldly for sure." His hand gently caressed her back. The movement was slight and remained high on her low back, completely respectful, but it sent prickles of warmth swarming through her. "We've been writing to each other for months now, talking pretty deeply. I don't know about you, but there was a safety in that, like I didn't have to worry how I would react as much because there was a distance between my words and us physically." She tried to get the words out eloquently, knowing she failed and worrying she was saying too much, but something had to be said. "I understand," he said, quiet for a moment. "It takes the pressure off a bit, and gives time to know how to respond adequately. I think this would make a magnificent study, to know the effects of space and time between responses in this world of immediacy we now live in." Rachel pondered the idea. After spending the last several years going over child development studies and even conducting some of her own, she couldn't help her mind wrapping around the information a survey like this could tell them about the way people connect. "Now you're really getting deep," he said with a chuckle. "But I like the idea. What if we always had that space to put our words carefully together before needing to respond?" "I bet there'd be a lot less hurt feelings," Rachel said, eyeing her parents where her dad watched her as her mom chattered, a grin pulling at her lips as she waved her fingers at Rachel. "Yes, I bet there would be," Drew said. I hope that doesn't mean you want to go back to only writing letters? Because I'm really enjoying the physical reality of holding you in my arms." Rachel leaned her head against his chest, enjoying the sound of his heart thumping rhythmically underneath her. "Oh no, I like this just fine." "Good," he said, his voice rumbling and tickling her ear. The song ended, and she reluctantly stepped back, reading his eyes and wondering where they would go from here. A fast song came on as the DJ encouraged everyone to come bust a move on the dance floor. "I think it might be a good time for a drink of Graham's famous punch." Rachel cocked her head toward the table with drinks and a few snacks. "Sounds good." Drew stepped up to her side, taking her hand in his and meeting her eyes with a question. She answered by squeezing his hand back, enjoying the feel of his rough skin against hers, hands that were strong and worked hard, hands that would protect and yet be gentle enough to support as well. How she knew this, she didn't know, but those were the feelings that a single touch spoke to her. Grams was at the table, pouring another pitcher of punch into the bowl. "Grams, let me help you with that." Rachel reluctantly slipped her hand out of Drew's and reached for the pitcher. "Oh, I've got it, dear." Grams finished pouring and set the pitcher down to smile at her. "Hello again, Drew." "Hello, Mrs. Johnson. You look lovely today." Drew's wide grin made Grams smile back. "Call me Grams, young man. Hardly anyone calls me Mrs. Johnson anymore, unless they're trying to sell me something." She narrowed her eyes playfully. "You're not trying to sell anything, are you?" "Only that I'd like to date your granddaughter," Drew said, smiling down at Rachel. Her cheeks flushed at the outright declaration, and her heart felt as fast and fluttering as the bird he called her. "Well, I see that," Graham said. "You have my blessing, Drew, but it's not my blessing that you need." Grams pointedly glanced at Rachel's dad, and then at Tanner and Timmy, who were laughing about something. The men usually are the ones who have their egos hurt by things like that. Grams winked. "Oh look, we're almost out of those little pretzel snacks." "I'll get them, Grams." Rachel started toward the house. "No, you don't. You're already doing something important." Grams steered her back to Drew. "Now you go declare yourself to the men, dear, and good luck to you." Rachel could hear Grams chuckle as she danced off the platform and back toward the house. She turned to Drew. "Are you sure about this?" Drew's chest expanded as he sucked in a breath, then he took up Rachel's hand in his. "Absolutely. Dad or cousins first?" "Cousins, definitely." "Start with the easiest," she said with a forced laugh, her head spinning with the speed of things. She reminded herself that it wasn't like he was asking for her hand in marriage, only stating the intention to date her, but what did that even look like? Looks like you found your answer. Tanner's greeting made her realize that he already knew. It made sense being as Drew was his friend, but that knowing gave her even more confidence. What's this? Timmy asked, looking from Tanner to her to Drew. Little cuz has herself a match, Tanner said, pulling her into a sideways hug. Not that the pipsqueak told me. Well, no one told me, Timmy said. His smile was calm and collected. He was the kind of guy that nothing seemed to ruffle his feathers. Dada. His little red-haired daughter came running up to him, squealing with delight. Hey, Shortcake. He rubbed noses with her, and Charlotte erupted in giggles. Ah-hee-ee. Charlotte squirmed in her dad's arms, reaching for Rachel. At a little over 17 months, she floored those around her with her hilarious tries at words, but she made her desires very well known a good portion of the time. Rachel brought the little girl into her arms and settled her on her hip. Are you having fun at the wedding? Da, Charlotte said, swaying in her arms. Oh, you like to dance, Rachel said. Okay, we'll dance. Rachel gave Drew an apologetic glance, but really, she was relieved to be out of that conversation. It was guy stuff anyway. Drew had shown he could handle himself. Besides, Tanner was his friend and Timmy was easygoing. The little spitfire in her arms kept Rachel smiling and entertained until Charlotte saw her mommy across the dance floor. Then she squirmed to get down and raced to her. Rachel kept the wiggly girl in her arms, flying her toward her mom. There were too many people busting a move, as the DJ called it, for a little toddler to weave through safely. There's my girl. Ember reached for her daughter. Were you having fun with Auntie Rachel? Ah-ee. Charlotte pointed first at Rachel, then she repeated the word and pointed at Joy, who had just arrived, one of the twins bouncing on her hip, and then at Tilly, radiant in her wedding dress, taking pictures by the wedding cake. You've got lots of aunties, don't you? Ember said. You're a lucky girl. Charlotte beamed, showing off her tiny straight teeth. Rachel's heart melted. She is so adorable. Most of the time, Ember said as the girl squirmed and tried to get out of her arms. No, it's not safe here. Joy struggled with Cooper too. I think we better take them somewhere a little less crowded, to let them run around. Oh, I can do that, Rachel offered, knowing that was why she was there. Nope. You better go save your man from the hounds. Joy nodded to where Drew looked longingly over at her. He's well, I mean. Rachel felt the lopsided smile at her lips and shrugged. Well, maybe he is. Oh, he is. If I know my husband, he's giving Drew the rundown of the Johnsons right now, and it looks like your dad's about ready to join him. Ember nodded. Sure enough, her dad was making his way straight toward Drew. You're right, I better go. Go. Enjoy. These are the easy days. Joy laughed as she turned in time to catch little Claire, after Caden let her down to toddle over. Rachel watched them longingly, before weaving back through the crowd to rescue Drew from the lions, hoping desperately that the male Johnson pack wasn't scaring him off. Drew lurched forward as he tripped over a rake, barely catching himself before crashing into the wall of hay bales. He turned to yank up the rake, and stopped at the sound of a giggling snicker. So that's what love does to you, Shelley, the oldest of his sisters said, pushing off a hay bale in the corner of the barn. Drew picked up the rake and put it back in place. Shelley had a point. He wasn't usually one to leave things out, much less not paying attention to where he was stepping. Except the last 2 months since seeing Rachel in person, he'd been making more silly mistakes like this. Well, it makes it harder to focus. I'll tell you that. He laughed at himself. It didn't do much good getting angry. Anger would just fizzle up in the warmth of love anyway. Shelley watched him closely. Is that how you know? Because you can't focus? Drew had been heading toward getting another shovelful of manure out of the stalls, but he stopped, hearing the tremble in his sister's voice. Do you think you're in love? Is there someone I need to have a talk with? Her cheeks flamed. No. Not that again. She shook her head frantically, then calmed and shrugged. He doesn't even know I exist. Oh, Drew leaned against the wall. You're in that stage. What is that supposed to mean? His sister folded her arms and her lower lip stuck out. You're saying I'm too young to know? I'm going into college. Drew laughed. I don't think there's an age requirement to love, sis. Keep your pants on. Shelley huffed, but her face shifted to one of pretend reluctance. Fine. Educate me, oh all-knowing one. Well, if you put it like that, Drew said, tossing a handful of hay at her. Hey. Come on. He handed her a shovel. You can help me muck out Bessie's stall while I educate you all about love. Oh goodness. What did I sign myself up for? She rolled her eyes, but she took the shovel and followed him. So that stage is what I call the crush stage. He hefted a pile of poop and landed it with a satisfying thunk in the wheelbarrow. It doesn't mean it's love. It's attraction. You know the other person is someone you'd like to get to know. There's something you find attractive about him, whether it's the fact he's kind with kids, great at sports, opens doors for the ladies, or you just think he's a hunk. Shelley snorted, wrinkling her nose as she set a much smaller amount of muck on top of his. Well, I doubt he's mucking out stalls right now. Drew stopped and took on an impression of mock offense. You saying a guy who mucks out stalls isn't good enough for you? Then he leaned in closer. Or just that you're attracted to pansies? Ah, she said, shoving him back. You're incredulous. Maybe? He shrugged. Let me give you a piece of advice, sis. Don't give away your heart until you really know the guy, okay? She rolled her eyes again. Bubba, there really aren't other guys like you who will swoon a girl for months by letter. I can't expect something like that. He shrugged. Maybe not letters, but don't sell yourself short. If a guy doesn't invest time in getting to know you, he isn't worth a hill of beans. He might look like the complete package from afar, but sometimes you'll find those packages a bit lacking and empty when you unwrap them. Shelley looked thoughtful, and she definitely wasn't helping much with mucking out the stall. He let her be with her thoughts, and hoped he had made an impression. As much as he wished his little sisters would never experience a broken heart, he knew it would be unlikely to go through life without one. That didn't mean he wouldn't do his best to help them avoid situations that could end up with them drowning in a box of tissues and a carton of ice cream. After several moments, he felt her staring at him. He unloaded the last shovelful and leaned against it, waiting for her to ask what obviously was on her mind. What stage are you in, Bubba? Me? He asked, rubbing an arm across his forehead to wipe away the sweat before it ran into his eyes. The day was hot, August hot, and he longed for the cool evenings of September. Well, definitely the love stage. Is there anything after the love stage? Yeah, he gulped, his heart pounding more than the exertion that shoveling out stalls warranted. The forever stage. And when will that one start? His mom's voice butted in, sending his sister's eyes wide. I've got to go, yeah. Good luck, Bubba, she called over her shoulder before ducking her head as she passed their mom as she fled from the barn. Hey Mom, he said, setting the shovel aside. You gave her good advice. I'm hoping you've taken it yourself, she said, handing him the thermos of cold lemonade. He used the icy refreshment as a procrastination to put his thoughts in order. I've done my best to do exactly that. So you've told her? Mom folded her arms, staring him down like an army commander reproaching her troops. Well, I mean, I know her desires, and it's not like I don't have the same ones. He pulled at the collar of his shirt. But you might not have the ability. Her voice caught, and she turned away, pretending to fiddle with a broken latch on a stall. We don't know for sure. Heat crawled up his neck. He hated being reminded that he might not fully be a man, incapable of giving the woman he loved the things she wanted most in life. You work hard at ensuring your sisters don't wind up with a broken heart, someone has to work at saving you from one. His mom wiped her eyes and turned back to face him. You should have told her right away. That would have scared her off even before she gave us a chance, he murmured, knowing he had taken the chicken way out. It had been 2 blissful months of sweet texts, longer, richer letters, and a few precious dates, enough to know there was no one else in the world he wanted. He was so lost in love that he knew he didn't dare kiss her because the words would pour out, the truth of how much he loved her, and there would be no coming back from that. "You love her," his mom said it as a statement, and he gave her an affirmative nod. "If you truly love her, you'll put her needs before your own. Tell her the whole truth." He didn't like his mom's change of tactic. It speared him with guilt, the guilt he kept pushing to the recess of his mind even though it grew and hardened in the pit of his stomach. What if? If she truly loves you, it won't matter. His mom's hand was cool as she laid it on his cheek. He looked up into her moist eyes and blinked back tears. It was time, and that thought terrified him more than anything this far in his life. He planned the day he would tell her with a ride at her grandparents' Christmas tree ranch. Somewhere she would feel safe. He swallowed. Somewhere she could take off if she needed space. The last thing he wanted was for her to feel trapped. Tanner helped him set it up, and he brought his horse, Ranger, and Rachel rode Tilla's horse. They had ridden once before at his ranch, and even though she had told him she had been a rodeo gal in high school, her adeptness on horseback surprised him. It seemed each time they were together, she left him in even more awe and more profoundly in love. This day was no different. She was waiting for him at the stables when he arrived, a picnic lunch already in her saddlebags, and a welcoming smile on her pretty lips. "I have a special place to show you," she told him during their long hug hello. Each time he held her in his arms, it was harder to let go without kissing her. He wanted their first kiss to be perfect, but more than that, his self-discipline held him back. There should be complete honesty between them before he took that step. Maybe today, after he told her, if she took the news okay, then it would be the perfect moment. "I'm looking forward to seeing it," he said as he pulled away, realizing he was having trouble looking her in the eye. Was he scared she'd see right through him? Once they were on the trail, she glanced over at him. "You sure you're okay?" "Yeah. Yep." He smiled and steeled himself to look at her. "How could I not on this beautiful day with you?" Her cheeks turned a pretty pink, but she read his eyes, and that tiny crease between her delicate eyebrows furrowed. She didn't believe him, and he knew it. "There's something on your mind." He drew in a deep breath. This wasn't the timing he wanted. He had thought it'd be best at the end of their day, so they had some wonderful memories already built in, but maybe he was wrong. Perhaps it would be best to get it over with, so he could look at her without guilt shining through his eyes. He opened his mouth, ready to start in the way he had practiced, but his words failed him. "How are the kids doing?" "The kids?" She turned to look at him, that little furrow deepening further. "Yeah, that's why you're at the ranch, right? To help with the kids." He shrugged, pretending to be fascinated with the view. It was actually a gorgeous setting, tall pines looking over fields of green Christmas trees. From where they rode, they could see the end of the valley where Timmy and Ember made their home. "Yeah, truthfully, I was a little worried that Grams would want me to leave now that the summer rush is over and Caden has started back at school for the year. Last night though, she asked if I had plans yet." "Do you?" He found his heart racing as she paused in answer. "Plans?" She smiled, her lips trembling slightly as she did. "Not really, but hopes. Yeah, I have hopes." The pink in her cheeks, the way she looked at him from under her lashes, and her slightly trembling lip made his heart literally skip a beat. He felt it jump and skitter, and his horse stepped sideways as if he felt it as well. Now was the time. Drew licked his lips and opened his mouth. "Caden is actually Tammy's son, right?" He tensed and wanted to slap himself. What was wrong with him? Rachel glanced at him but answered, "Yeah. We all miss Tammy. It's so special to have Caden. Don't you think it's wonderful that Tanner and Joy adopted him?" Drew relaxed, his shoulders dropping back into place. "I think it's very special." They continued up the trail as he fumbled for the right words, but his traitorous lips ignored his plea again. "And little Charlotte, isn't she actually Ember's sister's baby?" "Yes. Not that'd you know. Both of my cousins and their wives treat the kids as their own. Sparky just wasn't the mothering type, and Ember, well, she's a natural." Rachel looked off into the distance and sighed. Like you, Drew said. I've never really wanted to do anything beyond being a mom. She glanced at him in that shy way again. That's why I'm glad Grams hasn't asked me to leave. If I go back home, my parents will push me into deciding on a career. And you don't want a career? Drew asked, trying to keep the hope from his voice. Not really. I mean, if I have to work to help support, well, a family, then of course I will. If not, I feel like raising children is a full-time job, I do. He shifted in his saddle. That's what my mom did. I mean, she's been writing for the last 10 years, but she did so she could stay home with us. I love that she found a way, Rachel said in a dreamy voice. My mom stayed home with us too, until I was in high school. That's when she started training to teach vaulting. When I was younger, she helped on the ranch a lot and did minor jobs here and there, but mostly, I think that was to stay busy once my sister and I were in school. Did your mom only want 2 kids? Drew asked, feeling like he was getting closer to his point, or at least a pathway there. Oh, actually she wanted more, but that's what God gave them, just my sis and I, Rachel shrugged. Were they not open to adoption? He cocked his head. Rachel cocked hers as well, and he wondered if she inadvertently mimicked him, or if she was thinking hard. I never even thought to ask. I think maybe she just took it as what was meant to happen. What about you? What do you think about adoption? Drew bit the inside of his cheeks, keeping from rambling on and allowing her time to answer. Oh, you mean like me and my future husband adopting kids? She bit her lip. Honestly, I hadn't ever really thought about it. I've always marveled at the idea of being pregnant, of feeling the baby move inside of me. She turned to him, her eyes lit with excitement. Do you know what? I think Ember might be expecting. Really? Drew said, seeing his chance slip away and realizing he didn't want to fight to keep it. Something she had said caused fear to wiggle back to life inside of him, something about wanting to be pregnant, of feeling the baby move within her. Her eyes had lit up in true joy at just the thought of it. How in the world could he tell her? There was a very large chance that would never happen if she married him. 5. The babies were finally asleep, and Rachel took that time, monitor in hand, to sit on the front porch to think. She loved being a nanny for her cousin's kids. It was a great pastime while she waited. Waited for what? Heat filled her, warming her even as the autumn air finally cooled, blowing the first falling leaves down from the gigantic oaks. She knew exactly what she waited for, but feared she'd somehow jinx it by even allowing herself to think about it. Must be thinking about Drew again, Ember said as she came up the steps. Rachel watched her closely, looking for the signs she had thought she'd been seeing. A soft inward look, a lingering touch of her lower stomach, maybe even a slight sense of nausea. Why are you looking at me like that? Ember sat on the swing next to her. Sorry. Just having an introspective moment, I guess. Kiddos are all napping. Rachel leaned back in the chair, closing her eyes and focusing on the cool breeze brushing her skin. All at one time? Ember shook her head. You are the baby whisperer. Rachel opened her eyes and laughed lightly. Watch, I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't work on my own, whenever that might be. No question yet, huh? Ember asked. Seeing the answer in her face, she shrugged. It's really only been a few months. Don't get too antsy. This is the best part. Oh, is married life not well, I mean? You and Timmy okay? Rachel searched Ember's eyes. I didn't mean that, Ember said with a shake of her head and a smile. No, we're great. We're still very much in love, and loving our life together. It's just that the part in the beginning when you know something amazing is going to happen. And each time you see him, you wonder if this moment will be it. That fades a little, and that anticipation is, well, it's exciting. I'm sure there are still exciting moments even after marriage, Rachel said, eyeing her, wondering how long she'd wait to tell everyone if Rachel was correct. Ember wasn't a Johnson, and she had kept secrets most of her life. She had to. Oh, there are definitely exciting moments, especially with the little one. All of Charlotte's firsts are exciting moments that Timmy and I like to share. Ember turned toward her, not giving anything away. I'm just saying. Enjoy this part. Don't be so eager to rush through it to the finish line. I'm just so excited about being a mom, Rachel said, letting the truth slip. She squeezed her lips tightly, wishing she hadn't. I can understand that, Ember said. I was too, and then it happened in a most unexpected way. Are you not sad? I mean that you didn't get to have Charlotte in you? You didn't get to experience being pregnant. Rachel saw Ember's eyes slightly widen before relaxing. No, you're right. I didn't get to give birth to Charlotte, but that doesn't change how much she's mine. It's like I get two in one, a daughter and a piece of my sister. Then she smiled, that secret inner smile Rachel had seen before. Besides, I still have lots of chances to experience pregnancy, and that experience comes with its own worries. Rachel opened her mouth to ask, but Ember had turned her vision inward, and Rachel didn't want to disturb her. If Ember were pregnant, she would tell everyone in her time. It wasn't Rachel's place to force her secret out into the open. You do too, Ember said. Huh? Rachel pulled herself back to their conversation. You have lots of time to be a mom? Enjoy just being in love for now. Ember turned to her, looking like she was going to get up. Drew keeps talking about adoption. The words flew from her mouth before she had the chance to even recognize she thought them. With the truth now free, she understood what had been making her feel slightly off kilter. Ember watched her, staying silent for several seconds. Maybe he has a soft spot for kids in need? Rachel shrugged. I just had never thought about it. I mean, you and Timmy adopted Charlotte. Joy and Tanner adopted Caden, but I never really thought about it being adoption. They are your sister's kids. Of course, you would take them as your own. I understand what you mean, because I don't really see it that way either, but it is, isn't it? Ember looked thoughtful for a moment. You didn't ask him why he keeps talking about it? Rachel shook her head. No. Either the conversation kept on going, or something else came up. And it's not that I'm opposed to adopting, it's just that I want the total experience too. Ember nodded. Those are important discussions, Rach. I mean, I know he hasn't proposed yet, but maybe you two should talk about the future. I mean, I've told him what my dream is, but, she shrugged. How can I talk about the future like that, when he hasn't even kissed me yet? He what? Ember pushed forward, her eyes wide. He hasn't? Rachel shook her head, her cheeks feeling as if they were on fire. Do you think that means something's wrong? Maybe he doesn't really feel. Ember shook her head, rising to pace a little. No. Anyone who sees him with you knows he is a lovesick puppy. Maybe he's scared, or he really is old-fashioned. He doesn't seem scared. That's one thing I love about him. He always seems so confident. Rachel twisted her hands in her lap. Maybe you're right. Maybe he is just old-fashioned. He has very strong morals. That must be it, Ember said with a nod. What must be it? Joy asked as she rounded the corner onto the front porch. Ember glanced at Rachel, and Rachel shrugged. Joy was one of her most trusted confidants, and Tilly was probably the most, but Tilly had been busy since the wedding, and now that school was back in session, they didn't see her nearly as often. Drew hasn't kissed her yet, Ember said blatantly. Oh. Joy said and plunked herself in Ember's vacated spot. Well, he is a die-hard romantic. He's probably just waiting for the perfect time. We've had several perfect moments. Rachel lamented. One day, he'll realize there really isn't a perfect moment, there is only right now, Ember said, her voice taking on a philosophical tone. Joy laughed. Isn't that the truth, especially once you have kids? I bet if you asked Tilly, Ember lowered her voice, she'd say men have no clue about timing, and if you want something, you got to just take it. You mean me make the first move? Rachel's mouth dropped open. Joy and Ember laughed. Well, it's either that or you wait for him, Joy said. I waited way too long, and that caused more problems than necessary. That's a story for another day. Right now we've got a kiss to plan. Rachel felt her eyes bug out. This was not how she planned to have her first kiss, but she wanted it to happen. Ember was right, she was rushing this time with Drew. She was so focused on the future that she hadn't been really enjoying the present. Yet making that first move wasn't really rushing it, was it? They had been dating, as Drew called it, since the wedding, and writing what she saw as love letters since Christmas. Surely a kiss by now was warranted. I think we should bring Tilly in on this, Ember said, her eyes sparkling. You mean have a girls' night? Joy clapped her hands. We haven't had one of those since Tilly's bachelorette party. A girls' night? Rachel asked, shoving her shaking hands into her pockets. We can use my place. I'll send Timmy and Charlotte here for the evening. They can hang out with your crew. Ember nodded to Joy. It's feeling very much like a crew right now, Joy sighed, then cocked her head. Speaking of that, my crew is calling. Oh, I'll. Rachel stood, eager to have something to do, but Joy cut her off. I miss them, Joy said, her smile softening. Just enjoy the afternoon. We don't get many warm fall days like this before winter rages on us. Charlotte's just added her harmony to the mix, Ember said, holding the door open for Joy. I'll call Tilly and set up the girls' night. We'll get you that kiss. Rachel's cheeks flared as she hurriedly glanced around to make sure the guys or Grams or Gramps weren't in hearing distance. No one was there, though, and the cries quieted with the soothing sounds of motherhood. The longing tugged on Rachel, but she pushed it back to focus on the present like Ember advised. Wasn't falling in love a good enough preoccupation? Out of pure spontaneity, she pulled out her phone and quickly typed before she thought too much, thinking of you. She added a little emoji, blowing a kiss. The moment she pressed the send button, she bit her lip, hoping it wasn't too much. The kiss put it over the top, but maybe it would be the hint he needed. It was past midday, and he would likely be busy until evening. She swung her legs on the porch swing, telling herself she wasn't waiting for a response, but in reality she really was. Just when she had sighed and almost given up, her phone chimed, startling her into a tiny squeak. She fumbled for her phone, hopefully optimistic, but telling herself it was probably just her sister or her mom. It wasn't. The text was from Drew, and her heart thumped in her chest. It was just a reaction, no words or anything, but he loved her message. Not a like, not a surprise face, but a love. That was something, and something she'd have to cling to as she went through the rest of her day. Maybe he'd call her that night like he sometimes did. Perhaps he'd ask to see her that weekend. Then she remembered the girls' night, and wondered if she was making a mistake. She liked that Drew was old-fashioned, and if he really was as old-fashioned as he seemed, how would he react to her making the first move? Drew should feel on top of the world. The woman of his dreams, the one he knew he wanted to spend the rest of his life with, sent him a sweet text out of the blue with an emoji blowing a kiss. A kiss. He blew out a breath as he huffed a bale of hay high onto the stack. They had a great crop this year, enough that he probably wouldn't have to buy any over the winter. That would save money he needed to finish the house. He should be excited. Everything was aligning perfectly. He had hoped to propose on Christmas. The romantic day had been playing out in his mind for months. He felt like he knew Rachel enough to know what would make her swoon, but he thought mainly about what would create a romantic memory worthy enough of a life together forever. Sure, he was probably overly optimistic and, some would say, even borderline crazy. They had only been technically dating for 3 months. Yet he had been testing and sharing since Christmas through their letters. He had almost been sure just through those letters alone. These last few months only solidified that knowledge. He wasn't one to beat around the bush, well, not usually anyway. If he wanted something, he was upfront about it, politely of course. And he wasn't into what his friends were doing these days, dating for years, playing the field, or even a trial marriage as they called moving in together. That wasn't what marriage was to him. Sure, he might be old school, But he listened to his parents and his grandparents. They had made it, and they didn't do a trial marriage or date, even for years and years. His dad said it was plain and simple. As a man, you make a commitment, and then you do whatever it takes to keep it. His mom was a little more romantic. Love, she said, is what you make of it. Anyone can grow out of love if you allow it. You make a conscious effort to continue nurturing that love, regardless of how hard or busy life gets. To Drew, both perspectives were the same. You fall in love, and then you work hard to keep it that way. He wasn't afraid of hard work. He was afraid of rejection, of Rachel seeing him as less than a man, and mostly, if he got to the bottom of it, of ruining Rachel's life because of something lacking in him. Even the strongest of commitments couldn't mend broken dreams. He leaned his head against the stack of hay and squeezed his eyes tightly shut. Could he really be so selfish and ask the woman he loved to give up her dreams? He felt like a jerk, a loser, and a selfish child. Why hadn't he taken his mom's advice and told Rachel right away? Now they were in it deep. Sure, they hadn't even kissed, but that just made what they had even more magical. If they had the foundation of such a strong friendship to build upon before taking it to the next level, how could they not succeed? The answer came like a swift kick in the rear end, by dishonesty. Drew had always prided himself on being an honest man, but he just realized right then that he wasn't. He had held back a very important fact about himself. Something that could change his life, and that of his future wife's life forever. His eyes stung at the thought of what he was asking of her, and knew that he had to let her go. That knowing nearly destroyed him. He fell to his knees in the loose hay, dropping his head to his hands, and prayed. The sunlight dimmed as it dropped further down the horizon, lengthening the shadows in the barn. The horses and sheltered mama cows pawed the ground in impatience for the feeding. Drew slowly pushed up to a stand, his knees aching at being on the ground for so long. A quiet peace settled over him, an acceptance of sorts as he realized what he had to do. Though the more he moved through his evening routine, the more he wondered if what he felt was more of an emotional detachment than peace. His family noticed his demeanor. Though they kept quiet, their eyes flicked to him several times over dinner. No one asked him to play a game that night, they just quietly accepted his statement when he said he was calling it a day. His father's footsteps followed him. He didn't look back until they made it closer to the barn. They had their best talks under the expanse of the night sky. So? His father's single word said so much, but Drew could only shrug. Is it you've told her and didn't get the response you wished for, or that you've decided for her? Drew snapped his head up to meet his father's eyes. What do you mean by that? I mean, have you decided what she'd say before she has had the chance to say it herself? His father held his eyes in a powerful hold, which didn't let him waver. Drew opened his mouth and shut it, realizing he may have done just that. Why should I put that responsibility on her? That's not fair. And deciding for her is? His father lifted an eyebrow. Let me tell you something I've learned from nearly 3 decades of being married. Drew knew lesser sons would have rolled their eyes at this, but he had learned that listening to those with experience saved him from potential heartache. He wondered if this time, his father might not have all the answers. He didn't have the same problem, so how could he know? It's easy to assume what a woman thinks and wants, his father said, then leaned forward with a wry grin. But you're most likely wrong. He gave an easy half chuckle. Drew tried to squash the feelings that his father made light of something extremely heavy, something that would affect the rest of his life. She wants kids, Drew said, his tone even though frustration rushed through him. She said that clear enough. There are many ways to build a family, son. His father's voice gentled, returning to his serious nature. I know. I mentioned adoption. 2 of her cousins have adopted. And? His father asked, watching. She wants the complete experience of pregnancy. Drew let out a breath, feeling a touch of a sob connected to it, but he reeled his emotions back in. So that's that. She's not willing to take the chance? Drew shrugged. I don't know. You don't know because she hasn't given you an answer, or because, his dad trailed off, leaving the opening for him. I haven't told her yet. Drew swallowed. And I don't know if I'm going to. His dad shook his head. I understand your ego is tied up in this, son, but do you love her enough to take that chance? Drew was quiet for several moments. I love her enough that I don't want her to have to choose. He decided. He felt the knowledge of it quivering in his bones. Now, it was a matter of how to do it. How did he break their hearts before it was too soul-crushing, at least for her? Deep within him he heard Tanner's plea, just don't break her heart, man. And look at him, planning on how to do just that. It would be better to do it now, rather than continue falling deeper in love. Give her the chance to move on to the life she really wants. Christmas was already a good time for new beginnings. His romantic plans for a Christmas proposal burned faster and hotter than a dried-out Christmas tree, and hurt his heart just as much. He dropped his head in his hands with a soft moan. His father's hand landed on his back. You're a good man, Drew. Almost too good. With a slight rub, his dad lifted his hand and trudged away, his boots loud in the gravel on his way back to the house. Drew wiped a hand down his face and mechanically fed the livestock. He had done that chore since he was 10. It didn't take any thought, which was good, because he spent his entire mental power figuring out how to survive doing the last thing he wanted to do. He delayed with chores as long as he could, then returned to his bunk and flipped the light on his desk. Best to just get it over with, rather than let it stew and continue to suck him dry. Just the thought of it already made him feel like a skeleton. Was it really only last weekend that he was high on love and planning a romantic future with the woman he couldn't see himself living without? How quickly the winds could change, and he didn't particularly like this storm. The paper lay blank in front of him, as if chastising him, refusing to make this easy. Usually he saw a blank page as full of promise and expectation. Right now it looked as bleak as the dry Sahara, and just as desolate. He picked up his pen with a sigh and started as he always did, "My dearest songbird." The tears stung his eyes, but he didn't realize he was actually crying until the teardrops splashed on the paper. He grasped the paper, ready to crumple it and throw it away, then rebelliously smoothed it out instead. Let Rachel see the evidence that this wasn't easy for him. Maybe it would somehow soothe the pain of his words. Part of him felt he was taking the chicken way out by breaking up with her via letter rather than face-to-face, but the other part thought it made sense. They started this journey through letters, why not finish that way? The words weren't easy, so he started on more neutral ground. They came haltingly at first and then started flowing, maybe not as poetic as normal, but they moved and were filled with emotion. He told her how much he had enjoyed their time together, and how much it meant to him. When he flowed easily into the purpose of the letter, it surprised him, but the words kept coming and the tears continued flowing, splashing on the paper and smearing a few words here and there. He wiped at his face, feeling like a baby, but really not caring because his heart was shattering, as reality grasped him in a hold he couldn't shake free from. Would she understand? Would she think him selfish? Maybe she would hate him for not being honest from the beginning. Did he make her fall in love with him only to rip her heart from her chest? That's how he felt at the moment. He wouldn't make this mistake again. Not that he could think of ever falling for someone like he had his little sparrow, but if he did, he would tell her right away. No, he would tell her even before he fell in love. Better to put everything out there in the open before feelings became enmeshed. Of course, if he had done that with Rachel, he would have missed out on the last almost 10 months of delicious falling in love moments. He finished the letter and paused, unsure of how to wrap it up. He couldn't say love, could he? Even though he still loved her with all his heart, and probably always would. He took a deep breath and let the pen move of its own accord. I hope you read this with understanding that I am doing this out of love for you, Drew. He set the pen down and stared at the paper, the hastily scrawled words blurring together. Then turned his head away in disgust, his stomach clenching and threatening to lose the little dinner he had eaten. When his phone chimed, he couldn't believe the irony that Rachel would reach out right then. Did she feel his emotions riding high on the wind? Her message said she wanted to talk, but he couldn't pull himself together enough to do that, not after what he just did. He dropped his head into his hands and massaged his temples. Another message came through before he figured out what to say. If you're tired, it's okay. I just wanted to know if you'd go with me to a Christmas convention. They have booths full of ideas for Christmas tree farms and lots. She added a Christmas tree emoji and a heart. Drew immediately cheered up, at least for a moment, but then he remembered he had to break up with her. He tapped his fingers on the desk and thought, then saw the words in tear-stained drops, and the urgency of getting it over with hit him hard. Sounds great. When? One more blissful day with his songbird, and maybe the event would help him find another local tree farm, because after breaking Rachel's heart, he doubted Tanner would bring Christmas trees anywhere near him. 6. Rachel glanced over at Drew. He wasn't hugely talkative, but he'd been exceptionally quiet and reserved today. She could tell he had something on his mind, and didn't know if she should be excited or scared. Are you sure you're okay? She asked for probably the third time on their drive to the Christmas Tree Expo. She arrived at his place early that morning, and they quickly transferred to his truck to get on the road. It was another hour's drive to the city where the expo was being held. The entire day had been her cousin's plan. Once Tilly was in on it, everything moved fast. However, the expo was Joy's idea. She and Tanner had been talking about going, but it wasn't realistic with 3 kids. She wasn't ready to leave the twins all day. Besides, Tilly said, you'd be speaking Drew's language. That guy loves Christmas and always looks for new ideas for his Christmas tree lot. She hoped she hadn't seemed too eager, but why shouldn't she? Of course, Drew didn't know they had planned the entire day, including an ending under the mistletoe booth. Drew glanced at her with a soft, reserved smile before returning his attention to the road. I'm just happy being here with you. Though the words warmed Rachel, she couldn't help but feel there was a heaviness to them. Something was going on with him, and she hoped he was quiet only because he was working himself up to tell her. Joy said there are so many exhibits, even a sled run and a fake ice skating rink. She tried to pull him into a conversation on some neutral ground. Really? A fake ice skating rink? Drew shook his head. How do they do that? I'm not sure. They call it gliss skating. I would love to see the science behind it. Rachel turned more towards him. I didn't know you were such a science nerd, he teased. But I'm there with you. I want to know the how behind that too. He scratched his chin in thought, and she wondered if he was trying to figure out if he had enough room for an ice skating rink. I think you're going to love today, she said. I just hope your pocketbook can handle it. When she realized how that sounded, she covered her mouth and gulped. I mean, she uncovered her mouth to ungarble the words, for your Christmas tree lot, not actually for today or for it's none of my business. I'm sorry. Drew chuckled. Some of the tension in his shoulders released, and she saw him relax slightly. I'm pretty good at staying within the budget. Oh good, she said, turning away to hide her burning cheeks. So tell me about some of the other exhibits. He nudged her gently and she turned back toward him. Well, there's the Santa exhibit that shows how best to incorporate a picture booth in your event, and there's a wreath building exhibit. For you to decorate your lot, or for your customers to build at your event? Drew asked, and she could see his mind working on the ideas. I'm not sure, but we can find out. She smiled, excitement building up in her again. There's a sleigh ride but on wheels because there's no snow at this low elevation. A snowball throwing contest with fake snow and a snowman building contest. Well, you guys don't need the fake snow and stuff, but if you don't mind, I'd like to check that out. We only sometimes get snow down in Juniper, and usually it's not much or early enough for Christmas. Of course, we can check out whatever exhibits you want. She took a deep breath and pretended to be interested in the scenery. The only exhibit that Joy specifically asked me to check out was the mistletoe booth. The mistletoe booth, Drew chuckled. Oh, you're serious? Rachel shrugged, trying to sound casual. Joy said that with the Christmas Tree Ranch focusing on their summer destination weddings, she thought a mistletoe exhibit would be just the thing. She glanced at him but hastily looked away. Think about it, a couple getting engaged at the ranch and later returning for their wedding. Huh? Drew said, looking thoughtful as he pulled off the main highway toward the expo. That's actually quite ingenious. Well, Joy is incredibly intelligent. I've always thought so. In more ways than one, Rachel silently said, feeling a weight leave her with step 2 completed. Step 1 was getting Drew to come. Step 3 was the actual kiss, and the step that caused her the most anxiety. Yet that moment was still looming, so she'd push it away until it came closer. The parking lot was massive and already packed. They found a place near the back, and wound their way through the cars towards the immense building the expo was in. Unlike him, Drew hadn't reached for her hand, so she reached for his. She almost pulled it back when it seemed as if he flinched at her touch, but after a moment, he relaxed and pulled her closer to him with a sigh that left her heart sad for some reason. It's so crowded, she whispered, drawing closer to him as they entered the building. He squeezed her hand, reassuring her, walking with his eyes up at all the Christmas splendor. It feels like Christmas. Rachel giggled, but he was right. It felt like walking through the door had transported them to the North Pole. It wasn't only because Christmas music played over the loudspeakers, or they heard loud bellowing ho-ho-hos every few minutes, or the constant sound of bells, but the decorations had her in awe. Greens and reds, garlands and berries, poinsettias and presents. Everywhere she looked, Christmas surrounded them. Oh my goodness. Tilly should have totally come. This would have been her dream. Rachel said, though she didn't think her words made it through the fog-like dream Drew seemed to be in. His eyes shone like a kid on Christmas morning, darting from one exhibit to the next. A silly, half-drooling smile came over his lips, and she realized she fell even more in love than she ever thought possible. She almost even said the words. Luckily, the place was such a cacophony of Christmas cheer that he would have never heard them. How silly would it be to tell someone you loved them before you even shared your first kiss? Over the next several hours, Drew had them practically running from one exhibit to the next. His excitement was contagious, though she thought she was more enamored by the spark in his eyes than whatever exhibit they were experiencing. Come on, he pulled her. Let's go gliss skating. She followed, caught up in his enthusiasm, though her fingers fumbled as she tried to tie the skates. He reached over, nimbly tying them for her. Thank you, she said, almost leaning the 2 inches between them and kissing him right then and there. He paused and turned toward her, their eyes meeting, making her wonder if he had felt her thoughts. His gaze fell to her lips, and he hesitated, but the next moment he abruptly stood up and held a hand out to her. Ready? Her mind reeled. She was ready for their lives to start together, but she bit back the words and smiled at the memory of Ember's advice. She would enjoy these tantalizing moments, storing them away to pull out on rainy days when she was an old married woman. The thought made her laugh at the same moment as Drew whipped her onto the small rink. She'd been ice skating before, but it had been years ago, and the sleek surface had her wobbling her arms for balance. Drew came stumbling over to her, but he couldn't stop. They crashed into each other, legs intertwined and arms clutching one another in an effort not to fall. They laughed so hard that it made it even more difficult to stay standing up. Slipping and sliding, they spun until Drew landed against the railing. He grasped the solid wall with one hand and her with the other. Guess we jumped in a little too fast, didn't we? He laughed, holding her close to him to keep her from falling. Not fast enough. Thankfully, she hadn't spoken the thought out loud. Nonetheless, her cheeks flushed as she locked eyes with Drew only inches away. Should we try this again, slower? He held her steady as he got his feet fully underneath him and reached out for her hand. She took his hand, gripping it tightly, concentrating on her feet rather than how her heart hammered, second almost kiss of the day. The thought wouldn't leave her alone. They made a successful loop around the small rink. Christmas music serenaded them while they practically danced. Okay, they at least weren't slipping and sliding anymore, under the lights draped above, which somehow softened the arena's glaring fluorescent glow. "If this isn't romantic, I'm not sure what is," she said. Drew didn't respond but intertwined his fingers with hers and held on tighter. The sensation almost felt desperate, a feeling she didn't understand. It continued as they skated out of the rink, took off their skates, and continued to the next exhibit. "It feels so weird to walk now," she said, each step jarring rather than the smooth slide of a skate on ice, or at least on fake ice. "I agree," he said, then nodded ahead. "How about we give our legs a rest and take a sleigh ride?" "Sure," Rachel said, looking forward to snuggling against him. The expo wasn't exactly cold, giving everything a weird, almost surreal feeling. Ice skating and sleigh riding were supposed to be something you bundled up for, with Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Still, she pretended it was cold and snuggled up against Drew. He caught his breath but then wrapped an arm around her and muttered something that sounded like, "I'm going to miss this." "Well," she said, "it won't be too long until it snows at the ranch. If you didn't have your own lot to attend to, we could give Tanner and Joy or one of the other couples a break and take some of the sleigh tours for them. They do the funnest things at the ranch," he said, sounding detached and wistful. She wrapped an arm tighter around him. "I know I've asked you a ton already, but are you sure you're okay? Is there something going on? Did I do something wrong?" She figured the sleigh ride might as well be the place as any for him to open up about whatever had been keeping him distant. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but closed it again. She dropped her eyes, seeing his hands clench into fists. Something was going on, and that feeling of desperation she felt in him transferred to her. She sat up, pulling away slightly. "Drew, you can tell me anything. You know that, right?" She searched his eyes, but he pulled them away and glanced at the driver only a few feet in front of them. The building was so loud, and with the clopping of horse hooves on the floor, she didn't think the guy could hear them, so she squeezed Drew's hand in encouragement. He shifted to face her, his deep brown chocolatey eyes imploring hers, and she knew she had been right in feeling desperation in him. "I have to tell you something." Rachel drew in a deep breath, steeling herself for news of what caliber she didn't know, but something told her it was the kind of news that could change her life. Drew withdrew his hands from Rachel to wipe them on his pants. Now that he had no choice but to tell her, he wished he had waited until they were on the ground so he could pace. He glanced at the driver again, but he doubted the man could hear them, and even if he could almost guarantee they'd never see the guy again. Rachel watched him, her bottom lip slightly trembling. Her nervousness gave him the courage to push forth. He retook her hands, the hope he had lost bolstered by the magical day they had shared. Maybe his dad was right. Perhaps he could have an early Christmas miracle. "Drew, it'll be okay," she said, though her voice quivered. He licked his lips and forced his eyes to stay locked on hers. She deserved that, at least. He thought about the pouring out of his heart that he had done on paper, but in that exercise, he realized several things, and the main one didn't hit him until today, specifically when they almost kissed while gliss skating. "I have tried to figure out a way to tell you this for a while, but I realized today that I just have to put it out there. What happens after that will be up to you. I want you to know that whatever you decide, I'll support you 100%, even if it breaks my heart." Drew shifted in his seat again, gripping her hands tightly, wondering if he did in fear she would flee the moment the words left his mouth. "That sounds kind of ominous, Drew," Rachel said, trying to keep her tone light, but her smile wavered and her hands fluttered in his. "I'll be honest, my sparrow. It will change how you see your future, one way or the other." He squeezed his eyes shut, said a silent prayer, and opened them to soak up one last loving look from her eyes. "Remember how I told you I had cancer when I was little?" An expression of stricken horror came over Rachel's face. She pulled out one hand to cover her mouth, and her eyes glistened with tears. "Oh no. Did it come back?" "Goodness no. I'm sorry to have made you think that, Rachel." He brought her into his arms. "No, I'm healthy. No signs since I was 7. Rachel closed her eyes and blew out a breath. Then she wiped her eyes and opened them, nodding. "You better just come out with it because this is killing me." She pushed forth a laugh, but he realized she was right. The cancer, well, mostly the treatment, may have taken my ability to father children. He rushed the words out, unable to look at her as he did, but the moment they were free, a weight lifted off of him, and he met her eyes watching as they processed, came to a horrified realization, and filled with tears again. He took her hands in his, and then changed his mind and pulled her to him, rubbing her back and hating himself. "I'm so sorry, my sparrow. I should have told you in the beginning. I was a coward. Then when I saw you again, I knew you were the one for me, and I chickened out again." She trembled in his arms and he held her, hoping the ride around the expo wouldn't end right then. They needed time to compose themselves. Yet, he saw the end coming up, and knew they'd have to get off in a matter of minutes. "I understand if you hate me for it," Drew whispered. "You don't have to answer right now. You don't have to say anything." She didn't. The only thing that gave him hope was that instead of hauling off and hitting him, or jumping off the sleigh and running, she clung to him. It had to be a good sign that she still sought comfort from him. He rubbed her back, but as they closed in on the end of the ride, he whispered in her ear, "We'll have to get off in a moment. How can I help?" Her back shuddered under his hands as she drew in a shaky breath. Then she pulled back, keeping her eyes downcast, and wiped at her face. He slid a finger under her eyes to clear the smudged mascara. Then he swept her wayward hair behind her ears. "Okay for now." The sleigh stopped, and he took her hand as she nodded. "Thank you," he told the driver and pushed a smile to his lips for the following passengers. "Enjoy." Then he hastily led her through the crowds and straight towards an exit. The moment the warm, dry fall air hit him, it threw him for a loop, like they had gone through a transporter from December to September, all in a fell swoop. "This is weird," Rachel murmured, taking her hand back and wiping her eyes again. "I know, I'm so sorry. There's no excuse." He stood in front of her, feeling lame and powerless. "No," she breathed out the word. "I meant it was like the door was a portal that took us from the North Pole, back into reality." "Back into reality is right," Drew muttered. "But yeah, it is weird. I wish we could just return to the North Pole forever." Rachel's lips curled into a slight smile at that, heartening him and giving him hope. "Do you hate me?" He tried to meet her eyes. She shook her head, but wouldn't look at him. After several shaky breaths, she whispered, "It's just a lot to take in." "I know." He pushed up his cowboy hat and ran a hand through his hair, pulling the hat back down firmly. "I should have told you. The moment you said you wanted to have the complete experience of motherhood, I knew I wasn't being fair. You were scared, I get that." Her voice quivered, but she reached for his hand. He took it as if it were a lifesaver. "You do?" She nodded. "You knew how much I want to be a mother, and you not knowing, oh Drew. I'm so sorry." She met his eyes as fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. "I know you want to be a father too." "I do," he said, his eyes stinging. He had to be the strong one now. This moment wasn't about his feelings. He had to support Rachel, whatever her choice. There are other ways to be a parent. Like Tanner and Timothy. Rachel dropped her gaze and bit her lip. "I know that doesn't give you the complete package though." She shook her head. Then she looked up at him again, hope shining in her eyes. "But it's only a possibility, right? It's not for sure." Her hope transferred to him and his heart thrummed with it. "No, it's not for sure. There's a chance, though slight, and there are other ways, to get you the full experience." He cupped her cheeks so he could read her eyes. "I don't want you to go further with us in false hope. If you did, you might resent me, and I don't think I could live with that." She looked back at his eyes, even as they filled with tears. With a nod, she blew out a breath and fell into his arms. "It's a lot to take in." "I know," he said, holding her, his heart more full of hope than ever. She hadn't turned away in disgust. She hadn't rebuked him immediately. There was a chance. The letter crinkled in his pocket as he shifted her in his arms, thinking about how close he had been to ruining their lives, stealing this chance that he now held in his arms. You don't have to give me an answer today, okay? He drew back enough to look at her once again. I'll wait, however long it takes. She nodded again and wiped her red, swollen eyes once more. Do you want to leave? She shook her head and took in several deep breaths. No, I want to escape back to the North Pole for a while. She pushed an amazing attempt at a smile onto her trembling lips, and he almost bent to kiss them. Only shame kept him from doing so. That's fine by me. I saw several items I wanted to buy. Plus, we haven't gone to the booth that Joy asked you to. Her eyes widened and she looked away, but not before he saw the pink blush hit her cheeks. She'd be upset if I didn't do that. Well, we don't want to upset your cousins. I mean, they are the reason we've had this time together. Without them needing help with their little ones, I would have had to drive 3 hours every time I wanted to see you. He gently swept her hair behind her ears. Regardless of how this ends, I will forever be grateful for this time. Me too, she whispered. It took them about an hour of shopping for decorations and fun little Christmas items before they had calmed enough to talk and laugh easily again. Even at that, Drew was in awe. What a woman. He wanted to chastise himself for thinking he should have assumed how she would react, and wanted to tell his dad how right he was. They had several bags full of Christmas goodies when they finally reached the mistletoe exhibit. It wasn't a big exhibit. They had tables of mistletoe for sale, some wrapped with red ribbons and some with bells. Behind the tables, they had a few sample ideas for booths set up for customers to walk through. Check this one out, Drew said, pointing to a booth with a sign that read, You better watch out, you better not cry, you better not pout. I'm telling you why. You're standing under mistletoe tonight. That's cute, Rachel said, then pointed to another booth. I like this one. Mistletoe hung above a cardboard cutout of Santa Claus posed with puckered lips, ready for a kiss. Immediately, the song, I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus, filled his head. When Rachel stood on tippy-toe to pretend to smooch Santa, he laughed, a full belly laugh. Hold on. I need to get a picture of that. She posed for him. He thought he'd keep the fun, whimsical image of her forever, with or without the photo on his phone. I think Joy will get a kick out of that one for sure, Rachel said, her cheeks a delightful pink. You're probably right, Drew said, but his stomach did a flip-flop as he looked at the next booth. This is the one she'll be the most interested in. Shall I take a picture of this booth as well? Rachel froze, her eyes roving the enchanting booth, but she nodded. The exhibit looked like something out of a winter fairy tale. Under a softly glowing canopy of twinkling lights, with garlands of holly, evergreen, and red berries weaving through the framework, a large, lush bundle of mistletoe tied with a shimmering red ribbon hung gently swaying. Faux snow covered the floor, and a pathway of lanterns led to the booth. Inside a cozy setup, a rustic wooden bench draped with plush red and white blankets, created the perfect spot to sit close. The faint sound of romantic holiday music filled the air, blending with the soft glow of candles set in frosted jars. Drew felt breathless as he took the picture. Pulling his phone back down, he read the signs placed in a way that only added to the romantic feeling. They read, The magic of the season starts with a kiss, kiss me under the mistletoe, love me forever, and where holiday wishes turn into lifelong dreams. It really is perfect, Drew said, awe filling him as he finished taking photos and slipped his phone back into his pocket. Rachel twirled into the booth, adding more magic to the intimate exhibit. Can't you just imagine it? The nervous guy, the girl without a clue, and then he leads her here. Drew couldn't help but stand in for the fictional guy. He takes her in his arms, he said, drawing Rachel close. And she inhales sharply in shock and expectation, Rachel murmured, staring at his eyes. And they lock eyes as he gently caresses her cheek. He reached up to cup her cheek, his thumb softly sliding over her smooth skin. And he glances purposefully up at the mistletoe, with a mischievous smile. Rachel let out a nervous giggle. And she gasps as her heart races. Then he leans down. Drew leaned down, and the moment was too powerful to stop. If he hesitated, it was only in his mind, for the next thing he felt was the warm softness of Rachel's lips on his. He hadn't meant to kiss her, knowing what it would do to him and most likely her. It wasn't fair of him, but the magical day, combined with the freedom of his secret exposed and the grace with which she took it, overwhelmed him. There was no stopping that kiss. He had dreamed of this day when he could call her his own, not only in words but physically, claiming her as his and revealing that he was hers, heart and soul and every scrap of him. The intensity that bloomed within him scared him to death, mainly because he knew she still had the chance to walk away. That fear had him wrapping his hand around the back of her head and deepening the kiss. He wanted to show her that his love could get them through, that it was powerful, intense, and able to conquer anything, including the one big thing that stood as an obstacle in their path. "It works every time," a voice said in a half-snicker, half-sigh, interrupting Drew from the fervor he'd been in. Drew pulled back, his eyes wide in fright as he searched Rachel's face. Her eyes remained shut, her lips still partly opened and red from the kiss. He wanted to lower back down and kiss them again, but planted his feet firmly on the floor. He drew his hand back to her cheek, his thumb gently sweeping under her eye. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that." "Yes?" She opened her eyes with a dreamy expression. "Yes, you should have." "Oh, really?" He dropped his hand, but as she swayed, he reached out to hold her again. "So does that mean, well?" She stepped forward and up onto her tippy toes to plant a chaste kiss on his lips. "Let's figure this out, together." He didn't think he'd ever grinned that big before in his life. He swore his lips spread all the way to his ears, and he couldn't pull them down to save his life. By the time they walked back to the truck, hand in hand, he was sure that they had brought the magic of the North Pole with them into the September warmth. He loaded their bags into the truck's back seat and went to help her in, but when he turned toward her, she leaned in and kissed him again. Her hand slid down his chest until she heard the crinkle of the letter, and she stopped, her brow furrowing. His heart sped up. "Oh, that's nothing I need anymore," he said, snatching the letter he had intended to give her, which would have ruined the chance she had given them. He stuffed it in one of his bags, intending to burn it the moment he made it home. The last thing he wanted was to ruin the magic of this amazingly romantic day. 7. Rachel practically floated home, the drive there only intensifying her happiness. Only every once in a while, a slight niggling sensation would try to pull her out, try to remind her that something wasn't quite perfect, but she never let herself entirely go there. The delicious aroma of dinner pulled her through the door, and she realized she had arrived home right on time. She pushed through the entryway awkwardly with her hands full of bags from the expo, but the moment she stepped foot into the room, her cousins, at least the female halves, greeted her, taking bags from her arms and asking questions. "So, how did it go?" Ember asked. "Did you get your kiss?" Joy asked. "Was it under the mistletoe?" "Just look at her," Tilly said. "She obviously got her kiss." Rachel's cheeks burned, and she looked around to see if the guys had overheard them. The last thing she needed was to explain things to the men, or have them repeat things to Drew. "The men are checking out the sleigh upgrades, prepping for the snow season." Ember nodded toward the barn. "Grams is cooking and said she didn't need our help," Tilly added. "And the men took the kiddos with them," Joy said with a monstrous smile. "So?" Rachel picked up the bags. "I got some great ideas. Check out these." She pulled out one of the candy cane wreaths, but stopped at the frozen silence of the ladies. Glancing up, she saw each one either folding their arms or planting fists on hips, and all of them staring her down. "Christmas is months away. We have time," Joy said, taking her hand and pulling her into the living room. "Well, I wanted to see what she was going to pull out, but yes, it can wait," Tilly said, with only a slight longing glance back at the Christmas bags. "Tilly, you'll have to go next year." "You'd be in heaven," Rachel said as they plopped her on the couch. "Of course we'll plan it," Tilly said, landing next to her and pulling up a leg, so she turned toward Rachel with an expectant smile. "Now?" The other gals sat on the other side of her, and Rachel finally sighed. "Yes, he kissed me." The girls squealed just like they were back in college, and for a moment she missed her roommates. Wait. Ember leaned forward. You said he kissed you. Yep, Rachel said. Well, it might have been a mutual kiss. She cocked her head, trying to remember precisely who moved toward the other first. Did it even matter? Was it under the mistletoe? Joy bounced, rocking Rachel and making her laugh. Rachel nodded, feeling her enthusiasm bubble forth. It was so romantic. The entire day was. She plopped back against the back of the couch. Tell us every single detail, Tilly said, leaning forward as if eager for a long-awaited movie. Rachel laughed, still full of glee, and did as she was bade. She went through everything that happened, slightly stumbling when she remembered what it was she was trying so hard to push out. Drew might not be able to have kids. Her cousins went silent at this, and the realization hit her again. It was harder this time, because she wasn't worried about Drew. Oh honey, Joy said, taking Rachel's hand. I know how much having kids means to you. He wants kids, Rachel said, feeling the need to defend him. It's just, it's only a possibility. Nothing is certain. You're right, Ember said. I always thought love and a family of my own was out of the question, and look at me now. Rachel looked at her, seeing the extra brightness in her eyes and flushed to her cheeks. Without meaning to, she glanced down at Ember's still very flat stomach, then pulled her gaze away before Ember noticed. Right, Tilly said, nodding. We never know what could happen. Miracles happen all the time. You think it could take a miracle? Rachel asked, the heaviness of the possibility suddenly landing on her. When Drew was right there in front of her, and a possible kiss was imminent, she felt like nothing could hamper their love. Now, with the sadness in her cousin's eyes, she wondered if she was too optimistic. There are always other ways to make a family. Joy squeezed her hand. Right? You're right, Rachel said with a swallow. She felt the other ladies exchange glances before Tilly pushed on. So, what happened after he told you his secret? I told him that I thought we could figure something out. Rachel shrugged, feeling the weight of what she had said land on her shoulders. After that, it was like he was, back to himself, but at an even more intimate level. His eyes shone extra bright, and he was so romantic and generous. We really had such a splendid time. And the kiss? Tilly asked. It was the mistletoe booth. She glanced at Joy. The spirit of the moment had diminished somewhat, but reliving her first kiss with Drew gave her a weird feeling of floating, but now with an anchor that kept tugging her down. That sounds so magical, Tilly said, falling back onto the couch. Even more so because he made that first move, at least in a way. Yeah, Rachel said, feeling subdued but dreamy. It was a strange way to exist, and she longed for the free-floating sensation she had on the way home. So, you want to look at the Christmas goodies now? Yes. Tilly sprang to a leap and returned with all the bags before anyone else left their seats. Rachel kept herself distracted as she shared all the little ideas, gifts, and pictures to help them relive the wonders of the day. I can't believe you guys went gliss skating. Joy shook her head. I didn't even know that was a thing, Ember said, pulling out something else. Oh, looks like your boyfriend left a love letter here for you. Rachel looked over. Actually that's his bag. I wonder how I ended up with it. Well, the letter is addressed to my dearest songbird. Tilly said as she took it from Ember. Rachel snatched the letter away, remembering her roommates all over again. Is that what he calls you? Joy asked. That's so sweet. She leaned over to look at it. Oh, it looks like it got wet. Was it raining? It hasn't rained in the entire state for the last month, Tilly said, looking closer at the letter. Maybe he dropped his drink on it or something. Rachel's heart pounded, and she wondered when he had written the letter. There had been no time for him to do so while they were together, so it must have been the day before. Too used to ripping into his letters right away, she opened it without thinking. The more Rachel read, the more she wished she hadn't, but she couldn't stop. At first, she thought it was sweet that he shared all the wonderful times they had together, but the further she read, the more it sounded like a goodbye letter. He shared with her the same news he had earlier that day in person, but this time, he made it sound much more of a certainty rather than only a slight possibility. Then, the sentence that cemented her fear stopped her. She gasped, unable to tear her eyes off the words, "And so, to save your heart and future hopes, I must say goodbye to my little sparrow." Tears burned her eyes, and her hand covered her mouth as she choked back a sob. "What?" Joy smoothed back a piece of Rachel's hair that had fallen over her face. "What is it?" Rachel opened her mouth to respond. She tried to read further, but her eyes blurred and refused to move off of those horrible words. "'Cause you're scaring us," Tilly said, gently turning her to look at her. He. Rachel closed her eyes, spilling the tears that had filled them. "He broke up with me." "Wait, what?" Ember came over and took the letter from her hand. Rachel didn't resist. She curled into a ball as she tried to make sense of his written words, which seemed so opposite from the day they had just spent together, their first kiss under the mistletoe and their goodbye kiss. I don't understand." Tilly and Joy kept a hand on her like they feared she would disappear as they huddled together to read the letter, each gasping in their turn. "He must have written it before," Ember whispered. "So then he really doesn't want to break up," Tilly said, squeezing Rachel's arm. "I think he wrote that out of fear yesterday, and then today he must have decided he had to be a man and tell you face to face." Joy sat back next to her. "I don't think he meant for you to read this, honey." "But I did," Rachel choked out. "He wrote it. He wasn't even going to give me a chance." Joy and Tilly both wrapped their arms around her, rocking her. When the front door opened, and the men's and kids' voices reached her, she pushed back just as Tanner entered the room. "Hey cuz, Drew just texted to say you left your phone in his truck and accidentally took one of his bags. He said you shouldn't look into it. Maybe he got you a present or some," Tanner's voice cut off. I can't." Rachel pushed her cousins off her and fled the room, leaving all of her things where they lay, the women watching her helplessly and the men scratching their heads. "What I'd say?" Tanner asked. "I think it's more about what we walked into," Gramps said. Their voices faded as Rachel ran up the steps toward her room. She threw herself on the bed and finally allowed herself to cry until she almost forgot what she was crying about. When the emotions had left her weak and spent, she curled up on her side, blinking through irritated raw eyes to watch out the window where the sunset colored the landscape as if in a beautiful painting. She let the piece of it fall on her, trying not to think, not to feel, and just to be. It worked, at least until a soft knock sounded on her door. The knob turned and Tilly let herself in. "Hey cuz. You draw the short straw?" Rachel asked, not taking her eyes off the landscape as it slowly darkened, fading into black, just like her dreams. "No, I wanted to come." Tilly sat on the bed next to her, laying a calming hand on her leg. Paper crumpled as she sat the folded letter on her bedstand. "Those watermarks? I'm pretty sure they're tears." "His tears." Rachel closed her eyes. He had seemed so happy, so genuine. "I don't think he really wanted to break up with you, and his actions today definitely spoke differently," Tilly soothed. "But he did. He wasn't going to tell me, wasn't even going to give me a chance to respond." Anger burned away the sadness. "He was just going to give up on us." There was a long silence before Tilly said, "I think he was thinking of you. He didn't want you not to have your dream. He assumed a figurative dream would mean more than us. How can I be with someone who would give up so easily?" Rachel pushed up and off the bed, stalking to the window, her eyes holding onto the last touch of light. Tilly started to say something, but Rachel held up her hand. "Please. I just want to be alone." "Dinner's ready," Tilly said, defeat filling her words. "I'm not hungry. Please, tell the others I'm sorry. I just need to be alone." Rachel didn't turn toward her, and kept her back to the room until Tilly shut the door quietly behind her, her soft footsteps fading down the steps. Rachel wasn't used to the sensation of anger, but she clung to it right now. It was much easier to be angry than to feel like he had ripped her heart out and trampled it. Drew looked longingly at the house as he handed Rachel's phone to Tanner. Is Rachel here? Drew asked as Tanner's hard eyes met his. You should have destroyed that letter, man, Tanner said. She read it? Drew felt his eyes bulge as he gulped the horror that filled him. Rachel reading the letter he meant to burn was the worst news he could have heard, was the fear that had kept him from sleeping all night. Tanner only glared at him. I was planning on it. I would have, but she accidentally took the bag it was in. Drew tore off his cowboy hat and pulled at his hair. What were you thinking, breaking up with her in a letter anyway? Only a coward would do that, Tanner fumed, and his fists clenched at his sides. He had heard about Tanner's temper, but Drew had never been on the receiving end and wished he wasn't now. Though he deserved it, he deserved all of it. You're right. I was a coward, Drew said, the truth sinking within him, drawing him to the ground, weighing him down like an entire truckload of hay. And now? Tanner asked through gritted teeth. Drew looked at him in question. Are you still a coward? Tanner asked. Drew shook his head, rising back to a stand. No. I want to do right by her. I want her. Tanner shook out his fists and stepped aside. Then be a man and convince her of that. Drew looked at his friend in a new light. He had always respected Tanner, but hearing him defend and protect his cousin while still keeping boundaries of friendship made him look up to him. He wanted to be that man for his sisters. The ranch house, which normally looked inviting, loomed intimidatingly before him. He would have to face more than just Rachel. This family stood together like he hoped his would, not only his sisters but his future family. It was like standing before a gauntlet of shame. Tanner didn't come with him. He only stood back, giving an encouraging nod when he hesitated at the steps. Joy opened the door as he got there, her shocked expression becoming one of hesitancy. Oh hey Drew, she said, glancing past him to where Tanner stood and back to him. Hi Joy. He took off his hat but didn't step inside. I understand I have a lot to apologize for. Well, not to me, she said and stepped back, waiting for him to enter. Though I'm not sure Rachel wants to see you right now. Drew let out a sigh and dropped his head. I can understand that, but I'm hoping she'll allow me the chance to explain. Joy took his hat and hung it on the rack. When she turned back to him, she smiled a soft, sad smile. I'm hoping too. She had whispered, but her words gave him the spark of hope he needed. She motioned for him to follow her, and he did, while trying to pull the words he needed to say to the front of his mind. How did you apologize for accidentally breaking up with someone right after kissing her for the first time? There were so many wrongs that he didn't know how to correct. Wait here, Joy asked as they stood outside of the entrance into Tanner and Joy's living quarters. Of course, Rachel was watching the kids. That was her job, why she was still here at the ranch and not home deciding on a career she didn't want, and probably meeting other men who would have been upfront about things with her instead of waiting until they were both head over heels to tell her life-altering truth. He almost turned and fled down the hall, but Tanner's words held him there. In Tanner's eyes, he had seen the hope that he might have a chance to sway Rachel to forgive him. Beyond the door, muffled but emotional voices carried out a conversation. Only one word came across. No. When Joy returned through the door, only to shut it quietly behind her, his heart fell. The pieces of his heart that were cracked now shattered and fell into the pit of his stomach. Suddenly, he knew he'd be sick. She won't let me explain, he said, swallowing past the nausea. I'm sorry. It's too fresh. Maybe try in a few more days? Joy's voice held empathy, and that empathy put him over the edge. He turned on his heel, closing the distance to escape in long, frantic strides, barely making it to the manure heap to lose his breakfast. He spat and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Tanner cleared his throat and handed him a rag. After Drew had cleaned up, Tanner handed him his hat, which he had left inside. My wife thinks of everything. That she does. You're a lucky man, Drew said, catching his breath and unable to look his friend in the eye. It wasn't always like that. There was a time I was a real jerk too. Tanner leaned against the barn door, watching him. Drew could feel his heavy stare weighing on him. Joy forgave me, though I didn't deserve it. Drew finally met his eyes, then glanced back at the house. She won't give me the chance. So that's it? You'll just walk away like your letter said. Take the easy way out? Tanner pushed off the barn and leaned toward him, lowering his voice. Let me tell you, that ain't the easy way. It's going to hurt more than you know. Drew watched Tanner strut away. There seemed to be a stiffness to his gait, a slight hitch that seemed to speak of pain, but Drew didn't think it was his back or legs. It seemed more like a pain in the heart. He thought he understood what Tanner implied, but what could he do if Rachel didn't allow him to apologize or explain? Drew moped to his truck with one last longing glance at the house. Once there, he didn't start the engine right away. He stared at the house and asked for guidance from the big guy upstairs. Joy's words settled on him. Maybe try again in a few days. With that next step in place, he started his truck and regretfully turned for home, his heart aching with every mile between him and Rachel. He had to make this right. He decided to be forthright with everyone from here on out, and that night at dinner, he told his family how he had messed things up with Rachel. They all hung their heads, and his youngest sister sniveled. Rachel had already worked her way into their hearts too. So that's it? Shelley said. His older sister watched him closely, ignoring her parents' warning glances. You're just going to give up on love? I thought you said real love didn't walk away. He opened his mouth and shut it, letting her words process, and remembering the conviction he had felt that day he shared that with her. Where was that conviction when he wrote that letter? What had caused him to walk away from everything he believed about love? He met his dad's eyes, thinking about the wisdom he had shared that Drew hadn't listened to. He met his mom's eyes, soft and sad yet encouraging. His sisters all looked at him with hope shining in their eyes. He felt like more than his fate rested on his decisions, but also on how his sisters viewed love and what they would look for in a man when it came to their turn to find their perfect match. Their belief in him buoyed his resolve. No, that's not it, he said, placing both hands on the table and meeting his family's eyes. I won't give up because I know Rachel and I love each other, and love forgives. Love also doesn't give up. His mom reached to squeeze his hand, his younger sisters clapped, and his older sisters sighed. It was his dad's look that made his throat swell, for he looked at him with pride. Let's plan how to win back her heart, Carrie said, and his family agreed. Drew wasn't sure he wanted his family involved, but he would not burst their bubble. Not tonight. Tonight, he needed their encouragement and belief, and he could see that he would probably need it for many rough nights ahead. Some of their ideas he followed, like writing letters, one every week, and texting every once in a while. He did not know if Rachel had read the letters, or if she had burned them the moment they arrived. It didn't matter. He needed to talk with her, so he kept writing. A response never arrived. No text, no letter, no call, but he didn't give up. The weather turned cold, and soon Christmas preparations inundated his life. Each new idea he implemented, from the time he and Rachel spent at the expo, tore his heart a little more. Instead of letting it beat him down, though, he used those memories to reinforce his drive. Finally, though, Shelley, almost ready to give up, said he needed to pull out the big guns. What big guns? Drew asked. He'd been racking his mind for everything he could do without showing up at the ranch, only to be turned away. This was his last resort, and he would do it soon if nothing else worked. Her family, of course. His sister rolled her eyes like it was obvious. She has a point, her mom said. You've told us how tight they all are. Maybe you could rally them to help from that end. You said that they all like you. Well, they liked me. That was before I broke their cousin's heart. Drew played with his mashed potatoes as he thought about how he could get them on his side. You said Tanner sounded like he thought you could get her to listen, and that Joy hoped she would, his sister continued. But she hasn't, has she? Drew lamented. Well, no. His sister reached out and took his hand. You have to get the chance to tell her face to face. She's right, her mom said. You need to figure out how to see her. That will remind her of your love for each other. If a woman looks the man she loves in the eyes. She glanced at his father. There's almost nothing she can't forgive. His dad cleared his throat. Call your buddy. See what he can do. Drew didn't even finish his dinner. He left the table, scrolling through his phone and pressing the call button before walking out the door. Hey man, Tanner answered on the second ring. You ready for your trees? Drew stumbled down the steps, catching himself and shaking his head to remember his purpose. Yes. No? I mean, yes I am, but that's not why I'm calling. Oh, Tanner said. Give me a minute. In the background, footsteps echoed on a wooden floor, and a door creaked shut. I've done my best. She won't listen to any of us. Is she happy? Drew asked, almost breathless, as he waited for the answer. What? Tanner asked. Drew repeated the question slowly. Oh, she tries to put on a brave face, but no. She's miserable. Then help me, Drew said the words like there was no turning him down. How? Think. There must be some Christmas function that can put us together. Like a fundraiser or something. Drew racked his brain trying to think of something. He almost mentioned the ball they had in Christmas Tree Hill, but that would be too intimate and too short. She could just leave. It had to be something where they had to see each other multiple times. Let me look, Tanner said. He groaned as a chair squeaked with his weight, and Drew had the picture of him sitting at his desk, which he normally avoided, as clicks of a mouse echoed in the phone. Yeah, here. I knew I had seen something. The Christmas foster care outreach. They reached out to me last week to donate some Christmas trees. Are they looking for volunteers? Drew's heart raced as Tanner said the name. What better place to have a reconnection? Hold on. After several moments, he sighed. Yep, they asked for Christmas trees, decorations, gift certificates, and then mentioned they needed volunteers to help pass the trees out to foster kids and organize events. Tanner's chair squeaked as he sat back. But man, it's your busy time. Doesn't matter. My letters aren't working. She won't return my texts or calls. I have to do something. Drew drummed his fingers on his desk. I'll convince my sister to help with the lot. Can you get Rachel to volunteer there? Well, I just read it's my old pastor that's running this. Let me make some calls and talk with people on this side. Tanner's voice sounded thoughtful but hesitant. Tell me now if you don't think this is what she wants. Drew braced himself, but Tanner said nothing. Your silence is all I need. I know I can fix this if she's even half as miserable as I am. I just need to see her face to face. You know, she's a Johnson. I know. Family comes first. Drew started. It does, but that's not what I mean. We Johnsons are a stubborn lot. Tanner gave a half-hearted chuckle. I never really saw myself as stubborn, Drew said. But I am dedicated, and I know your cousin is the one for me. I'm not giving up. Well, that's pretty obvious, man. I'm tired of just checking the mail for all of your letters. Tanner slapped the desk. We'll do it. Okay. Some way I'll make sure she's there. Drew let out a little yip. Awesome. Thanks, brother. Don't thank me yet. Tanner sighed. By the way, how many trees do you want me to set aside for you? Drew laughed, feeling hope light within him once again. He didn't know how he would make this work. It still scared him to death that Rachel would see him and run in the other direction. With a rueful smile, he decided he'd better wear his running shoes. 8. Rachel pulled on her boots and glanced up at Joy, who was waiting at the door for her. Are you sure you can do without me? Joy smiled almost too cheerily. Absolutely. I've made my deadlines for the year. My boss knows Christmas is my busy time and doesn't schedule much for me. But what about the sleigh rides and the Christmas tree sales and? Rachel asked, feeling like she was abandoning them by taking on Tanner's project. We'll be fine. Tilly's here to help now that school is on break, and Tanner wants to give back this year. You're helping him to do that. Joy held her jacket so she could slip on it. I still don't even really know what I'll be doing, Rachel said. Bringing Christmas cheer to foster kids. It's right up your alley. Joy handed her a packed lunchbox. I won't eat that much, Rachel said, looking in to see 2 sandwiches, a couple of apples, and a half-dozen cookies. Just in case, Joy said, her voice practically vibrating with eagerness. Why do I feel like you're up to something? Are you just trying to get rid of me? Rachel hesitated in the doorway. Of course not. I'll miss you dearly, but this is a special thing you're doing, and I think you need to get out a bit. Maybe it will bring you some Christmas cheer. Joy gave her a big hug. Be brave and let God open your heart. Rachel stepped back, mouth opening to ask what that meant, but Tanner walked up to the bottom step of the porch just then. Truck's all warmed up. The roads are icy, so I'll drive you down this morning, and Tilly will pick you up this afternoon. Tanner held out his hand to take the lunchbox. Then leaned up to kiss Joy on the cheek. Be back in time for the first sleigh ride. Rachel let Tanner usher her into the truck, though she still felt unsteady. Something was going on, and she wasn't sure what. It made her hands shake all the way into town. Have you ever volunteered for this program before? No, Tanner said, glancing at her from the corner of his eye. It's fairly new, but a rendition of what they used to have. Remember Grams and Gramps' story about when Grams came back to town, and how Christmas changed for her younger sisters that year? That's right. It was called Santa's Helpers or something like that. Rachel dug into her memory. Didn't our great-grandparents help with that? Sure did, Tanner said. Anyway, they're starting something like that again, focusing on children in foster care. The kids are coming in from all over the county. I didn't realize there were that many kids in foster care around here, Rachel said. Me neither, honestly, and it made me feel guilty. Tanner shifted in his seat. So you're sending me to help? Rachel turned to study him. Why me? Tanner shrugged, but his lips quirked and thinned and quirked again. You're great with kids. I've also asked other friends to help, but I can't let anyone else from the ranch go. I need their help with all the events we have going on there. Rachel said, feeling a tingling come up her spine. Yeah, if you could tell Pastor Rob that we'd be open to hosting an event for the kids at the ranch closer to Christmas, that'd be great. Just have him call me to set it up. Tanner said, as he pulled up in front of the community hall. You're not coming in? Rachel asked, looking at the people going in and out of the building and feeling her nerves dance on end. Oh no, I've got to pick up a few last-minute supplies and return to the ranch before the first group arrives. I'm sorry. Tilly will be here this afternoon to pick you up. Pastor Rob said about 3-ish. Try to enjoy yourself and thank you again. Tanner leaned over and opened her door. Oh, okay. Rachel scooted towards the door. You'll do great. Just be yourself. Tanner smiled and waved, and just before the door shut, she swore she heard him say, and give him a chance. Those words had her freezing on the steps, watching as the truck continued down Main Street. She lost herself in the decorations of garlands hanging across the street, and lampposts wrapped like candy canes. It looked magical, igniting a nostalgic feeling from where, the expo, and immediately her heart closed on the memory. Hey, a high voice said, bringing Rachel out of her memories and turning to see a gal she had met at the last couple of weddings. Rachel, right? You're a Johnson. Yes, Nancy. It's good to see you again. Rachel relaxed with the distraction and followed the other woman inside. Are you volunteering as well? Oh yes. I volunteer as much as I can. What better cause, right? These poor children. Maybe I'll become a foster mom one of these days. They need so much, these poor kids. And of course, I'd do anything for Pastor Rob. She lifted to her toes and called out while she waved. Pastor Rob. Hi. Then she grabbed Rachel's arm and dragged her toward the elderly pastor. Rachel worked hard to keep her feet underneath her, but Nancy moved fast despite her platform shoes. She also didn't look where she was going, and pulled Rachel right into a stack of boxes. Rachel yanked her arm free, but not in time to catch herself. Luckily, a pair of strong hands were on time. They wrapped around her waist, tingling wherever they touched, holding on tight until her feet were firmly back underneath her again. "Thank you," she panted, turning to see her rescuer and freezing as she did. Everything in her went numb the moment she met those chocolatey brown eyes. Drew stood in front of her, one hand still on her waist, as if to ensure she wouldn't fall at seeing him. And she thought she just might. Suddenly it all made sense. Joy's exuberant pushing this morning and Tanner's mention of other friends before he sped off, leaving her with no escape route. She tried to swallow past the lump in her throat, but her mouth had gone dry and her head swam. Drew's lips moved, but she couldn't hear what he said. Everything sounded as if she were underwater. He led her to a chair, helped her sit, and squatted before her. Still, she felt like she was in a glass tank separated from the world. This couldn't be happening. How could her cousins do this to her? A solid hand came down on her shoulder, instantly bringing her back to the present as if she traveled at light speed, only to end up right where she was. "You all right, dear?" It was the pastor asking. He smiled gently down at her. "I'm glad young Drew was there to catch you." "Yeah, me too." "Sorry, Rachel," Nancy said, her concern showing in a line between her brow, though she glanced from Drew to Rachel and back to Drew. "Thank you for your help." "It was my pleasure," Drew said, never taking his eyes off Rachel. "You okay now? Need some water or anything?" Rachel hated that his hand still rested on her thigh, or more like, hated that it made her skin tingle and heart race. She hated how his chocolate eyes sucked her in and didn't let her go. Most of all, she hated her cousins for making this happen. "Well, it looks like you're in excellent hands." Pastor Rob patted her shoulder. "Come along, Nancy. I have you paired up with Henrietta to set up the decorations. I know how well you decorate." Seeing her only possible respite leaving, she pushed the words from her mouth. "What about me?" The pastor turned and smiled, nodding to Drew. "I paired you and Drew to deliver Christmas trees. Your cousin told me how wonderful you are with kids. I'm so grateful to Tanner for letting us borrow you too." Horror filled her. She couldn't be around Drew, especially not amid Christmas cheer. She just couldn't do it. I like to decorate too." Her voice came out weak and pitiful, but she saw the pain flinch in Drew's eyes. "Good," the pastor said. "The kids love it when you help them decorate their trees. I'll let you fill her in, Drew." With that, the pastor turned and Nancy followed, but not before waggling her eyebrows from Rachel to Drew. Rachel closed her eyes and dropped her head into her hands. Drew sighed and shifted, then his warm hands gently grasped hers and pulled them away from her face. "Give me a chance, my sparrow? Please." Her heart, which she had spent the last 3 months cementing back together, cracked when he used his endearment for her. She shook her head, her eyes burning. All she wanted to do was run away, but there was nowhere to go. Drew's hands on hers tightened and his voice trembled as he spoke. "If I have to do this right here, I will." Rachel looked around, seeing the other volunteers watching them with sparkling, expectant eyes and whispering to each other. She knew small towns and knew what they'd be talking about. "Or we can get in my truck, which I already loaded with Christmas trees, and you can let me bare my heart to you there." Drew cocked his head, trying to catch her eyes, but she was afraid to meet them again. "Because one way or the other, Rachel, you will hear what I need to say for both of our goods." "And not for mine?" she whispered. "You'll have to trust me," he said, rising while holding her hands. "How can I?" She heard the bitterness in her whispered words and felt him flinch, but he didn't let her hand go. "I deserve that, but it doesn't mean it didn't hurt," he said, his lips close to her ear. "Ready?" She glanced around the room. Everyone she looked at hastily looked away, pretending to be fiddling with something. Everyone except Nancy, who gave her a wink and an encouraging nod. Was she in on this too? She would go with Drew to get this nightmare over with, rather than make a scene and never being able to show her face in Christmas Tree Hill again. Never one to rock the boat, she gently withdrew her hand from Drew's grasp and walked straight out the door, intent on finding his truck. She could always make him drive her back to the ranch, and once there she would unleash her anger on her cousins. They knew how much pain she'd been in for the last few months. They knew how she could never move on because Drew kept sending letters that remained unopened and hidden away in her empty luggage. Now here she was, face to face with the one man she never wanted to see again, the man who had made her dreams come true only to dash them to pieces. Here was his chance, and he better not ruin it. Drew turned the heater on for Rachel, even though he was sweating despite the frigid air. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, but it felt like it would snow at any moment. He didn't know if the weather caused Rachel to hug her arms around herself, or if it was from being forced into this situation. "I'm sorry," Drew said, turning to look at her, ignoring the rumble of the truck warming up. She drew her arms tighter around herself and purposefully looked out the window opposite him. "I'm sorry for a lot of things, Rachel." He sighed. "Right now, I'm sorry about this surprise. I didn't know how else to get you to see me. So you trick me and get my cousins on board for the scheme?" Her words came out as little darts that her glance propelled, but she quickly turned away again. "I was desperate. I have been desperate." He leaned back in his seat. "I still am." Her shoulders slightly lowered, and she drew in an audible shaky breath. "You never responded to my letters," he said, glancing at her and seeing her stiffen. "You haven't read them, have you?" She gave the tiniest shake of her head. "I get it," Drew said. "That first letter, I mean the one I didn't intend for you to read, hurt you deeply." "Hurt me?" She spun to face him, her eyes narrowed and hard. "After the day we just had, after that kiss, that letter ripped my heart out and smashed it to pieces." Drew sucked in a sharp breath, feeling the pain straight to his own heart, but he kept hold of her eyes. "It broke my heart to write it. I thought I was doing the right thing, but..." "But what? Did you realize that not being honest from the get-go was wrong? That I deserved to know before investing months in you, of allowing myself to fall in love with you? Or that it was selfish, blatant, and conceited of you to think you knew what was best for me, without even giving me a chance to share how I felt?" She stared him down, fire filling her eyes and heating her cheek to a furious red. "All of that," Drew said, swallowing past the pain, past his bruised ego, past the horrific knowledge that he majorly messed up. "I don't deserve to be forgiven, much less have a second chance." "You think I'm going to give you another chance?" Her eyes widened and she shook her head. "Why? The next time something scary arises, you'll just give up and write a letter telling me what's best for me." Drew opened his mouth, but surprise kept the words from coming out. That's why she was upset. Because she felt he had given up? He searched her eyes, seeing the pain and fear just past the anger that was holding her together. "Do you see me giving up now?" She blinked, folded her arms around herself again, and looked out the window. "We probably should go." Drew swallowed. Riding the thin line between making sure she understood and pushing too much had his mind spinning. He put the truck in gear and started down the highway for now. After a moment, he cleared his throat and nodded to the paper between them. "I don't know this area very well. Would you mind navigating?" Rachel sighed, but she picked up the paper. "The first house is just north of town. I'll Google the rest." "Thank you," Drew said. He chewed on the inside of his cheek and then went for it. "Would you do me a favor? Before you sign me off forever, would you at least read my letters?" Rachel turned out the side window again, keeping her face averted. A moment later she sniffed and moved as if to wipe her face. It broke his heart to see her upset, especially when he caused it. He stopped at the stop sign and turned toward her, hesitantly touching her shaking shoulder. "I am so sorry that I caused you this pain. If I could take it all back, I would. Turn left here." Her words choked, and they broke as she continued once he started the turn. "You would take it all back? Everything?" He recognized the address and pulled up in front of the house. "Never. I only regret my lack of upfront honesty, which is causing you pain. That's all I would take back, and I would do it in a heartbeat if possible." "But it's not," she murmured, frantically wiping her face and drawing shaky breaths. No, my magic time machine is broken. Drew tried to push a smile to his lips, but only felt them twitch. I can only spend the rest of my life trying to make up for it. The rest of your life, Rachel said in exasperation, glaring at him, but when their eyes met she blinked in recognition. She cleared her throat and looked at the paper. This tree is for a little girl named Milo. Drew shook his head to get back to their task. Milo. Got it. Well, let's give this girl a Christmas tree. Might as well make those we can happy. He hopped out of the truck before she could respond. What's that supposed to mean? She said, meeting him at the back of the truck to untie the top tree. Just saying, even if we can't be happy, at least we can help others be happy. It's the next best thing, right? He gave her a slight smile. Here we go. Ready? They hoisted the tree off the truck and stood it up. The bushy tree stood as tall as Drew and was much more expansive. Could you please grab the bag with the stand and the decorations? He nodded to the back seat of the truck. Got it, she said. How can I help carry the tree? I got the tree. Want to ring the doorbell? Drew hefted the tree, his face mostly covered by the branches, but he could see Rachel hop up the front porch steps and ring the doorbell. He watched her curiously, wondering how the rest of the day would go. A massive weight had lifted as soon as he apologized. He had said his piece, at least the important part. Now, he had to wait to see what she would do with it. A little girl poked her head out, and an older lady opened the door wider. Go on, Pipsqueak. They're here for you. For me? With dark curls bouncing and eyes lit with wonder, the little girl came onto the front porch. A Christmas tree? For me? Really? Drew smiled, but his throat grew tight as Rachel bent to the little girl's level. That's right, sweetie. It's for you. The little girl covered her mouth, and her cheeks pinked like Rachel's. I just can't believe it. Pinch me. Pinch you? Rachel asked. To make sure I'm not dreaming. I've never had a Christmas tree in my whole entire life. The little girl pushed up to her toes, reached out to touch the tree, and pulled back her hand. Come on, Milo, the older lady said, pulling the girl back with her. Let them come in. I hope you can set it up, because I don't think I could do it. It'd be our pleasure, ma'am, Drew said, pushing the words past the lump in his throat. Milo watched in wonder as they came into the house. Where are we gonna put it, Nana May? Oh, I think there by the piano would be nice, don't you? Nana May limped over to move the table in the corner next to the piano. I'll get that. Rachel handed the bag to Milo and jumped to take the table from the older woman's hands. Where should I put it? Oh, over there would be fine, dear. The lady waved to the other side of the room. Decorations. Milo whispered in awe. Oh, Pipsqueak. I don't have many of those, but we'll scrape together some pennies and see what we can find at the thrift store. Nana May twisted her hands together. Oh, we brought some decorations, Rachel told her. That's right, Drew said, slightly out of breath as he set the tree down. Right about here, okay? Yes. Milo shouted. That'll do just fine, dear. Nana May wiped her eyes. Would you grab that stand, Rachel? Drew asked, balancing the tree. Oh yes, she said, returning to the girl to rummage in the bag. Your name is Rachel? Milo asked, and though he couldn't see the girl's face, he could see Rachel's, and the soft smile spoke wonders. It sure is, and you're Milo, right? Rachel said, setting up the stand but glancing up at the girl. Yes, but Nana May. Her name is Rachel, just like the story you read me last night. Milo hopped up and down. Rachel had a miracle baby. Drew held his breath as Rachel flinched and froze. She had the most curious expression as she stared at the child. His name was Joseph. We get to read more about him tonight, like his coat of many colors. Milo spun in a circle and giggled. Pipsqueak, Nana May whispered. Come over here and let them finish. Okay, Milo said, subdued. It's all right, Rachel said, her voice slightly squeaking, and Drew knew she was holding back her emotions. I like to listen to her. You don't think I talk too much? Milo asked. Everyone thinks I talk too much. It's just that I never know if I'll see them again, and I have a lot to say. You talk as much as you want, Milo, Drew said, meeting Rachel's eyes, his heartbeat speeding as he saw the first glimpse of the sweet gal he fell in love with that day. Milo did. She told them about her new life with Nana May, and how she liked this new town, and hoped she would stay, that it was much better than the town before that, or the one before that one. The more she talked, the more Rachel kept glancing at him with a look that reflected exactly how he felt. They had several more deliveries, but Drew couldn't bring himself to make them leave. Rachel offered to help Milo decorate the tree, when Nana May had worried her rheumatism wouldn't allow her to get the hooks on the ornaments. Nana May came to stand by him as he watched Rachel, with his heart mending and growing simultaneously. Thank you for doing this for her. Nana May wiped her eyes. Of course, this is what the program is all about. Drew smiled at the woman, really taking her in and seeing that she struggled with many health concerns. I retired last year after my hip surgery. I didn't think I could care for little ones anymore, but they called me up last month just before Thanksgiving. Poor little gal didn't have a place to go. I couldn't say no. She sighed. I'm glad you could take her in, Drew said. She seems like a very special little girl. Oh, she is. I've done foster care most of my life in one form or another. There are those that grab your heart from the moment you lay eyes on them. Milo's like that. Nana May sighed. I hope they find a good permanent placement for her. The statement hit Drew with the hard fact of what it meant to be in foster care. He thought about Milo talking about all the towns she had lived in before, and his heart broke. Would the rest of this sweet girl's life be a constant succession of transitions? Yay! Milo cheered and clapped her hands. Nana May, look at how beautiful our tree is. It's perfect, Nana May said, wiping her eyes. Now say thank you. These two have more kids to make happy. You mean you get to bring trees to more kids like me? Milo clapped her hands. What a great job. I want to do that when I grow up. Rachel bent down. I have a feeling you're making many people happy right now. No need to wait until you grow up. Milo threw her arms around Rachel. I hope you have miracles, like the Rachel in the story Nana May read to me. You're so nice. Rachel looked surprised, but she hugged the little girl, and Drew was sure he saw tears filling her eyes. Don't forget all the other special events we have planned for the kids. Drew handed Nana May a flyer. We'd love to see Milo at them. Isn't that right, Rachel? Oh, very much, Rachel stood, wiping at her eyes and clearing her throat. She turned to Nana May. Do you think you could bring her to them? I'll do my best. Nana May smiled as she walked them to the door. You two are a sweet couple. I hope the good Lord blesses you both. Bye, Rachel. Bye, man who helped Rachel. Milo stood in the doorway next to Nana May as they walked to the truck. Drew, he said, turning back to her. I'm Drew, and we'll look forward to seeing you at the events. Milo waved frantically, and as they pulled away, Rachel waved until they were out of sight. Oh my goodness, she said, her voice shaking. I sure hope they all aren't like that. I don't think my heart can take it. I agree, but I have a feeling that one was special. Drew glanced in his rearview mirror, wondering why they had been given that experience but grateful they had. He glanced at Rachel again, seeing her struggle with emotion, but it wasn't about them this time. He knew she was thinking of that little girl, not only about what she had told her, but about the girl herself. Had that one moment opened Rachel's heart in more ways than one? 9. It was late afternoon, the sun already hiding behind the mountains when Drew drove them back to town, and Rachel felt exhausted in many ways. Tilly had texted over an hour ago, asking if she was ready for a ride home. Rachel responded with, I'm mad at you. Tilly's smart aleck response was understandable, but you'll thank me later. So ride? When she asked Drew what their ADA was, he hesitated, then offered to drive her back to the ranch himself, so they didn't have to worry about being late. Tilly's response to that still rankled Rachel. Does that mean you thank me now? Rachel didn't even bother responding to that one. She had shoved her phone away and hadn't looked at it since. As they came into town, lights flickered to life, casting a warm glow over the garlands, their candles shimmering like tiny beacons of holiday magic. The twinkling strands wrapped around the lamp poles illuminated their path, turning the streets into a dazzling journey straight to the heart of the North Pole. It made her think of the expo, and she hoped at some point she might remember that day without the pain of how it ended, ruining those magical moments. The thought surprised her, and she realized her heart hadn't entirely given up on Drew. Before you sign me off forever, would you at least read my letters? His request had played in her mind the entire day. Luckily, the rest of the day was filled with cheerful kids and the gratitude of bringing them joy, though none of them touched her like the first little girl, Milo. That girl was something. Do you think Milo will find a forever home? Rachel asked, not realizing she wondered out loud until Drew responded. She deserves one. Drew's voice was quiet and serious as he said it, making her look at him. You know, I've always had a soft heart toward adopted kids, but I never really understood the magnitude of what foster kids go through until today. Me neither. Rachel folded her fidgeting hands together. I knew some were like little Adam and Tyler, whose parents had made a terrible choice but were working on improving. Their foster mom told me they'll return to their parents soon. But then others like the teenagers, Johnny and Jenny. They've been in the system for most of their life. Drew shook his head. I can't even imagine what that would be like. Me neither, Rachel said, feeling guilty and blessed simultaneously. I'm glad we're doing this. Me too, Drew said, then turned to her. Does that mean I can expect your help again tomorrow? Rachel hadn't thought that far ahead, but after seeing the joy on these poor kids' faces and thinking of little Milo, how could she stop volunteering, regardless of how much it hurt whenever she looked at Drew, only to remember the pain? She blew out a shaky breath. Her cousins obviously thought it was a good idea, and Drew wasn't giving up. Maybe it was time to look at herself, whatever that might mean. Where that would lead, she did not know. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. She ignored the grin that lit his face, pretended like it didn't make her chest fill with warmth, and distracted herself by thinking of a curly-haired girl who somehow made her Christmas seem brighter. She remembered what Drew had said about the events, and realized she didn't know what Tanner had volunteered her for. Are we giving out more trees tomorrow? Drew glanced at her, his brow furrowed. No. Oh, that's right. You weren't there for the orientation. What orientation? Rachel asked, wondering why Tanner hadn't told her about it. Drew shrugged it off. It wasn't mandatory. So today was passing out Christmas trees. Several other teams did that today as well. Oh, I hadn't realized there were so many foster kids. Tell me about it. Drew sighed, then shook his head. Anyway, each day this week has a different event. Tomorrow is cookie decorating and decoration making. Oh, Rachel said, trying to wrap her mind around everything. Then there's building gingerbread houses and story time on Wednesday, Christmas movie and caroling on Thursday, and on Friday we help them write letters to Santa, then Santa surprises them by showing up. Wow, it's so wonderful that the community here is doing this. Rachel sat forward as they passed the community hall, which looked empty and dark. Oh, I was supposed to talk to Pastor Rob about hosting something at Christmas Tree Ranch. We can ask tomorrow, but we're running out of time. It's only a week until Christmas. Drew glanced at her as he took the turn towards the ranch. A week and a day, I wonder if Christmas Eve would work. She bit her lip. Does Pastor Rob text? Drew chuckled. That I don't know. Tomorrow is soon enough. Next year we'll be more organized. Rachel glanced at him. You act like you're fully invested in this program. I am. I don't think I could not be a part of it from here on out. Drew's knuckles went white on the steering wheel. What about your Christmas tree lot? Sis, that is Shelley is taking over a lot of responsibility this year. It's good for her. Hopefully, she'll continue to do it. Drew sat back, a little more at ease, but she felt him tense again as they pulled up the driveway. Rachel tensed too. She was still angry with her cousins for deceiving her, and the thought of confrontation made her sick. When she remained in the truck, even after Drew parked, he turned toward her. "I'm not pushing for anything, but thank you for at least allowing me to apologize and explain. If you read the letters, they do a better job of it." Drew pulled at his shirt collar. "Are you sure?" Rachel lifted an eyebrow. "The last letter I read of yours." "So you haven't read them?" Drew let out a breath that sounded like he'd been holding it for months, but she didn't need to answer. He could see the answer on her face. "Please? That letter, I should have never written it or burned it the moment I did. It ruined everything. The ones I've mailed, they explain that and more." Rachel gave a nod, glancing warily at the house. She saw shadows in the windows by the door, and knew her cousins were waiting for her. "I'll try, Drew." The thought of reading them made her eyes sting, but he had gone to the effort. The least she could do was try. "I didn't want to hurt you," Drew said, touching her briefly before dropping his hand. "I believe that was your intention." Rachel tore her eyes from the house and shot a glance at him. "But you did, and that will take time even to know if it can heal." Drew nodded. "Well, I appreciate you being willing to work alongside me while you take that time." She bit her lip as tears stung her eyes and debated whether to voice her thoughts out loud. "I've missed you." The words were barely a whisper, but they pulled Drew towards her. He stopped before touching, though. "That is music to my ears, my songbird, because I have missed you more than any words could express. I'm willing to wait as long as it takes." She gave a slight nod, unwilling to trust her voice. The front door creaked open and Tanner's face appeared, scowling before someone yanked him back inside. Rachel blew out a breath. "I hate confrontation." "I know. Me too." He looked past her to the house. "Don't be too mad at them, it was my doing. They went along with it and deceived me to do it." Rachel sighed. "They only want what they feel is best for you," Drew said haltingly. She spun to look him in the face. "Oh, and they think that's you?" I mean no, they just want you happy like I do." He swallowed, barely meeting her eyes. "You were happy before I ruined it." "I was," she said and looked down at her hands. "I haven't been since." "Me neither. It was a mistake, but only you can decide if it's forgivable." Drew sighed. "Tanner will end up pushing through the women." "Oh, I might take you up on that bet." Rachel drew in a deep breath. "Regardless, it's time to face the music." "Want me to change the tune?" "I could go in with you?" Drew offered. Rachel shook her head. "No. It's time communication is upfront and honest. They'll have to deal with me being mad at them for a while. Then, until tomorrow? May I pick you up?" Drew asked, and the lilt of hope in his voice sparked warmth and anger within her. "Might as well," she said as she opened the door. "Thank you." She slid out and looked back at him with a safe distance between them. Today was important in many ways. "For me too," he said, lifting his hand in a slight wave as she closed the truck's door. Rachel rolled her shoulders, finding strength somewhere deep in her exhausted body, and strutted toward the ranch house with purpose, even if she didn't precisely know what that purpose was. She waited on the porch until Drew's taillights disappeared, and opened the door. "Finally," Tanner groaned. "Now, may I go feed the horses, Your Majesty?" "Yes, go." Joy shooed him outside, then grabbed Rachel's arm, preventing her from removing her coat. Rachel pulled her arm away as Tanner left with a growl and hung her jacket up. "I'm mad at you," she said, looking at Joy, then shifted her glare to Ember and Tilly, who stood there watching her. "All of you." "Hey, I wasn't a part of this one," Ember said. Yes, Tilly said, tugging her into the living room. "You can be mad at us, but tell us how it went. Did you forgive him?" "You think that forgiveness happens that fast?" Rachel asked, watching her cousin. Then she remembered how picture-perfect she and Logan were, and shook her head. It's not, Joy said, reaching out to squeeze her hand. Being written off, regardless of how they truly felt, hurts, and it's hard to get past. Rachel opened her mouth for a retort, but then, meeting the depth of Joy's eyes, reminded her that unlike Tilly, Joy understood, at least to a point. How did you get past it? Joy shrugged. It kind of just happened, and she hesitated, searching Rachel's eyes as if trying to assess if she should say what she wanted. I had to really look at myself. Confirmation. Rachel had already started thinking she had a part to play in this, a part beyond forgiving. And you have more to consider than I did, Joy said. Being a mother, the complete experience is very important to you. Ember leaned forward as if to speak, but closed her lips and sat back. Rachel wondered what she had been going to say, but the mention of motherhood made her remember the day beyond her selfish concerns. Did you know how many kids we have in foster care around here? Rachel asked, her eyes welling. There was this one girl. Just like that, mad or not, Rachel fell right back into the group of women she loved and saw them more than as cousins or cousins by marriage but as friends. Maybe they did know her and what was best for her. That was part of what she needed to do, look deep into herself, at all the ugly truths and decide if they were right. Should she forgive Drew and give them another chance? And if so, what would that mean for her dreams of becoming a mom? Drew arrived late for dinner, but Shelley rushed to dish him up a plate and then sat beside him, eagerly waiting as he shoveled in several bites of food. He appreciated her thoughtfulness, because he was starving. Rachel had shared her lunch with him, but he was used to eating a lot more. Besides, emotions made for monster appetites. So, she finally asked, and his mom wiped her hands on the dish rag, leaving the rest of the dishes in the sink, and came over to join them. The kids were amazing. I can't believe how many foster kids there are in this county. They have it so rough, and there was this one little girl that... Drew? Shelley whined. Drew chuckled. Fine. I want to tell you about Milo, but fine. I know what you want. We're in phase 2. She's talking to you? You saw her? Shelley asked, leaning forward, a massive grin on her face, and he nodded. And? His mom lifted an eyebrow. No promises, but she let me apologize and explain somewhat, and we spent the entire day together. I bet that was awkward. His dad walked in and leaned against the table. Well, it was tense at first, but it didn't take long until things flowed like they always do when we're together. Drew felt the warmth of that time with Rachel fill him with eagerness for tomorrow. So there's hope? His mom asked. I won't give up, but yeah, maybe. He took another bite, and when he swallowed he put down his fork. You know she didn't read a single letter? Really? What kind of girl would? Shelley's voice faded as her cheeks blushed. Drew didn't know if she had gotten a look from one of his parents, or if it was something else, but she wouldn't continue. She was afraid of being hurt again, I'm sure, his mother said with a gentle smile. Will she read them now, do you think? I asked her to, but... He shrugged. I'm spending the rest of the week with her, though. Well, that's a great start, his dad said, slapping his back. I've already fed for you, so take it easy tonight. Well, thanks, Dad. Gratitude filled him for his family. Well, we've got to stick together. You've got a girl to win over. A girl that we're all hoping becomes a part of this family. His dad squeezed his shoulder and left the room. You all feel that way? Drew asked his sister and let his eyes stay on his mom. Well, as I've said before, I'm not sure any girl will ever be good enough for you, but I thought Rachel came close. His mom patted his cheek as she rose from the table. We'll see if she passes this next test. Test? This isn't a test, Mom. It was me who made the massive mistake. His mom turned toward him, a look of love and understanding filling her expression. I love you, but I know you're not perfect. This won't be your last mistake, son. Everything is a test of faith and dedication. Those words stayed with him as he went to bed that night. Had he passed the test of faith and dedication? He had set aside his ego almost completely to show Rachel how much he loved her, even as an imperfect human. Now he had to be patient, as he realized she also was imperfect, though he could see no faults. Would he have been so forgiving if their positions were reversed? He hoped so, but reality hits differently than projected possibilities. He continued thinking along these lines even as he woke up and drove to pick her up the following morning. His impulse was to talk about it with her, but the moment she climbed into the truck, he realized he needed to keep his thoughts to himself for a while. "Good morning," he said. He hadn't even had time to get out of the truck. Rachel had come out of the house the moment he came into sight, and climbed in as soon as he stopped. "You eager to get started today?" "Just didn't want to deal with the 20 questions tribe this morning," she said, keeping her eyes averted. "Oh, I see," he said, turning around and heading back down the driveway. "Want to talk about it?" She shook her head, yet she started talking anyway. "It's none of their business. Why do families meddle so much?" "Because they love us." She finally turned to him, her eyes narrowed slightly. "You sound like you speak from experience." "Oh, I do," he said with a chuckle. "They are as entrenched in this almost as much as I am." "This?" Drew cleared his throat. "Families are there to support you, listen to you, offer advice, and give a swift kick in the booty when needed." "Are you saying I need a swift kick in the—" "No, no, no." Drew pressed his lips together to keep from laughing. A part of him loved seeing that fire in her eyes and blush in her cheeks, but not when it was severe and directed at him. "No, I was talking about myself." "Oh," she said, settling back into the seat. "I guess I never really saw it as their place." "Well," Drew said, "I think we all go through that phase, but I think the older we get, the more we realize they speak from experience, and that experience can keep us from learning lessons the hard way." Drew glanced at her and, seeing her eyes narrow, went on quickly. "At least, that is the conclusion I came to for myself." She said, folding her arms. Several moments passed without conversation, but as the town came into sight, he looked at her while waiting at a stop sign. "So, you ready to decorate cookies?" "I read the letters." Her change of topic shocked him almost as much as what she said. "Oh, I see." He swallowed and yanked at his collar, wondering if that was why she looked a little sleep-deprived this morning. "And?" "You wrote a lot," she said, keeping her tone neutral. "I had a lot to say," he said as he pulled into the parking lot next to the community hall. "Obviously." She rubbed her temples. "It's a lot to take in. And I'm not pressuring you." He parked and turned in his seat, hesitantly reaching out to take her hand. "Let's just try to enjoy the time with the kids today." "Okay." She blew out a breath. "I think I can do that." She looked out the window, still not moving to exit the truck. "Do you think Milo will be here today?" "I hope she is," Drew said with utmost sincerity. "Me too, but—" She turned to look at Drew, and now that he could see her closely, he saw her eyes were red-rimmed and filled even now. "If she's not, can we set aside some supplies for her and take them to her afterward?" 100%, Drew said. He lifted her hand to his lips, kissing it without thinking. Then, before she could respond, he fled the truck and composed himself before meeting her on the other side. It turned out that Milo wasn't there. He watched Rachel look toward the door almost as much as he did, but the girl never showed. They set aside both cookies and supplies for decorations. The day ended with lunches for the kids, so they also took an extra lunch for Milo. Before they left, Rachel insisted on talking with Pastor Rob. "What do you think about a special event on Christmas Eve at Christmas Tree Ranch?" "Well?" Pastor Rob scratched at his chin. "It wasn't in the plans, so I'm unsure how many kids we could get at the last minute. That is less than a week away now, you know." "I know," Rachel said. "Tanner would like to give back a little more for the kids that can make it. It could truly be a special day." "Many families will already have plans or will have left town," Pastor Rob said again. "If it was next year, we could put that on the agenda." "Oh, okay. I understand. I'll let Tanner know." Rachel turned away, and the look of her disappointment broke Drew's heart. "What if we invited them personally, Pastor Rob? This year, I mean?" Next year, we can plan to integrate the ranch from the get-go. But this year, couldn't we reach out to those who will be around? Drew saw Rachel pause and keep her eyes on him. Pastor Rob scratched his chin again, taking on an incredibly thoughtful expression. Well, I don't see how it could hurt. I just don't want others to feel left out. What if we started conversations with the adults, asking about their plans? And then, only if they will be available, can we invite them? Drew asked, hoping he had wiggled through the crack the man had left open in his argument. You've got a deal, sir? Pastor Rob held out his hand and he shook it, then turned to Rachel. Tell Tanner that we're happy to make something happen this year, and next year, let's plan ahead, shall we? Yes, sir, Rachel said, her eyes lighting up. As they made their way to his truck, arms laden with goodies for Milo, Rachel kept glancing at him in that shy way she used to. Those looks made Drew's heart soar. He was making progress, earning back her trust and respect. He could feel it. Thank you, she said as he pulled onto Main Street. You knew getting the kids to the ranch meant a lot to me. I did, and I agree with you. Some kids need that little extra. Kids like Milo. She pressed her lips together and looked out the window at the decorated street. I'm terrified I'm going to cry in front of her. Drew laughed. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. It's just I know what you mean. You do? Yeah, Drew sighed, turning down Milo Street. She reminds me of my little sisters, and to think of them without a family. She looks a lot like them, like you. She has your deep, captivating eyes, Rachel said, glancing away as she did. Drew smiled and almost teased her, but he let it go and just enjoyed the warmth her words gave him. And she blushes like you. I blush? Rachel touched her cheeks, self-consciously. Very prettily, he murmured as he parked. Come on. While we're here, let's not focus on what Milo doesn't have. Let's just enjoy her adorable personality. Good idea, Rachel said, drawing in a breath. Oh, look, she has her tree lit up, and there she is. Milo pressed her face to the glass, and when Rachel stepped out of the truck, the little girl's smile widened to enormous proportions. Nana May met them at the door. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. I'm sorry just to drop in, Rachel said. When Milo didn't make it to today's events, Drew and I thought she might like it if we brought them to her. That's so kind, Nana May said, stepping aside to let them in. I'm sorry. I didn't feel up to driving today. She rubbed her gnarled hands. Some days are hard like that. Rachel glanced at Drew, and on an impulse he asked, We'd be happy to drive her to the events and bring her home afterward if it's okay with you? Milo audibly sucked in a breath and watched Nana May with wide puppy dog eyes. Drew would have a difficult time refusing anything that Look asked for. I don't see why not. If you're sure you don't mind, Nana May said, smiling down at Milo and placing a gnarled hand on her head. I know Milo would enjoy that. Yes. I would. Milo jumped up and down, then glanced at the bag. What did you bring? Do you mind if we set up at the table? Rachel asked as she walked in that direction. Not at all, Nana May said, moving the poinsettia centerpiece to the counter. As they spent the next hour laughing and decorating with Milo, Drew realized he was only falling more in love with Rachel. She was so kind and gentle with little Milo, giving compliments but upholding limits with compassion. She would make such a wonderful mother. The thought hurt his heart, but then he wondered if this moment was something they both needed to experience. A moment with a little girl who needed a family and a couple, at least potential couples, who needed to remember that families aren't always born, sometimes they're chosen. 10. Rachel's head hurt, and it wasn't the type of pain that would go away with a pain pill. She rubbed her temples and tried to force more food down. Graham's waffles were the best. Usually she looked forward to them, but they stuck in her throat this morning. Drew didn't give her an ultimatum. He wasn't pressuring her, but she felt the need to make a decision weighing on her with every breath. It was her own compulsion, but no matter what she did, it continued to sit heavily on her. You getting sick, cuz? Joy asked, watching her closely. She sat between her toddlers, slowly giving each a few more pieces of waffles and trying to eat herself between that job. The guys had already left to get things ready for the first group to arrive, and Ember had raced back home for a quick change after Charlotte dumped syrup down her front. Tilly will be here in a half hour. We could try to cover her place here, if she needs to cover for you. Joy watched her closely. Grams came up and felt her forehead, sliding her hand down to her earlobe. No temp. I'm not sick, Rachel said. Just stress. Is it too much being around all those kids? Grams asked, taking a seat next to her. No, not at all. I love spending time with the kids. They're so appreciative, and Milo. She sighed. She hardly slept all week between thinking about Drew and where that was or wasn't going, and thinking about Milo. She's worked her way into your heart, huh? Joy asked. It happens. We'll look forward to meeting her on Christmas Eve. Grams patted her hand. Is that it? Are you worried about her? I am and no. She sighed, remembering her promise about clear communication. It's not it? It's also? Drew? Joy asked when Rachel didn't continue, and she nodded. I know it's a hard thing. Want to share where you're at? She glanced around the room. It's just us. Rachel looked from Grams to Joy and smiled at the twins. They interjected their thoughts with mores and yums. It's just, what if he runs the next time something hard comes up? You know? Or assume I'll act a certain way and make a decision without talking to me? Grams chuckled and shook her head. Honey, that last part describes marriage. Regarding the first part, hasn't the young man shown that he learned his lesson? Right, he hasn't given up. He's been as steady as they come, continuing even when you completely ignored him for months. The hard truth hit Rachel. It was exactly what she needed, just like Drew had said, a swift kick in the booty, but it did sting. Seeing yourself as part of the problem was hard, but that was the missing piece. Drew had made a mistake, granted a big mistake, but so had she. She could have given him the chance to explain right away. Instead, she let her pain and anger build and push them apart. The letter felt like a slap in the face, especially since she read it right after their first kiss. She thought back to the other letters he had written, which she had read in order, one to the next, using up an entire box of tissues while she did. He had explained that he knew within the first hour of their day at the expo together that the letter had been a mistake. When the opportunity came for him to reveal the truth in person, he had taken it. Which he had, and in that moment he didn't assume how she would react. He watched her full of hope, and yet without expectation. She returned to her memory of that day, feeling the shock as it rocked through her. Yet when she held his gaze, she felt grounded. When she looked at him, and he looked at her like he did, always so full of love, there was a sense of solidarity. At that moment, she knew that her fear didn't matter. That somehow, whatever happened, they'd be okay if they were together. It was the most sure of herself moment that she had ever felt in her life. This was ironic because he had just given her the news that meant her dreams may never come true. If that doesn't say love, what does? I've been childish, she moaned and hung her head, fingers rubbing her temples once again. Ahi is sad? Charlotte said as Rachel lifted her head to see Ember and her daughter walk in. Auntie will be just fine, Grams said, hefting her now clean great-granddaughter back into a chair. Sometimes we must be sad before we can be happy again. Well, I've never heard it put that way before, Ember said. But I see it as the truth. Joy patted Rachel's hand. It will be okay. He's obviously forgiven anything you could ever do wrong. You have one question to ask yourself, that's all you should worry about. But today just enjoy your day, Grams said, dropping a packed lunchbox onto the table. Grams, Rachel said, peeking in at the extra-large lunch. We might even be done by lunch. Then go for a picnic and talk, Grams said. You'll enjoy the holiday more if you figure this out beforehand. Grams, could you keep an eye on Charlotte? Ember asked, glancing at Rachel. I'm going to walk Rachel out. Rachel looked at Ember as she rose from her seat, wondering if Ember would finally tell her whatever it was she'd been wanting to since the day she read the letter. She knew it wasn't about being pregnant, though Rachel still had her suspicions, but Ember would tell the family all at once, not single her out for that kind of news. She gave the kids kisses, careful of their syrupy hands, and Joy and Graham's hugs, then followed Ember to the entryway where she donned her jacket. "What is it?" Ember met her eyes, searching them as if to reassure herself that she was making the right choice. "There are other ways to have babies." "I know," Rachel said, thinking of all the kids from this last week, especially one little girl. "There are so many kids out there that need homes." "There are, which is a wonderful way to build a family. Adoption is beautiful." She glanced back at the kitchen and smiled. "But that's not what I meant." "Oh? There are ways for you to have the complete experience." Ember shifted her weight and looked away. "I looked into it for a while, back when I thought I would have to remain alone for the rest of my life." Rachel cocked her head as she remembered the little pieces of Ember's past. She didn't know much of it, but she knew she was running and pretending to be someone else when she arrived on the ranch. "Just think about it. If you want to know more, I'll share everything I know. I just thought you should know it's a possibility before you. It would be a waste to throw away the kind of love you and Drew had because you thought it was one or the other." Ember brushed her red hair back behind her ears. "I'm sorry it's taken me so long to tell you. I just didn't know if you'd be ready." Rachel took Ember in her arms just as she heard Drew's tires on the drive. "Thank you, Ember. That's a gift, knowing it's not one or the other. I'm sure I'll be picking your brain soon." Ember blew out her breath. "Phew. That's a load off my chest." She stepped back and brushed down her body, her hand resting just a touch long on her stomach. Rachel smiled. "It's always nice to free yourself of secrets, isn't it?" Ember's eyes narrowed slightly. "It is more than you know. Soon, cuz. Now enjoy your day, let yourself release that fear and look at him like you used to." Rachel clung to those words as she rushed out the door and down the steps. Could she free herself from doing so? Even knowing that she had been childish, the pain was still there. Her first reaction was still to build up that protective wall. Seeing Drew's chocolatey eyes crinkle with a smile as he held open the door for her, had her heart beating rapidly. Had he always continued to give her that look that made her feel like the most special person on earth? Was it her pain that didn't allow her to see it? Pain or fear? She was starting to think they were the same. "Good morning, my Rachel," he said, stumbling slightly. "You look lovely today. Did you get a better night's sleep?" "Not really," she said, "but I think I'm on my way to a better one tonight." "Already thinking of tonight, huh?" He winked, shut the door, strode to the other side of the truck and climbed in himself. "Ready to pick up our girl?" Rachel's heart caught as he said those words, and once again her thoughts focused on Milo's situation. Before, she had almost convinced herself that she should do something about Milo alone, even as young as she was. With Ember's new info, and knowing that she might have everything she wanted, and looking at Drew now, she knew what she wanted hadn't changed. Did it change how she felt about Milo? "Oh," Drew said, half jesting but his brow furrowed. "You've got that look again." "I just have a lot on my mind," she said, though the words dropped like rocks into the pit of her stomach. She had promised herself to be forthright, had asked Drew to do the same, and here she was, locking things away again. "Care to share?" He slowly drove down the driveway, glancing at her. "I should. I just don't really know my own mind yet," Rachel said. "Hey, I'm here for you. If you want to talk it out, sometimes a listening ear can help you find your path. If you're not ready to, I'm not going anywhere. Not every thought and wonder has to be shared." He hesitated, stopped the truck in the driveway and turned toward her. "I learned that sometimes you need to think about things yourself before sharing them with others, and this is the huge but I learned, you don't make decisions until you've talked to whoever is involved." His words felt like magic. For one, they quieted the decision of what she should do about Milo, and showed her that he really had learned from what happened between them. She could let go of that fear now. Then for now, I better keep thinking about this alone, but I promise you before I decide I will talk with you. So it is about me, he asked, adding a joking hint to his voice, though she saw concern written on his face. Partially yes. She hesitated, then reached out to squeeze his hand. But don't worry, I think it will be good news either way. Does that mean you'll go to the Christmas ball with me? His hand turned to squeeze hers back. I would love to, she said, realizing that she longed to return to his arms again. The smile he awarded her eased the tightness in her chest. She didn't know how it would work or how much time it would take, but at that moment, she knew she and Drew would work out. The thought had her heart racing with excitement and some trepidation, but it was nice to look forward to something. Now she had to figure out where her heart lay, about a little girl with bouncing curls and eyes like the man she loved. Drew glanced in the rearview mirror, ensuring he had nothing in his teeth and his tie was straight before hopping out of the truck. It had been several months since he'd taken his little songbird on a date, and this one was what he hoped was a start to a new beginning. His plans had worked so far. Tonight was the moment that might tell him just how solidly he had built the foundation. He would test futures with Rachel, hoping to get her dreaming with him again. All his thoughts fled as the front door opened, and everyone poured into the chilly night air. The weather had turned this week, and tonight there was a chance of snow. He had packed a suitcase just in case, just like Tanner had suggested. Tomorrow was the day with the kids at the ranch, so according to Tanner, it would be silly to drive back to Juniper just for a few hours of sleep. His thoughts flew away as a cold gust blew past him, making the girls squeal and hug themselves. He turned to watch their dresses flutter in the wind, his eyes locking on his little sparrow. She had on a red, flowy skirt, which she had pressed down to keep from blowing in the blast of icy air. When she looked up, her cheeks were as rosy as her dress, and her eyes met his. The rest of the crew faded, as he closed the distance between them and wrapped his coat around her shoulders. Even with long sleeves, he knew she must be freezing. Why girls didn't wear jackets when dressing up always made him wonder, but tonight he saw why. His reaction was why, and it was worth taking off his jacket to wrap around her, grateful for her sacrifice. "You're beautiful," he whispered in her ear as he walked her toward his truck. "You aren't coming with us?" Tanner called out to him. "No, it's okay. I'll drive my truck, in case you guys have to leave early because of the kiddos." Drew waved, noticing that Rachel kept her eyes averted from them, and allowed him to direct her to his truck. "That leaves more room for me," Tegan, one of the youngest set of twins, said. Drew didn't know him much, but had seen glimpses of him since he had returned from college earlier that week. He held the door open for Rachel, ushering her in as another gust blew, then ran to his side, the icy wind biting through his dress shirt. "Brr," he said, turning on the truck and letting the heater run on high. "I'm sorry I didn't ask you if you wanted to ride with your cousins." Rachel shook her head, glancing at him from under her lashes, a sign she was feeling shy tonight. "Oh no, it's okay. I don't mind having this time alone with you." Drew smiled. "Good, that's exactly what I wanted. I'm looking forward to the dance, don't get me wrong, but we'll be surrounded." "Surrounded and watched," Rachel said with a slight shrug. "Small towns." Drew let out a small chuckle and shifted the truck into drive, following Tanner and Timothy down the driveway. "Why don't the guys take the same truck?" "Well, the last dance was a bit dramatic. It's when Tanner found out about Logan and Tilly." A new flush came to her cheeks as she said it. "Oh, so they take separate vehicles just in case one of them needs to cool off or something." Drew nodded. "I think they are both just independent." She shrugged. Besides, Timmy brought his buddy from the city. 4 across the back would be uncomfortable. "That it would be," Drew said. "That buddy, I remember him but I can't recall his name." He hated that he felt a tad jealous, thinking another single guy was around Rachel. "Neil," she said. He's nice but quiet and this small town stuff is new to him." "Oh, that's right. I remember now." Drew remembered the gawky guy he had seen before. Was it at Christmas or a wedding? He couldn't remember, but the guy had a solid grip and potential, even if his hands were soft. Well, you never know when a small town can swallow a guy up whole. Rachel laughed. That's a funny way to put it. I know Timmy wouldn't mind having him closer. Now that they're partners, it would make their work much easier. I'm sure it would, Drew said, not wanting to talk about her cousin's IT friend. Everything ready for tomorrow? Sure is. I know the kids will have a blast, especially Milo. She bit her lip and turned to look out the window into the darkness, only broken by the occasional glow of Christmas lights from the spread-apart ranch houses. You know she'll love it. Drew's heart longed to talk about the future, about what that might look like, the possibility of it including a certain little girl who needed a home. He also knew they needed to solidify other things first. Start with the foundation. I do. It makes me wish I was further along in life. She trailed off, sucking in a breath as if she felt like she had said too much. I know what you mean. He swallowed, seeing the glow of downtown in the distance. Speaking of that, this season has been phenomenal for my lot. Shelley has done an excellent job of running things. I'll have enough to start on the house in January. If the weather cooperates. That's wonderful. She turned toward him, her eyes reflecting the lights wound around the lamp poles on Main Street. I'm excited for you. He cleared his throat, following Tanner into a parking lot and stopping his truck, knowing he had run out of time. Maybe he could sneak in just a little teaser. I was hoping that. Tanner pounded on Rachel's window with a woo-hoo, causing them both to startle. Goodness. Rachel lifted a hand to her chest. That man has more energy than his twins combined, she said, a nervous chuckle shaking her. Drew shook his head but smiled. Tanner was a one-of-a-kind guy for sure, but that's what drew him to his friend. Well, we'll have time to talk later. Rachel's door opened, and Tanner stuck his head in. You come all this way just to chit-chat in the truck, or are you coming in? Joy's toes are freezing. We're coming, Rachel said, slipping out and pulling Drew's jacket around her shoulders. Drew shook off the cold. It was a short walk to the community hall, where the ball was held. He used the chill as an excuse to pull Rachel against him, as they followed the Johnson crowd inside. Tegan veered off with a wave when he saw a few of his friends. Off he goes, barely home, and he ditches us, Tanner says. I miss Ty. I'm sure we all do, Joy said, hugging her husband. But let's be grateful for even the short amount of time Tegan graces us with his presence. Ha, Tanner said as he ushered the rest of them inside. Drew watched Neil hang back and felt bad for the guy. If he hadn't been spending all the time he had with the Johnsons over the last several months, he wouldn't know how to integrate either. As much as he wanted to reach out to give the guy a hand, his arms were full of Rachel. Looking like she was tonight, he wasn't about to leave her side. Here comes the welcome committee. Rachel stood on tiptoe to whisper in his ear. AKA the gossip crew. Drew laughed and pulled her tighter against him. Should we give them something to talk about? Oh, you think they aren't already? She lifted an eyebrow suggestively. Drew stood taller, keeping his arm tightly around Rachel, his smile only increasing as the welcoming committee, as Rachel called them, gave him knowing glances. He wanted everyone to see them as a couple, and the fact that Rachel didn't back away from the outward display only made his heart soar. Phew, Ember said, standing next to Joy and Rachel. We survived another year of it. Joy laughed. Oh, these small-town moments will only keep happening. Might as well get used to it. Drew glanced back, seeing Neil still standing awkwardly. He leaned forward toward Ember. I'm not sure your husband's buddy feels like he's surviving anything right now. Oh no. Neil? Ember turned and grabbed Timothy's arm, pulling him away from his conversation with Tanner and toward the guy with slicked back hair, seeming just as out of place as he seemed to feel. Joy patted his arm. He'll be okay. I'm glad Timmy finally convinced him to come to Christmas with us. He usually spends it alone. He looks lonely, Rachel said, her voice filling with empathy. His work is his life. Maybe since he's here now, he's realizing there may be more to life than just the IT world. Joy shrugged. He's taken care of now. So let's go cut a rug, huh? Tanner said, cracking up. That's what my Gramps calls it, he told Drew before spinning Joy onto the dance floor. Well? Drew asked. Shall we? Sure, Rachel said, her cheeks turning a delightful pink. Having Rachel back in his arms felt like magic. Dancing with her made the last several tortuous months disappear. The night felt like a blissful combination of Tilly's wedding and the Christmas expo. This feels good, right? Rachel lifted her head to search his eyes. It is right. I don't belong anywhere but here with you, Drew said, love making his chest swell until he thought it would explode. I've never had anyone look at me the way you are right now, Rachel whispered. You make me feel like the only person in the world. The only one that matters, Drew said, feeling his tone deepen from the emotion that filled him. Hey guys, Joy stuck her head closer to them, leaning back against Tanner's arms. Not sure if you saw, we loaned a few things to the decorators. She winked, then glanced above them with a mischievous smile. When he glanced at the ceiling above their heads, Drew knew what he would find, but he looked anyway. He dropped his eyes back down, intent on saying something witty to Joy, but she and Tanner had danced away. She's a rascal, Rachel said, but there was a smile on her face. I think she only wants what is right. Drew put his full attention back onto his cute little songbird in his arms. This is right. He drew one hand away from her hip to cup her cheek. With one last glance at the mistletoe hanging above their heads, he whispered, we wouldn't want to waste it. He had shared a magical kiss with her at the expo and several other small ones the rest of that day, including a heart-stopping kiss right before she left. Then, months of agony passed, of knowing how sweet it was to kiss her and not even being able to talk with her. Pushing those memories away, he stared into her eyes, a living need in his gaze. She answered by rolling up to her tiptoes, closing the distance between their lips, and sealing what he hoped would be their new beginning. This kiss, though just as sweet as the first, held something deeper. He sensed a complete surrender in Rachel that hadn't quite been there before. Her fingers threaded through his hair at the back of his neck, and she pulled him even closer, as if she couldn't get enough of him. His hands reflexively copied the gesture, pulling her bodily against him, wanting there to be nothing separating them from what he knew was their destiny. They belonged together, and if she could forgive him, it would only solidify his knowing all the more. He pulled away, leaning his forehead against hers. In a panting breath he asked, Does this mean you forgive me? Yes, she said, pulling away to search his eyes. Does it mean you forgive me? For what? Something caught in his throat while thinking she must have done something while they were broken up, something that he would have to wrestle with. For being so pig-headed and not forgiving you right away, she said, biting her lip, which made him realize his fears had shown on his face. Oh. He let out a monster breath. There's nothing to forgive with that. He brought her into his arms, a settling coming over him, knowing that she was his again. Is this what you were thinking about earlier? Well, her voice muffled against his chest. Part of it. He leaned back again to search her eyes. What's the other part? Let's leave that for another day. I want to enjoy this for now, if that's okay. Of course, he said, pulling her against him again. Yet that something else worried its way into his mind. What else could there be? If she forgave him and her kiss meant what he thought, that they were back together 100%, what else could be on her mind? He tried to push the worry from his thoughts and focus on her in his arms, but it constantly pulled him back. Tomorrow. He would listen to her request and enjoy this wonderful reunion, but tomorrow he would get to the bottom of what else was troubling her. 11. Rachel woke with the sun the next morning, feeling the magic of Christmas Eve fill her. Last night it had started snowing, calling the dance off early. She hadn't minded. Drew danced her through the falling snowflakes back to his truck. Then at the ranch, he kissed her under the snow-laden sky. It had been so magical, like they stood inside of a snow globe. Drew stayed in one of the cabins on the ranch. It was wonderful to think he was so close. Part of her still beat herself up for being self-involved, ignoring him and his letters for so long. She had been childish, blaming him for everything without looking at herself. She had finally realized that she had let fear take over. Fear that Drew was too good to be true, and in a way, the lingering doubt of being able to have children with him still sat heavy on her heart. She had worried it would come down to choosing him or her lifelong dream, but what Ember told her gave her hope. Maybe she could have both. After last night, she realized that she wanted him even if she could never have the full experience of children with Drew. They belonged together. Sure, she might be able to have children with a different husband, but she would never have the feeling of being so loved or returning the depth of love she felt for Drew. That was something special. She would choose that and hope any day. The sweet aroma of Graham's breakfast snuck in under her door. That was one thing she loved about this room Tilly had let her inherit, the aroma of good food waking her up. Today was a big day. Not only would she start it with a new beginning with Drew, but the foster kids were also coming to the ranch, including Milo. Her heart ached thinking of the little girl, wanting so desperately to give Milo whatever her little heart wanted. She had overheard her telling Santa on Friday that all she wanted for Christmas was a family to call her own, well, that, and for Nana May to feel all better. Every time she thought about it, Rachel's eyes teared up. Who wouldn't want to make that little girl's dreams come true? Rachel hurriedly dressed and scampered down the steps to help Grams finish breakfast. Every time the kitchen door opened, she spun, her heart racing, but Drew hadn't entered so far. Then she heard his voice in the entryway where he and Tanner laughed about something. This time, when the kitchen door swung open, she was ready. She didn't care that her entire family was there. She wanted to show him that they were back together in every way she could. The moment he entered, his eyes searched the room until they landed on her. She wiped her hands on the apron she wore to keep the flour off her clothes, and went to him. His eyes widened, and his hands hesitated to hold her, as she planted a kiss on his lips without warning. "Good morning," she said, pulling back. The kitchen erupted in whoops and whistles, making her cheeks burn, but she didn't care. Drew's look of wonder and love was entirely worth it. "Does that mean they're getting married?" Caden asked, bouncing in his chair. Joy's eyes widened and she whispered, "You might be jumping the gun a bit, little guy. A couple usually dates before they get married." "But I thought they were already dating." Caden screwed his face up and shook his head, as if he thought adults were the strangest thing on earth. "Come on," Grams interrupted. "Leave them be. Eat up. We have a big day ahead of ourselves." Grams looked at Rachel, smiling to soften the reprimand and giving her an affirming nod. Drew watched her for the rest of breakfast with a look of adoration, one she thought she'd never tire of. He held her hand on the way to his truck, and all the way down to Milo's house. She felt bad leaving the rest of the crew to prepare while they went to pick up Milo, but that was the only way the sweet little girl could make it. "You excited about today?" Drew asked as they pulled up to Milo's house. "I'm excited for Milo. She's going to love the ranch and the family, I just know it." How could she not? He kissed her hand before turning off the truck and sliding out. She followed him, so they stood side by side when the door opened and Milo came running out to hug them. "You came again. You always do what you say," Milo said, nuzzling into their legs. "Of course, sweetie." Drew lifted her into his arms. "A man's word or a woman's is everything. You need to make sure that you always do what you say. That's what makes a person trustworthy." "Trustworthy?" Milo looked at him as she tried out the word. "Am I trustworthy?" "You haven't given us any reason to think not," Rachel said, smoothing her hair down. "You ready?" "Are you kidding?" Nana May said as she came to the door with a packed bag. "She's been staring out the window for the last hour." Drew took the bag. "Thank you. We'll have her back by sunset." "Thank you, dear." Nana May turned to Rachel. "May I have a quick word?" "Of course." Rachel gave Drew a nod, and he started talking with Milo as he carried her off to the truck. "Everything okay?" "Well, yes and no." Nana May sighed. The doctors found out what's going on with me, but to fix it I'll need surgery, with a long stay in rehab until I'm fully healed and able to care for myself again. Oh, Rachel said, a million scenarios running through her mind until she glanced back. Milo shrieked in delight, and Drew tossed her up in the air before putting her in her booster seat. Oh! The realization hit her as a blow to the chest. Our sweet girl will have to find another home. Nana May touched her arm. You wouldn't, I mean, she loves you too so much. I don't mean to impede, but... She twisted her gnarled hands in front of her. Rachel swallowed. It hit her with a knowing beyond a doubt, like she felt when she kissed Drew last night, that Milo belonged with them. We aren't married, you know. Yet, Nana May said, a soft smile on her lips. If I have ever seen two people meant for each other, it's you two. Oh well, thank you, Rachel said, her heart racing and feeling like it stopped all at the same time. Poor Milo. They can't get the surgery lined up until late January. You have time to think on it. I've already talked to her social worker, and she said you could get an emergency license in about 2 weeks, and then have things finalized after she is placed with you. Nana May looked at Milo, and then back to Rachel. Does Milo know? Rachel's throat felt twice its normal size. No. Nana May shook her head. No need to tell her until things are finalized. Besides, it's Christmas. Rachel nodded. I really appreciate you telling me. I'll see what I'm able to do. Rachel didn't know how she could do anything. She didn't have her own place, neither did Drew. If this had happened 6 months in the future, Drew would have his own place. Would he be willing? She watched as Drew made funny faces with Milo as they waited for her. I better go. We'll talk more about this very soon. I promise. Nana May drew her into a hug. Thank you, dear. I wouldn't have burdened you, except that there seems to be a special connection between the three of you. I agree, Rachel said with a gulp. Let me see what I can figure out. Merry Christmas, Nana May said. Just enjoy the day, dear. God will align everything if it's His will. Rachel gave her a wave, and then settled into the truck. Drew gave her a questioning look, but he closed his mouth when she shook her head. So, are you ready to meet Big Ben? She asked Milo, pushing all the excitement she could into her words. They arrived almost an hour before the other kids would show up. It would be a small group of only 10 kids. Rachel figured that Milo could play with Caden while she waited for everything to begin, but the moment they came inside, Milo gasped. Waffles. Milo's eyes lit up. Are you hungry? Rachel asked. I'm always hungry, Milo said, her wide eyes taking in the house. This place is huge? I bet you have a big family. Well, yeah, I guess I do. Rachel held out her hand and led her to the kitchen, glancing back to make sure that Drew followed. You're lucky, Milo said. I am blessed for sure, Rachel said, meeting Drew's eyes before opening the kitchen door. You have enough for one more plate, Grams? Grams turned, and her eyes lit up when she saw Milo. She glanced from the little girl to Rachel and Drew, and back to Milo. I always have room for one more. She bent down. You must be Milo. I am. How did you know my name? Milo bounced up onto her toes. Rachel has talked a lot about you. You're practically family now, Graham said, rising and patting a chair for her. I am? Milo's eyes widened, and she looked at Rachel for confirmation. Sure are, sweetie, Rachel managed to squeeze out from her swollen throat. Hey Grams, would you mind keeping an eye on Milo? I need to talk to Drew. Would I mind? Graham said, shaking her head. Why, this charming little girl and I will have a great conversation over some waffles. Would you like strawberries? Oh yes, please. Milo bounced in her chair. This is the best day ever. Rachel turned just before a tear escaped her blurring eyes, grabbing Drew's hand to pull him out of the kitchen with her. They were just restarting their life together. How could she ask him for such a big commitment so soon? You okay? Drew asked the moment they were alone in the dining room. Later they'd have the table packed with her family, cheerily enjoying each other's company while little Milo faced such an unknown future. Rachel nodded, then shook her head as fresh tears traveled down her cheeks. Drew wiped them away with his thumb and searched her eyes. She? Rachel started, but her throat was so tight she couldn't push the words out. Drew pulled her into his arms and let her cry, soothing her with calming tones and a firm hand that slid up and down her back. Whatever it is, it will be all right. Rachel pulled back and wiped her eyes, feeling slightly better. Nana May has to have surgery with a long recovery. She won't be able to take care of Milo. Oh, Drew said, his face going slightly ashen. Where will she be placed? She doesn't know, Rachel said, wiping her eyes again. She's been all over Drew. It's not fair. She deserves a family. Drew nodded, lowering himself into a chair. She does. Maybe that's why this is happening, so she finds the family she's meant to have. But Rachel swallowed, fear clogging her throat. Drew looked up at her, the pain in his eyes fading as he read her expression. Oh. This was that other thing, the one you were thinking about last night. She bit her lip and nodded. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. Milo's a special girl. He searched her eyes, his next words sounding like a plea. But we're not ready. My house isn't built. We're not even married, how? He dropped his head into his hands. I don't know how, Rachel said, lowering into the chair beside him. He finally looked up. Maybe it's happening this way because there is another family. The thought of Milo going someplace else ripped her heart, tearing it painfully. What if there isn't? She could go from one foster home to the next like Johnny and Jenny, and be taken far away from us. Drew's eyes filled with pain again, but he met hers. This is what you want? I need to hear it plainly, no assumptions on my part again. Rachel nodded. I can't think of it any other way. She's worked herself into my heart. I want her. Drew let out a shuddering breath and pulled her into his arms. I don't know how, but we'll figure this out, together. Rachel heard the doubt in his voice, but more profound than that, she felt his determination. Could she see past his doubt and hope his determination was enough to hold them together through what she knew would be an extremely emotional process? Drew pushed a smile to his face, doing his best to enjoy the beautiful moments with the kids, but he couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom. How was he supposed to take on a child when he and Rachel had just made up? They needed this time together to cement their foundation. Having kids was stressful in a marriage, and listening to his parents had given him clues about that. Was Rachel and his relationship solid enough to handle that kind of stress? Rachel, arm wrapped around Milo protectively, smiled up at him. They were driving the second sleigh through Christmas Tree Ranch, something he had yearned to do for years now, yet all he could do was focus on a probable future. Pinch me, Rachel, so I know this isn't a dream, Milo said, snuggling up against her. I wish I never had to leave. Rachel's eyes filled as she looked up at him, the pleading so strong within them that it nearly knocked him over. How could he break her heart again? He just couldn't see how it could work. Neither of them had their own place. They weren't married yet. That was in the plans, but he didn't want a rushed wedding. He wanted it to be ultra-romantic, a wedding that would warm their hearts throughout their marriage. The sleigh in front of them stopped back in front of the ranch house. Drew slowed Big Ben, the bells on his harness jingling as the horse shook itself as they came to a stop. It's over already? Milo asked, disappointment dripping from her tone. Just the sleigh ride. There's still plenty of fun to be had. Rachel lifted Milo off the sleigh and gathered the kids together. Who wants hot chocolate? Grams asked from the porch. The kids cheered as they ran up the steps, eagerly stripped off their coats and piled through the entryway. Drew gave Rachel a wave and drove the team behind Tanner to the barn so they could unharness and care for the horses. As much as he loved being near Rachel, he was glad to have a little space right now. He needed to think. What's going on? Tanner asked as he hefted the harnesses back into their storage place. Drew followed suit, waiting to answer until his load was out of his arms. What do you mean? I've seen the looks between you and Rachel. She's all emotional, Tanner said, leading his horse into his stall. Drew led Big Ben after him, trying to figure out how to share the news with Tanner, even if he should. Shouldn't this be something he and Rachel should figure out together? Is it about the girl? Tanner said, tossing him a brush before taking up another and brushing out the big draft horse. There was something about brushing a horse that always eased Drew's stress, and he let the soothing motion and the sweet tangy scent of the horse relax him. It is about Milo. Well? Tanner asked, and when Drew didn't respond right away, he went on. Look, in this family, everything is out in the open, well, unless you're dating my best friend. He let out a low but playful growl. Drew lifted his eyebrows. He agreed that many things were out in the open, but not everything. The family had their secrets, and he had been privy to them for the last few years. Had he been home, would he have opened up with his family? He knew the answer. Her foster mom has to give her up, Drew said. Oh, Tanner stopped brushing to look at him from over the draft horse's tall back. Yeah, Drew said. She's been all over the place, and who knows where she'll end up. Tanner moved around the horse to lean on the fence that separated them. What are you guys going to do? Rachel wants her. Drew stopped brushing and turned to him. I had thoughts of adopting her, but later, you know. I haven't even proposed. You're going to propose? Tanner said, lifting a brow. Well, Drew shrugged, heat racing up his neck. If you must know, I planned on doing it tomorrow. So soon? Tanner asked. I know it seems soon, but I've been courting her for a year now. Sure, we had a setback, but that time only solidified how I feel about her. Drew sighed. How can we take on a child when unmarried? Tanner cleared his throat and glanced back at the house. Well, I won't lie, man. It's not easy, but I haven't regretted it. Drew felt like biting his tongue off. He had forgotten what Tanner and Joy went through with Caden. They had been together during high school, then apart when Joy left town for college with Tanner's twin sister, Tammy. When Joy returned with Tammy's son, Tanner had a lot to contend with to win her back, including little Caden. You haven't? No, sir. Not for a moment. Tanner leaned forward. That boy of mine made our reunion that much sweeter. He glanced around. Now, don't go telling anyone I said that. Of course not, Drew said, pulling his lips straight so he wouldn't smile. I wouldn't dream of it. Tanner gave him a short nod. So this girl Milo. You said you were already thinking of adoption? Well, yeah. Drew picked the brush back up and swept it across the tall back in front of him. She's amazing, and watching Rachel with her. He sighed. How can I tell her no? You can't. Besides, she's a Johnson. She'll do it with or without you, if she has her mind set on it. Tanner shrugged, patting Big Ben as he left the stall and returned with some grain. You think she'd break up with me again? Drew's chest ached at the thought. No. Rachel has her heart set on you. Tanner dumped grain into his horse's stall as well. What I'm saying is stop wondering about if, and decide on how, because it's happening one way or another. I have contractors set for breaking ground on my place in January, but it will take months to finish. Milo needs a place within a month. Drew finished brushing the horse, setting the brush down to rub his temples. Hey, you're not alone with this. Tanner slapped his back and led him out of the barn. I say, we have a family meeting. It's amazing what the hive mind can come up with. Drew felt like his life was moving at roller coaster speeds. Just that morning, he was walking on clouds because Rachel and he were back together, and now he was looking at adopting a child. How had so much changed before even noon? Tanner was true to his word. After Grams hyped the kids up with hot chocolate, he sent them out to play in the snow with Caden to keep an eye on them. It was a lot to ask of a 7-year-old, but it wasn't his first time being in charge of kids. Besides, the adults would still watch, just at a distance so the kids couldn't overhear them. So? Gramps asked when they were all on the porch. What's all this about? Tanner nodded toward Drew and Rachel. These two have a problem. I thought we could brainstorm solutions. Really? Joy said, hugging onto his arm. Look at you growing up. It's good to rely on family, Gramps said, a pointed look at Drew. Yes, sir, Drew agreed. So what's going on, dear? Gramps asked Rachel, but she looked stunned. I told Tanner about Milo, Drew told her, and her head dropped slightly. However, when she raised it, she looked at Drew with love. Milo, Rachel started, her eyes filling once more, needs a place to live. Her foster mom can't care for her anymore. Ember came from the back, until she could see Rachel. You want to adopt her? I do, Rachel said. Eventually, at least. She implored Drew's eyes. It's something I had thought about for the future, Drew said. Gramps grunted, drawing Drew's attention. Drew watched as the older married couple had some sort of internal conversation that ended with Gramps nodding. It wouldn't be the first time. Then he turned to Joy with a softness in his eyes. It sure changed my life for the better, Joy said, letting go of Tanner to hug Grams and Gramps. You know, that little sunroom attached to Rachel's room could work. What do you mean? Rachel asked, and her hand gripped Drew's arm with surprising strength. You're right, Grams said. It's the perfect size. Then she turned to Rachel. We've been through the process before, dear. We'll help you. What do you mean? Drew asked, his heart racing with hope. Well, obviously you two can't adopt her yet, Gramps said. You'll need your own place and to be married. He narrowed his eyes. So we'll open our home so that Rachel can foster Milo until the right time, Grams said, elbowing her husband and smiling knowingly at Drew. You guys would do that? Drew asked and looked down at Rachel. What do you think? I think it's a great workaround, for now. She glanced at him under her lowered lashes, and he tried to see if she was being shy or hiding the fact her eyes were brimming again. See, Tanner said, slapping his back. I told you they'd figure something out. Tilly let out a strangled sob. This is just so beautiful, she said, leaning into her husband, Logan. You realize that will make us the only ones who didn't start with a ready-made family, Logan said, chuckling. Well, Tilly always did like doing things her own way, Timothy said, headlocking his sister. Drew watched the interchanges, his head reeling, until Rachel reached out tentatively, making everyone else fade away. You're sure you're okay with this? Rachel asked, her eyes searching his. If you are, he said, drawing her a little ways away so she could talk more freely. It will be like being a single parent at times. I can't be here every day. I know, but one day, you know, she said, her cheeks turning a brilliant red. I'm not pushing you or rushing, I'm just saying in the future that, well? Yes, in the future, I'll be by your side day and night for both you and Milo. Drew pulled her into his arms, his eyes looking over Rachel's head to find the curly brown-haired girl as she bounced in the snow with the other kids. Just as the Johnsons had all pulled together, he knew when he made it home that night and told his family they'd also give him their full support. Well, since it's all decided, I'm going to get back in there to work on dinner. Grams came over to give both he and Rachel a hug. You guys aren't in this alone, okay? Thank you so much, Grams. Rachel hugged her. What time did you say you had to take our new great-grandchild home? Grams asked, and the statement cemented into Drew's mind. Sunset, Rachel said. Well, I'll have dinner ready before then so she can eat with us, Grams said. Really? Rachel asked. Well, it doesn't impede anyone else's plans, right? Grams turned to the group. Nope, it just makes it easier for us to get to Logan's parents in time. Tilly nudged his stomach. Hey, am I invited this year? Tanner asked, laughing. You're leaving me with 3 kids to put to bed on Christmas Eve? Joy asked accusingly. No, ma'am, Tanner said, shaking his head. I was just joking, yep, totally joking. I'll bring you some extra pie, Tilly said. Drew realized at that moment that he didn't just have one family anymore, he had 2. He looked down at Rachel to find her staring up at him, gratitude filling her eyes. She now had 2 families as well. Everything had happened so quickly that he wondered how it would feel once it sunk in. Would he regret the promise of taking on Milo? He looked across the snow again, smiling as he heard her contagious laughter echoing in the distance. He couldn't imagine regretting someone that adorable. Milo looked up right then, her eyes searching until she found him and Rachel. Then she lifted onto her toes and waved enthusiastically. How could he say no? 12. Rachel woke with the sun once more, her breath catching as the first rays spilled into the sunroom. The attached space was more than a luxury, it was a sanctuary for mornings like this. The walls glowed with hues of delicate pink and gold, the sunrise painting everything in soft, ethereal beauty, as though the world itself had been dipped in pastel light. Yesterday's memories came rushing through her. That pink-filled room would soon be Milo's. She would wake up to see her little, adorable face. Milo had been so sweet all day yesterday. When Rachel told her she could stay for Christmas Eve dinner, the girl cried, hugging Rachel with strength. Grams is right. It's like I do have a family. Milo cried and hugged her even harder. It took everything she had not to tell Milo their thoughts, but it was something that should wait, just in case something didn't work out as planned. She didn't want to bring the girl's hope up just to dash it down. She knew how that felt, and Milo shouldn't have to navigate those kinds of emotions. Once again, Milo looked over at her during dinner and said, "Best day ever." That moment even made Drew's eyes glisten. He had stayed for dinner since it was early, and he still had time to make it home to his own family. When they took Milo home, they told Nana May they'd be in contact with Milo's social worker once businesses opened back up after the holiday. The tears of gratitude in her eyes told Rachel everything she needed to know. As Drew drove her back to the ranch, he asked if she wanted to come to his place for dinner, but they decided against it. It would be dark and the roads icy, and she couldn't miss Christmas morning on the ranch. So Drew said he'd ask his mom if they could have an early Christmas dinner at his ranch, so Rachel could visit them and still get home before dark. Rachel rolled over in bed, trying to organize the memories and thoughts racing through her mind. She was about to become a mom, a foster mom, but soon she'd be going from it being just her to having a little person to care for. It rocked her world and her heart raced, fearing she wouldn't be enough. The scent of Graham's Christmas cinnamon rolls woke her from her fears and called her to the kitchen like sirens to ships. Graham's was the only one in the room, and relief filled Rachel, knowing she would have a few minutes alone with the wise woman. "Good morning, Rachel." "Merry Christmas." Grams leaned over and kissed her cheek. "Merry Christmas, Grams," Rachel said. "Smelling your sweet cinnamon rolls is the best way to wake up." "Well, I can think of one way even sweeter," Grams said, a sparkle in her eyes. "By the smiling face of a child." Rachel's lips twitched as she thought about what it would be like to wake up to Milo staring down at her, with those dark eyes and a beautiful smile. "You're doing the right thing, you know," Graham said. "You think so?" Rachel asked, taking over the mixing as Grams checked the rolls in the oven. "Ever since you met that little girl, I saw it in your eyes. You know, in some ways, I attribute you giving that man of yours a second chance because of little Milo." Grams closed the oven. 5 more minutes. "Really? You think Milo brought us back together?" Rachel asked as Grams took the bowl from her, plopped the dough on a wooden cutting board and started rolling it out. "Think about it. Would you have returned to volunteering for day 2 if you hadn't met her?" Graham's eyes landed on Rachel and she shrugged. "Would your heart have been open to building a family, in alternative ways, if you hadn't fallen in love with little Milo?" She definitely made me think of adoption in a whole new light. Rachel drew a stool to watch as Graham slathered the delicious cinnamon mixture on the flattened dough. "Plus, I bet seeing Drew interact with her made you see him in a different light too." Grams raised an eyebrow before she rolled up the dough and began slicing it. "She'll fit in here. Caden's about the same age, and I saw how her eyes lit up around the babies. We'll have a born babysitter in a few years." Rachel smiled at the thought. "Of course, you'll probably settle at Drew's place once you're married," Grams said, a note of sadness in her tone. "If that's how things go, Grams, we'll still visit all the time. Juniper is not that far away." Rachel thought about what that future might look like. Do you think I'm pushing him away by taking in Milo? Dear, I don't think you could push that man away regardless of what you did. I've never seen someone so dedicated. She paused in her slicing. At least not since your Gramps. That's right, he waited for you, didn't he? Not only waited but came up with a scheme, kind of like yours did, to make sure I gave him another chance. Gramps shook her head. That was so long ago now, but you know what, dear? He's kept that dedication strong even after decades of marriage. That's so sweet, Rachel said. It is, and so is yours. You'll have a good life, dear. I can feel it. Merry Christmas. Joy said, coming in with a baby in one arm and Tanner behind her with the other, with an eager Caden pushing them forward. Christmas, the twins said in their babyish way. Ah. Did you hear that? They said Christmas. Joy crooned over them. I heard it, Rachel said, taking the baby from Joy's arms and cuddling him against her. Soon the kitchen was full of family. Kids had sticky fingers from the icing on the cinnamon rolls, and everyone was moaning over the delicious Christmas specialty. Caden danced in anticipation to start the present opening, something the younger ones didn't quite understand yet. The more they tore the paper to find gifts inside, the more into it they became, especially little Charlotte. Rachel's heart longed to see Milo with the kids opening their presents. She also longed for a certain cowboy's strong arms around her, as she watched the nostalgic moment. Her phone chimed and she pulled it out to see a message from Drew. Merry Christmas, my sparrow. Too early to come up? She looked at her family and the remaining gifts, then turned to Grams. You tell him he's welcome any time, Grams said with a wink without even being asked. So that's what she told him, and then waited in eagerness for the next half hour, trying to concentrate on the present opening. But she kept glancing toward the door any time she heard a sound from that direction. It had been a year since she had met Drew right here at the ranch, and she smiled at the thought of him taking her arm. He had taken her under his wing the moment they met. It had been a roller coaster since. Your boyfriend's back, Tegan called as he returned to the living room. Rachel jumped up and ran through the wrapping paper-littered floor toward the door. Guess playing hard to get is in the past, huh? Tegan laughed and shook his head as he walked past her. You'll understand one day, little cuz, she told him as she slipped her feet into her boots. The iced-over snow crunched under her feet as she ran toward the truck. He met her with open arms to catch her. Merry Christmas, my sweet songbird. Merry Christmas, she said, planting a kiss on his lips and then nuzzling her face into his neck. She loved his cowboy scent of horse, hay, and the outdoors. It always made her feel at home. Did I miss much? He leaned into the truck to grab a few presents, wrapped his arm around her, and walked them back to the warmth of the house. Just a bunch of present openings. I saved you a cinnamon roll. You didn't. Drew's eyes lit up. I've been dreaming about those since last Christmas, that and many other things. Many, huh? Rachel teased. Well, mainly just one. He squeezed her against him, then opened the door. Merry Christmas. The family cheered as Drew came into the room. Merry Christmas, Drew said, grinning from ear to ear. I come bearing gifts, for the little ones at least. For me? Caden asked, lifting his head from the new Hot Wheels set he was putting together. You bet, Drew said, handing him the biggest present. And for your little brother and sister and cousin too. Charlotte toddled over. Unsee Drew give present? Drew's smile grew even more prominent. Did she just call me uncle? Might as well, Tanner said. You're sticking around whether you want to or not. I have another uncle. Caden yelled, then shook the present gently. Are these Legos? Caden, Joy admonished. It's okay. Open it up, champ, Drew said, wrapping an arm around Rachel. Rachel soaked in the moment, getting at least one of her wishes this Christmas morning. There was just something about being surrounded by family and the arms of the man you love. Well, looks like that's it, Graham said with a clap. Actually, Timmy said, clearing his throat. We have one more gift to share. He stared down lovingly at Ember. We're adding to the family again, Ember said, her eyes glistening as her hand went to her stomach. Finally, Joy said. We've been wagering when you'd finally tell us. Ember looked up at Timmy, and then back to Joy, Rachel and the others. It was a rocky start, we didn't know if we'd make it. That's even more reason to share with the family, dear, Graham said gently. You shouldn't shoulder something so big alone. I told you, Timmy said, kissing her forehead. Ember's eyes teared up. I didn't want to get everyone's hopes up just to lose them. That's what family is for, Joy said, taking her into her arms. Wait, Rachel stepped out of Drew's arms to face her cousin. Did you say them? Ember nodded, her lips turning into a silly smile as she giggled. Guess with twins running on both sides, it was destined. Mama, Charlotte tugged on her pants. Why everyone happy crying? Ember squatted to Charlotte's level, and Rachel returned to Drew's arms. You're going to be a big sister. I big cousin, she said, looking at Joy's twins. Yes, you are, and soon you'll be a big sister too. Big sister? Where my babies? I want them right now. She lifted the wrapping paper near her, searching and eliciting emotional laughter from the others. They're here, Ember drew her hand to her stomach. Rachel wiped at her eyes, and Drew tugged on her hand. Want to go for a walk? Sure, she said, releasing herself long enough to give Ember and Timmy congratulatory hugs. The brisk air provided a welcome distraction after so many emotions and the heat of so many people in a room with a fire going. She leaned into Drew's solidness as they walked through the crunchy snow. Are you okay? Drew asked. Yeah, of course. I'm happy for Ember and Timmy. More twins, I can't believe it. Rachel sighed. You can be happy for others and still feel a little sadness, Drew said, tightening his arms around her. Rachel squeezed him back. Thank you for understanding that. She stopped to look up at him. But I haven't given up hope for us yet. We have time. Right now, I just want to enjoy us. And Milo, Drew said. Yes, Milo too, she said, leaning into him. There'll still be time for us. Graham says it's important to have that adult time. She'll make sure we get time alone. I'm sure my family will help too. Drew slipped his arm down and took her hand. They walked through the Christmas setup they had for all the events Christmas Tree Ranch had put together. The paths were nice and trampled, which made the walking easier. She hadn't paid attention to where they were going until Drew stopped, bringing them to a halt, and took both of her hands in his. The air frosted between them, adding a magical flair to the moment. She glanced up and realized they stood in the ranch's replica of the mistletoe booth where they had shared their first kiss. Drew blew a shaky breath, misting the air between them, then disappeared onto one knee. Rachel gasped, her heart hammering in her chest. They both were wearing boots, so he wasn't tying a shoe. Was he really doing this now? Was it too soon? Drew's heart hammered so loudly, he could hardly hear anything except its beat echoing in his ears. He wasn't nervous, because he feared making a bad decision. Fear that Rachel would think it was too soon made his chest tight, and his vision slightly blurry. He had spent long into the night practicing and modifying the perfect proposal he'd worked on for the last week, ever since she agreed to volunteer with him the second day. It had been his plan all along, from their first dance at Tilly's wedding to propose on Christmas Day. Their time at the expo only solidified that plan. He didn't see why it should change, because of the bump in the road. Rachel's hands quivered in his, and his knee froze from where it rested in the snow. He was in it, and there was no place to go but forward now. Today marks a year since we met, he said, wetting his lips and feeling the air freeze them. I sensed from the moment I saw you that we would end up like this one day. He glanced around the mistletoe booth. When he had seen that Joy had replicated the booth from the expo where they had their first kiss, he knew this would provide the perfect romantic spot for a proposal. Were my cousins in on this too? Rachel asked, her voice shaking. Drew shook his head. Not at all. He looked at the booth and back at her. When I saw this here, I couldn't think of a better place to do. Well, let me continue. Oh, sorry, She pressed her lips closed. Drew couldn't stop the smile from pulling at his lips. I know it all feels so new, so soon in some ways, but I think it will always feel that way with you. Each day is brighter because you're in it, and I can't ever see that changing. Rachel's eyes started brimming, and he knew he had better hurry. We've invested much time getting to know each other by letters, phone calls, visits, dates, and expos. His smile grew as her trembling lips tilted up at the mention of the expo. Sure, we have had some rocky times, but I see those months as a bridge we have already crossed. We learned lessons that will make us stronger and more resilient, and make our marriage stronger. She bit her lip, and he worried he was taking too long or she wasn't ready. Either way, he rushed through what he had rehearsed to the end. I want to spend the rest of my life with you by my side, and I can't wait for that life to begin. He blew out a breath and searched her eyes. So, Rachel Johnson, will you start life with me by becoming my bride, wife, and the sweet songbird I can't wait to wake up to every morning? Rachel let out a sound, but it didn't sound like a word, more of a choked sob. He wasn't sure how to take that, so he pulled the ring from his pocket and paused with raised eyebrows as it touched the tip of her finger. When she nodded, he sucked in a breath of air, not realizing he had been holding it, and slipped the ring on her finger as he stood. That was a yes, right? He asked tentatively, cupping her warm cheeks with his cold hands. She nodded again and kissed him. Their lips soon warmed against each other, rebelling against the chill that wrapped around them. The contrast made the kiss even more blissful. He pulled away, searching her eyes again. This is forever. You're okay with forever? As long as you're sure, I mean? She swallowed and tried again. I don't want you rushing this because of what happened, because of what we decided about Milo. He understood the hesitancy he felt in her now, and the relief filled him instantly. No, I was planning on doing this all along. Milo is just a bonus. She threw her arms around him and kissed him again. Then yes, most definitely yes. He wanted to stay in the blissful moment forever, but the cold came in uninvited, even stealing the warmth from their kisses. As much as he didn't want to, he knew he needed to get his new fiancée back inside where she could warm up. However, he wasn't looking forward to having to share her. Without a word, he took her hand and began leading them back to the house, the smoke rising from the chimney promising warmth. His head spun as he tried to remember if he said everything he had wanted to, and then he realized it didn't matter. She was his just as much as he was hers. Do you? She started, then bit her lip and stopped to look at him. Should we tell everyone? He stared down at his little sparrow, always concerned about everyone else. Her cheeks glowed, her eyes danced, and her lips were rosy red from kissing. I think they'll take one look at you and know something's happened. Might as well give them the truth. She leaned up and kissed him again. As they continued down the path, she held up the ring to look at it, and his heart skipped a beat, hoping it met her expectations. It's so beautiful and delicate. Just like you, he said, pulling her closer. You like it? If not, we could. Don't be silly. I love it. It's perfect, especially because you picked it out for me. Rachel sighed. I can't believe this is happening. I know. Drew stopped her as they reached the bottom of the steps. You aren't worried it's too fast? She shook her head. Like you said, when you know you want to spend the rest of your life with someone, waiting seems silly. That was a perfect line. It didn't sound as romantic as he had hoped, but the fact that she agreed with the sentiment meant everything to him. He glanced up at the house where muted laughter reached them. Do you think they'll feel the same way? I think they will support our happiness no matter what, she said, intertwining her fingers with his. Then there's no time like the present, he said, opening the door for her and enjoying the blast of heat that thawed out his frozen fingers and nose. They helped each other out of their coats and dug off their boots. Then hand in hand, they walked into the front room where everyone was sitting, watching the kids play with their new toys. Oh, you're back. How about some hot chocolate? Graham said, starting to rise, but she paused when she looked at them. Oh. Tanner chuckled, and all eyes turned to them. Drew felt even more put on the spot than when the family meeting about Milo came up. It was Ember who finally broke the awkward silence. "Looks like we aren't the only ones with news today," she said, her brilliant smile growing even more stunning. Tilly squealed and covered her mouth. Joy gasped. "Did you do it in the mistletoe booth?" "Joy," Tanner whispered. Proposed. She clasped her hands together. "I mean, how romantic, it's where they shared their first kiss." Drew looked down at Rachel, her cheeks past pretty pink and now flaming red. "You told them about our first kiss?" "Of course she did," Tilly said, rushing up to take Rachel's hand to look at the ring. "Oh? It's perfect. Congratulations." She brought them both into a hug. The family cheered and took turns congratulating them. Drew didn't think he had ever been hugged or slapped on the back so much in such a short time. When Gramps came up, he took Drew's hand in a solid grasp. "You showed true persistence and loyalty, son. I admire that, and I love that it worked." He winked before he took Rachel into a hug. Gramps patted his cheek and wiped at her eyes. "You make us all so happy. Welcome to the family." Tanner waited until last and gave him a slapping man hug. "Thanks for keeping me in the loop on this one, brother." He glared at Logan, who shrugged and put his arm around Tilly. "It's been fun watching you two." "It's so perfect," Joy said with a sigh. "It is, so you'll do the wedding here, right?" Tilly asked. "How soon do you want to do it? We've never had a winter wedding before, but I'm sure." Chill," Tanner said, nodding toward them. Drew didn't know how he looked, but if his face reflected Rachel's, he looked like a stunned deer caught in headlights. She looked up at him. "Well," he said, answering Tilly but keeping his eyes on Rachel. "We haven't discussed it, but I was thinking of summer. Our house should be finished by then." "Our house," Rachel repeated, the stunned expression fading into one that looked soft and dreamy. "Yes, our house." He caressed her still cold cheek. "Does that sound good to you?" She nodded. "Sounds lovely." "Yay? Another summer wedding." Tilly cheered. "Wait," Tanner said, looking at his wife. "Do we have openings?" "We would make it work regardless, but there are weekends in June and July." She hugged Tanner's arm. "Ah, this is just so sweet. Babies and weddings." Drew noticed Rachel looking across the room to Ember and swore they shared a secret look. He hoped Ember and Timothy didn't feel like they had stolen their show. That wasn't his intention. The look of love shining from the two relieved his worries. He glanced down as Timothy rested his hand on the slight baby bump on Ember's belly, and she placed hers over his. Drew's throat tightened. What would that feel like? To know that the woman you loved more than anything carried a child of yours. Would he ever know that feeling? Rachel touched his cheek, pulling him back to her as the room returned to their conversations. "However it happens for us, it will be perfect because we'll do it together." Overcome with gratitude, he bent down to kiss her. Surrounded by family's laughter, children's giggles, love, and Christmas lights, he knew there would never be a more romantic Christmas. Except as he pulled her close to him, relishing the feel of her head against his chest, he vowed that every year he would try to make each Christmas more romantic than the next. Epilogue. Neil Bennett hated social engagements, so why did he find himself at yet another Johnson wedding? He leaned forward across the bathroom sink, checking his reflection to make sure not a single hair was out of place and nothing stuck in his teeth. Then he stood back, straightened his jacket, adjusted his tie, and decided he looked the best he could. He pushed his glasses back into place, then headed out the door with purpose, so focused that he hadn't seen the petite gal waiting her turn. "Oh, my apologies, miss." She smiled and giggled, but didn't say anything. She looked up at him from under her lashes, as if waiting for him to say something else. He tugged at his collar and cleared his throat. Sorry, again." Then, not knowing what else to do, he squeezed between her and the wall of the narrow hallway. He turned back before he made the corner to see her still staring at him. What was he supposed to do with someone who didn't talk? He realized that at the Christmas ball Timothy had dragged him to last year. Most of the girls just giggled and smiled, leaving him awkwardly trying to fill in the gap. Of course, all he knew how to talk about was apps, coding, and terminology that put most people to sleep. He hated social engagements where he was put on the spot. Small talk wasn't one of his skills. There were a few girls who talked, but they talked incessantly about cooking or decorating or small-town gossip. One of them, in particular, had burned herself into his memory. It agitated him to no end. Yet even now, as he walked outside, he found himself scanning the wedding crowd for her. Nancy Harmon. It didn't make sense. The gal unnerved him. She exuded confidence. Even her walk showed a gal that felt like she owned the room. And the constant chatter. It gave him a headache. How did she ever think if she was constantly chattering like one of those squirrels that yelled at him from the tree he passed underneath? He shook his head. No, nothing about his partner's small town made sense. Yet he kept coming back. Why? His parents couldn't even get him to spend the holidays with them. Why did he keep letting Timothy talk him into coming here? The music started, and everyone made their way to the folding chairs that lined up in rows before the altar. He had only met Timothy's cousin, a tiny bird of a gal, and her soon-to-be husband once at that same Christmas ball. They seemed very much in love, or should he say very self-involved in each other, that is. He didn't understand love. It seemed like it would just get in the way of work and life goals. He also didn't understand Christmas, yet he had just promised Timothy that he'd return for the shebang of Christmas this year, whatever that meant. It made him feel like a Scrooge, but the holidays never meant much. His parents had careers too important to make the season more than just an inconvenience. Yet there must be something that kept pulling him back here. Maybe he wanted to find out what was behind it, the magic that everyone talked about. Perhaps he just wanted proof that it was all make-believe, like the Santa idea kids got stuck on. He found a seat in the back, only to stand right back up as the music changed and the bride came out. She was a pretty little thing all covered in lace and gauze, looking like a princess from a Disney movie. He followed her gaze to the man waiting for her, and something clunked within him. The look of complete adoration and bliss, yes, bliss, that was it, permeated the man. It reminded him of how he felt every time he launched a new app, that intense sensation of realized expectation being born into the world. Of course, his bliss didn't last longer than a week. Then he was on to the next project, working intensely, striving for that moment of joy again. He wondered as he watched the procession, heard the extremely romantic vows, and saw them solidify their bond with a kiss. Would their bliss last? Then he shifted his gaze to his friend, who stood as a groomsman, and saw that same look of love as he stared across to his wife, a bridesmaid with a protruding stomach. Their love glowed almost as if it were a physical thing, yet it had been over 2 years since they tied the knot. How had he missed this realization before? The wedding finished with cheers and milling people, who blocked his view of the loving couple. He blinked, wondering if the wedding had him in some sort of spell, and yet he kept searching the crowd, looking for a certain confident woman who took over the moment she walked into a group. Maybe there was something to all of this. Had he missed a key element of life? He shrugged off the unnerving feeling and approached Timothy, the only reason he was there. I hope you enjoyed Drew and Rachel's story. Wasn't Milo the cutest? For more books in the world of Christmas Tree Ranch, listen to The Cowboy's Magical Christmas, where Neil is forced to face Christmas head-on and can't decide if he likes it or not.